Throw in our free replacement, and you'll have every reason to buy a $39.99 ProStart Plus battery from Pep Boys. Cars like us, people love us.
Summer means kicking back with a cool Sonic Slush. Choose from any of our luscious fresh fruit slushes, or try a blue coconut, bubblegum, or new watermelon flavor. There's a taste for everyone. Sonic, your summer flavor place.
It's not just a new sign. It's a new Midas. Expanded services, new genuine Midas parts, a lifetime guarantee. We're more than mufflers. We're a new way to keep a good thing going. Go Midas.
You know, this place reminds me of a guy I knew named Julius.
Another Dale Waltrip story.
Oh, really. This guy, he was in the junkyard one day, kicking around, and he found a rocket booster. So he said, I'm going to set myself a land speed record. Now, he got that thing up to speed. He hit the switch. He took off into outer space.
So whatever happened to him?
He came down out here somewhere.
Get out of here.
On Route 66.
Now at Kmart.
The Pennsylvania 500 pre-race coverage on the Superstation is brought to you by Midas. We're a whole new way to keep a good thing going. Go Midas. And by Route 66. Jeans, clothes. It's not Main Street, only at Kmart.
We are minutes away from the command to fire the engines and commence the 27th annual Pennsylvania 500. And thousands moving forward in their seats in wild anticipation. You see their colors on all of those racing fans. Significant for the last 2 decades have been simple colors, black and white, for car number 3. And the man in black is back. Dale Earnhardt, the Intimidator, never stronger than right now in Winston Cup racing. The resurgent Earnhardt, Dick Berggren has our story.
When Dale Earnhardt went winless for nearly 2 years, 59 races, many pundits wrote him off. Too old, they said. The Talladega crash scared him, hurt him too, they claimed. But when in 1998, Earnhardt won the Daytona 500 after 20 years of trying, the story started to change. Earnhardt had proven he could win again. But could he retain the winning form of years gone by when he was a contender every time the motors fired up? Yes, he could. Last year, he exploded. Now, the last goal, win more championships than anyone. Would that truly be the prize of them all?
Well, why wouldn't it be? I mean, you know, it's we're tied with Richard Petty, and we've had a great career in Winston Cup racing, but the 8th championship's what's at hand. It's the next goal. It's the next tier on the ladder. So you just, you know, naturally are racing hard for it and feel good about it. And to have a chance at running and racing for it like we are this year has really been tremendous. So if we can just win some races, and if I ever get to the front, I think I can make them sweat a little bit.
This year has been big. Earnhardt's best since his last championship in 1994. He has been a factor in virtually every race all year. More top 10 finishes than anyone, and he won the Atlanta race in dramatic fashion. Could have won more. Pocono last month shoved out of the lead on the last lap. Bristol leading when taken out in someone else's wreck. He's led half the races this year, and Earnhardt is just 45 points out of the lead for the championship. Off-season surgery healed him. The crew has come together. The cars are better. But what will it take to win a record 8th championship?
Top 5s. It's a top 5 situation in winter race once in a while. You can't These guys finish too well. I mean, you look around and Labonte and Jared are there every week and contenders. Fortunately, last week we were ahead of them even though we were sixth. That won't happen many times. They'll be in the top five, and if you're sixth, you're going to be behind. So you've got to focus on finishing in the top five and having an opportunity to win.
He's dashed out, but at age 49, time is an enemy. Today, Dale Earnhardt looks good, but he has a narrow window of opportunity to do something no other man has ever done before. Win 8 Winston Cup championships.
And in a matter of moments, Dale Earnhardt will be rolling out from the 25th starting position for this Pennsylvania 500 presented by America Online. Stay with us. That's next. The Pennsylvania 500 here on TBS. Tony Stewart will lead them down to the green flag. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Hey, NASCAR fans, if you really want to get inside the sport, log on to TBSSuperstation.com for exclusive in-car race feeds, high-speed racing games, and more.
If you really want to know your NASCAR, log on to TBSSuperstation.com.
You know, NASCAR's been a part of my family for almost 30 years. First of all, I got in this business because I'm a race fan. I went to race as a little kid. I'm going to miss the people. I'm going to miss hanging out in the garage with the guys, the camaraderie, that bumping and grinding that we do on Sunday. The fans, the drivers, the crews, it's just a way of life. For 40 years, I've gotten up on Sunday, put my helmet on, and raced. I'm really going to miss it.
Now that Napa Auto Parts and accessories are available online, have we suddenly become hipper? Well, maybe a little. NapaOnline.com, where the world's largest inventory of ready-to-ship parts and expert advice you depend on in our stores, are now available online around the clock. And if something isn't right, you can ship it back or return it to your participating Napa store and we'll make it right. Actually, this is pretty hip.
Hey, Bill Duffy, what's on your plate today?
Grandpa, look who's here. We've got them all day.
Even on days like this, even after the heartburn strikes, it's not too late for Pepsid AC, because Pepsid AC controls acid before, during, or even after the start of heartburn.
Oh, they're having a great time.
No matter what's on your plate, today should be heartburn-free with Pepsid AC.
Here comes Mayfield. He closes in on Earnhardt. He is on the back bumper. Gives him a nudge. Earnhardt slides up the track. Here comes Mayfield for the lead as Earnhardt almost hits the wall in 3.
Mayfield will come underneath Earnhardt off the final corner. His hand is out the window at the checkered flag. Jeremy Mayfield is going to win the Pocono 500.
It was the Earnhardt strategy in reverse. Give them a touch. As he says, rattle their cage a little and steal the honors. Earnhardt, this time the victim. Mayfield, the intimidator.
That's part of it, you know. He's got me plenty of times, and that's the only time I ever got him. I mean, he can't say a word, you know. I just want to rattle his cage a little bit, you know what I mean?
And what did Earnhardt say to Mayfield as he pointed to him on the cool-down lap?
He's number 1.
Mayfield and Earnhardt, the Pocono rematch, right now. One minute until they start the engines. 43 Winston Cup cars lined up single file, ready to go for 200 laps, 500 miles, $2.6 million at stake. Included in the principals, of course, Dale Earnhardt. Mike Mazzara was with him.
And already it's been an emotional weekend for Dale Earnhardt. First, frustration after qualifying on Friday. Then anxiety on Saturday as his son Dale Jr. slapped the wall. The spirits improved as the times improved in happy hour, but right now, it's the best mood he's been in all day. He sits inside the car, focused and ready to race. To Marty Snyder. The mood in the Jeremy Mayfield camp is positive. The car and happy hour just about perfect. And in June, that incident's well past him now. This is one of Jeremy's favorite tracks is Pocono. I just asked him what he thought about a second straight Pocono win. He said the chances are pretty doggone good.
Gentlemen, start your engine.
That strange silence that always filters over a racetrack just before that command. Broken now as 43 cars grumble to life and get ready to compete for 500 miles. Let's go topside. Meet the man who'll be calling the action today. Here's Alan Bestwick.
Ken, thank you. Hello from Pocono, where we have all the ingredients together for a very fun afternoon of NASCAR competition. We've got perfect weather, a close championship race, a tremendously tight field of cars and drivers in qualifying, and a racetrack that historically has provided us with a lot of entertainment. Joining me for the call of today's Pennsylvania 500, the executive editor of Speedway Illustrated magazine, Dick Berggren. And Dick, let's talk about this field of drivers in today's race. The list of potential winners is huge.
Yeah, we've got some hungry guys starting in this event. On the pole, Tony Stewart. He might have won here in June, except stalled the car in the pits and lost on the final stop. Rusty Wallace starts on the outside of the front row. He led the most laps here in June. Bad pit strategy. He lost as well. Starting third, Mark Martin. He's hungry. He has finished in the top 5.5 of his starts here at Pocono. Never won. This is going to be good.
Also joining me for the call of today's race, he was the very first Winston Cup pole winner ever here at Pocono. He's led many laps here. Buddy Baker. And Buddy, one of the big stars of today's race also will be the Speedway itself.
Well, really, the track is as much star as anyone in the field here. You know, it has 3 different type corners here, all banked differently. All the straightaways are different in length. And then you have that tricky tunnel turn. A lot of people say maybe the most difficult turn in all of racing. To win here, you must conquer the Pocono Star.
Not an easy thing to do, that's for sure. Field of cars are getting set to roll from the pit lane and begin their parade and pace laps. Why don't we take a look at the starting lineup for today's race? Starting with the man on the pole, it is Tony Stewart. His first pole of the 2000 season comes with a new track record speed. Rusty Wallace alongside, winner 2 times in the Pennsylvania 500. Mark Martin is inside of row number 2 alongside Jeremy Mayfield. Jeremy scoring the win in the most recent Winston Cup event here 5 weeks ago. Row number 3 is Jeff Gordon and Jerry Nadeau. Gordon, a 3-time winner here at Pocono. Nadeau, maybe a dark horse candidate to get his first Winston Cup win today. Row 4 will be Bill Elliott, 4 times a victor at this track, and Jeff Burton, winner at Daytona just a few weeks ago. Row number 5 is Johnny Benson, whose best finish so far this year, a 2nd place at Bristol, and Steve Park with his 6th top 10 start of 2000. Row number 6, Dale Jarrett, 2-time Pennsylvania 500 winner, finished 2nd the last 2 races here, and John Andretti looking to give Petty Enterprises their first win here since 1976. Row 7 is Bobby Labonte, the current Winston Cup championship leader, won both races here a year ago, and Ricky Rudd ran very strong in June. He could be a favorite to win today. Row number 8 is Dale Earnhardt Jr. He will drop to the back on the pace lap in the backup car after the crash we showed you a while ago. And Joe Nemechek, the runner-up at New Hampshire last race out. Row number 9 is Mike Skinner, scored 2 consecutive top 10 finishes here. And Dave Blaney, the former sprint car ace in his 2nd Pocono race. Row number 10, Brett Bodine, 9 top 10 finishes here, ran very well in happy hour yesterday. And Robert Presley. The 11th row, Michael Waltrip, who scored his best career Winston Cup finish here at this track, and Terry Labonte, who will start that car and keep the streak going, but give way to relief driver Rich Bickle. Row 12 is Kevin LePage and rookie Matt Kenseth, who was fastest in happy hour yesterday, and the winner last time on TBS at Charlotte in May. Next, row 13 is where Dale Earnhardt comes from, alongside Ted Musgrave, who takes over the former Kenny Irwin car this week. Row 14, Kenny Wallace and Pennsylvania driver Jimmy Spencer. The 15th row, Ken Schrader with a couple of runner-up finishes here, alongside Chad Little, who starts 30th.
Row 16, Wally Dallenbach finished 5th in this race a year ago, and Kyle Petty, a Pocono winner in June of '93. 17th row, Scott Pruitt, the rookie driver, alongside Sterling Marlin with 11 top 10s here. The 18th row will be Rick Mast and Elliott Sadler, the sophomore, driving for the famed Wood brothers. Row 19, Ward Burton, 4th in points, but had to take a provisional to get into this race, and Bobby Hamilton. The 20th row, Stacy Compton and Mike Bliss, a couple of rookie drivers, graduates from the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. Row 21, Darrell Waltrip making his final Pocono start here, and Ed Barrier bringing up the rear of the field will be Dave Marcus making his 41st Pocono start. Let's get some final stories from pit road before we go green, starting with Marty Snyder.
Well, Alan, perhaps a good theme for Rusty Wallace this weekend at Pocono could be Rusty's revenge. After leading the most laps here in June, a bad call on the final pit stop cost Wallace the win. Rusty said today he has the same car and virtually the same setup, and as Rusty said, no reason to believe they cannot be as dominant. But whether you have a good car or not at Pocono, it always seems to come down to the final pit stop. Make the right call and victory lane can be yours. Make the wrong call and learn the hard way like Rusty Wallace did here in June. The final pit stop at Pocono means everything. To Mike Massaro.
Well, when Ricky Rudd joined Robert Yates Racing at the beginning of the year, expectations have been high. However, so far in the year 2000, they're winless. In June, this team flirted with victory right here at Pocono, and even though they were involved in a mid-race altercation, they managed to score a season-high third-place finish. Today, they return with the exact same car and renewed confidence. They qualified 14th, but I talked with crew chief Michael McSwain earlier this morning. He said, don't worry, it's the same car, we're strong, and we'll be in contention for the victory once again this afternoon. To Mike Hogwood.
Terry Labonte is the true Iron Man of this series today. He starts his 655th consecutive race, but he's injured, a broken leg. He can't put any weight on it. So at the first caution, this man will climb on board. Rich Bickle sitting in the Labonte pit. He is ready to go and will get on board the number 5 Chevrolet at the first caution flag, but Terry Labonte will run the car early.
There's Dale Earnhardt Jr. dropping to the tail end of the field, as we told you, the backup car after the crash yesterday. And now we'll look down on this 2.5-mile, 3-cornered Pocono Raceway. Massive, massive racing facility. The most unique on the NASCAR Winston Cup Tour, shaped unlike any other. And let's get a little tour around this place, what the drivers face today. Buddy, you're best qualified to give us a spin. Take us around.
All right. Starting from the start-finish line down the longest straightaway in all of NASCAR. Down into turn 1, they shift down there at 200 miles an hour, down in the 3rd gear. Coming off turn 1, if the front end takes off, you'll get in the wall there. Down Long Pond straightaway, about 185 to 190 miles an hour as you turn into the tunnel turn, which is very tricky right there. Even the best give way. Earnhardt says to Jeff Gordon, go on by. Not room for 2 people here, not safely. Through the short chute, headed for turn 3, about 3rd gear there, about 160 miles an hour. But how you get through this corner dictates a perfect lap around the speedway and a lot of straightaway speed if you get a good entrance and exit out of turn 3.
Each of the corners shaped differently and banked differently than the other. Each of the straightaways of different length. It is a recipe for tremendously competitive racing, this Pocono Raceway.
There's the numbers that determine strategy, and here strategy can be more important than having the fastest car. It was here in June at the last race.
Expected pit window for fuel, right about 40 laps, about 100 miles they can make on a tank of gas. Most, though, will make their first pit stop at least around 35 laps, at the latest 38 in the opening window as far as fuel would be concerned. Got some great in-car camera rides for you today in our coverage of the Pennsylvania 500, starting with a man who's at the back of the field and has to make his way to the front. This is Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the backup car. He'll go from 43rd position. Ride with the current NASCAR Winston Cup championship leader, Bobby Labonte, who starts 13th. The defending series champion, Dale Jarrett, goes from 11th spot today. He's finished second the last 2 times here. Jeff Burton will also give us a ride. Burton from the 8th position on the grid there in his Roush Ford. And we've got cameras in the front 3 cars on the grid. Mark Martin starting inside of row number 2. And on the front row, we've got Rusty Wallace on the outside with a camera in his car. Rusty pulling the belts tight for a final time. And the pole sitter for today, Tony Stewart, with us yesterday in our coverage of the ARCA race here, as well as happy hour. And Tony will take us along as he pursues a victory here at Pocono today. Let's get more on Tony Stewart's car from Marty Snyder.
Yeah, Alan, before we even got going, Tony Stewart had a problem. They had a slow leak in the right front tire. NASCAR officials caught it, as well as Tony Stewart's team caught it. They allowed them to change the right front tire. They are very fortunate, though, that they caught it before the race. They just happened to be checking air pressures and noticed they had a slow leak, so Tony Stewart with a new right front tire on before the race starts.
Very fortunate that they caught that before they rolled off onto the track. Weather conditions today, I mentioned they were just perfect. I know a lot of you around the country have been suffering from that drastic heat wave that's affected so many people. Well, I want to tell you, here on top of the Pocono Mountains today, it is gorgeous. 68 degrees, low humidity. It's been perfect here all weekend.
And not any rain at all to interfere with the racing, very importantly.
Crews all getting set to go, thinking about their tasks at hand. The preliminaries are over. The team meetings have been held. The preparations have been made. Checking the notes, making sure everything's square. Checking the radios, making sure we're hearing the drivers. Just getting all cinched up and ready to go. The teams are just as the drivers are out on track.
First time in 38 races here at Pocono. The race will take the green flag without Jeffrey Bodine, who failed to make the field.
Yeah, Jeffrey along with Carl Long, the two drivers who were unable to qualify. This is the 46th NASCAR Winston Cup Series race here at Pocono. 20 different drivers have gone to victory lane over the years. 11 of them are in the field for this race. Bill Elliott, Darrell Waltrip, Jeff Gordon, Rusty Wallace, Dale Earnhardt, Dale Jarrett, Bobby and Terry Labonte, Jeremy Mayfield, Kyle Petty. We've got a list of stars all set to go, chasing victory today in the Pennsylvania 500, presented by America Online. $2.5 million at stake as the field comes off the final corner. The pace car heads for pit road. 200 laps set as the NASCAR Winston Cup Series goes racing at Pocono. The green is out. In front of Stewart. He'll lead to turn one. Three wide, back for fourth spot. Here's Gordon down low, going to try and get a couple of spots into the tunnel turn.
I'm wondering how long that camera's going to last down in the grass there. You can see three wide through the short chute. Now into turn three as they head down the home stretch here. Jeff Gordon trying to get by his teammate right now as they come off turn four.
Wallace leads lap one. Stewart is second. Mayfield to third. Now Jeff Gordon to fourth. And Mayfield settles in fifth.
Wallace has got an extremely strong horse, and he surely is smarting from the pit strategy that they took here last time, taking 4 tires on the final pit stop. Absolutely cost him the race. They may well use a different strategy today to decide what they're going to do, pitting in that final pit stop.
You're in Tony Stewart's car looking back and forward, and I will tell you this, Tony Stewart's had a lightning fast car all weekend long. But he has 2 teammates on either end of him right now, so he really needs to worry about a little bit. Now, you see, he's already dropped to third. Jeremy Mayfield moved into second.
And while we were on board Stewart's car, you heard him lift off the gas pedal there for a minute. Well, that's because Jeremy Mayfield had gotten to his inside, and so Mayfield goes to second spot. Here's John Andretti leading the charge down the front straightaway to the inside line, trying to get 10th spot away from Johnny Benson.
And this sort of looks like the green flag. You see them all fan out in the back of the pack. Everybody fighting for position. You can do that. You can go wide. Look at this squeeze getting into the first corner, though. Can't get through that first corner more than 2 wide. And sometimes even that is tough.
Rick Mast almost getting turned around as he and Scott Pruitt brushed together there, entering turn one.
22, we're looking at the black and yellow car up there, Ward Burton's car. That's going to be an interesting one to watch today. They absolutely threw everything at it this morning. The pile on the floor in the garage included lead, spindles, hubs, 15 springs. Brake pads. They had no idea how that was going to run as we watch from Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s car.
Here come the lead 2 off of turn number 3. Out the window. I thought he just stuck the left hand out the window, waving at Jeremy. Come on by. Let's see how you can do out front.
And the reason they're doing that right now is they're checking stopwatches to see which car is the quickest out front. If they can stretch away from third place there, Tony Stewart, they'll work together.
Jeff Gordon starting to put a little bit of pressure on Tony Stewart there for third position as he kind of joins our picture of the tail end of this lead group. There's Gordon there, closing in on Stewart. Stewart in the orange, number 20. And if you're a race fan at all, you know Gordon's colors are numbered.
Exactly right.
Even if you're the most casual and most new NASCAR fan. You know Jeff Gordon. Here's Steve Park making a move farther back, trying to get a spot for Jerry Nadeau. That'd be for 7th and 8th positions.
Well, right at the moment, Jeremy Mayfield's running races away from his teammate. There's no strategy right there. He's just getting through the corners much better than Rusty Wallace. As the air pressures build up in these tires, the grip will get better, and the better balanced cars will move away. Right now, Jeremy Mayfield has a great car.
So Steve Park moving up into 7th spot we saw there, but all this going on behind Jeremy Mayfield, who has taken the lead away from Rusty Wallace. He is the 3rd driver to lead this Pennsylvania 500 presented by America Online. Just 4 laps complete out of 200 that make up today's distance. We're just underway. Stay with us. We'll be back.
Pocono Raceway is one of NASCAR's most exciting tracks.
Mayfield going for his second career win. Pocono. He bounces him out of the way. Earnhardt goes high. Mayfield is going to win here at Pocono.
Don't miss out on the action in 2001. Pocono recently added 17,000 grandstand seats. Call now to receive a preferred customer order form for great seats in 2001. When ordering your tickets, check out the Pit Paddock Pass. It's the closest you can get to see your favorite cars and drivers. Call toll-free 1-800-RACEWAY. That's 1-800-RACEWAY.
Summer means kicking back with a cool Sonic Slush. Choose from any of our luscious fresh fruit slushes, or try a blue coconut, bubblegum, or new watermelon flavor. There's a taste for everyone. Sonic, your summer flavor place.
Ladies and gentlemen, Metro Airways 500. Trans-Europe Express. Frankfurt, Rome. Good Airlines Flight 755.
AOL membership gives you more. It's so easy to use and easy to get started.
You just plug it in and you're good to go.
Email, buddy list, keywords.
Type in the keyword and boom, you're there.
At America Online, your security and privacy are always protected. Special software encodes and protects your credit card every time you buy online through AOL. Parental controls let you control where your kids go online. And AOL has free help 24 hours a day online or by phone. America Online. So easy to use, no wonder it's #1. Sign up today.
It's your concert hall. It's your car. Keep it going with Midas. New services, more parts, a lifetime guarantee. We're more than mufflers. Go Midas.
The Pennsylvania 500, presented by America Online on the Superstation. Brought to you by America Online version 5.0. The easiest just got easier. Call 1-800-4ONLINE to sign up today. By Doc Otis, a new flavored alcohol malt beverage. Real lemon, real refreshment. Unlock the Doc. And by Midas, we're a whole new way to keep a good thing going. Go Midas.
In the early stages of the Pennsylvania 500, presented by America Online, live on TBS. From Pocono Raceway in Pennsylvania, Jeremy Mayfield is the leader. He took the lead from Rusty Wallace at lap 4 after Rusty started on the outside of the front row and led laps 1, 2, and 3. Rusty is second. Jeff Gordon is third. That is a change of position. He's gotten around Tony Stewart to get that spot. And here's Dale Earnhardt Jr. starting to move up from the back of the field.
Yeah, he's caught Ward Burton just in front of him in the 22, that black and yellow car. Very quick through this area right here, the short chute. If he can get even right there, Ward Burton will let him go, and he'll make another spot there just in front of him, Pruitt.
Bit of a surprise he's running this well. They talked to his crew chief this morning, Tony Uri, and he said he'd thrown just about everything at it to try and make it run better. They've had virtually no practice time in this car, and the setup was at best a big gamble.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. started 43rd and last after pulling out the backup car. He just took the position from Ward Burton, and that would be the 32nd spot. So he has picked up a number of positions here in the opening 8 laps. Meantime, Dale Earnhardt, who came within a corner of winning here at Pocono 5 weeks ago, started in 25th position, and he has moved up 5 spots to 20th in the opening laps. Actually given 19th now that he just went around Matt Kenseth. Now back toward the front. Jeremy Mayfield leads, but Rusty Wallace, the second-place car, has a couple of new pursuers. Jeff Gordon has moved to third, and Bill Elliott has moved to fourth. Tony Stewart has just dropped back to fifth spot.
I think Tony right now has got some kind of gremlin with the handling on his car, or either he's just taking it easy and knows he has to adjust on that car because Mark Martin just got by him also.
Well, they had problems in happy hour as well yesterday on that number 20 car of Tony Stewart. The problem was that they had a problem with the brakes. The brakes were sticking going into the corner, and that will just throw the handling way, way off and confuse everybody trying to figure out what was going on. So they found the problem, they fixed the problem, but they really didn't get the use of happy hour the way they should have.
Well, let's ride with Tony here for a minute, see what we can deduce on how his car's performing.
Well, he's fast down the straightaway. He ran Mark Martin down a couple of car lengths through the corner and basically pretty still right there. I would say he's probably having a problem down in turn one because he looks very, very good in the flatter corners here.
Back up front, change for second spot. Jeff Gordon is by Rusty Wallace. So Gordon is on the move in the early going. Mike Massaro can add.
Well, Alan, some people say that silence is golden, and in the case of listening to the radio communication between Robbie Loomis, the crew chief for Jeff Gordon, and his driver, you can certainly agree with that. They're talking very little, just passing along lap time. The one thing that Robbie Loomis did say to Jeff, he said, great job, keep after them, buddy. And you know, when they're not talking, that means they're good, and it's bad news for everybody else. And if you look at the lap times on the scoring monitor right now, you can see that the 24 car is the fastest on the racetrack.
Jeff Gordon had started in fifth position. In 10 laps, he is up to second spot. Jeremy Mayfield leads at Pocono. We're coming back in just a minute here on TBS.
Surface contact bearing 190. Dive! Big throat to fly in track.
Call it a bonanza, an extravaganza. It's how you save on tires. Now at Pep Boys, all 35,000-mile tires are 4 for only $99, and all 70,000-mile tires 4 for $169.
Pep Boys, cars like us, people love us. Want a garage that could fit all your stuff, including your car? Well, now you could win one. Enter the My Garage sweepstakes from AutoBytel.com. Oh, one more thing. You could win a house to go with it. Hurry, log on today to AutoBytel.com.
Remember, Jared, he lost 245 pounds on his own diet, which included Subway's low-fat sandwiches and lots of walking. Well, it's been a year, so let's see how he's doing.
Looking buff, Jared.
Way to go, Jared! I guess that answers our question. Thanks to 7 Subway sandwiches with 6 grams of fat or less and laying off the burgers and fries, Jared's looking pretty good. He's still a Subway fan and a true inspiration to dieters everywhere. Subway, the way a sandwich should be.
Order in and get comfortable. In demand. Pay-per-view for the demanding viewer. You rule.
In this unstable world we live in, it's nice to know some things are reliable and secure. Balker Motors, family-owned and operated for over 76 years. Balker Motors, over 29 Chrysler 5-star awards for excellence. Balker Motors, selling Chrysler, Plymouth, Dodge cars and trucks. Balker Motors, 4 miles south of Spring Grove, on the hill in Jefferson. Balker Motors, where people are very important.
TBS Superstation live at Pocono Raceway in Pennsylvania, where Jeff Gordon has just overtaken Jeremy Mayfield and moved to the head of the pack. Gordon doing it across the tunnel turn number 2. They're in turn 3 now. Jeff Gordon becoming already the 4th different driver to lead this race in its opening 13 laps. Let's go back and take a look at Gordon making the move on Mayfield across the tunnel turn.
Okay, Mayfield starts into the tunnel turn, rolls out of the throttle right there. Gordon, just before entering the corner, he looks up, decides that he wants it, drives it deep into the corner there. Now he goes across there. And, you know, it's very important right now that these guys get one lap of leading the race. But Jeff Gordon has been phenomenal at this racetrack since he began here.
Now, some of what might be going on here, Jeremy Mayfield, it would not be unheard of for him to say, okay, let's let Gordon lead for a couple of laps and see how strong he is. And at the same time, it might just be that Mayfield running so hard in the opening laps, Gordon's just got a little bit better car on the long haul, and now that we've got 15 laps on the set of tires.
Well, the one thing they do have, they know just like we do, they have computers down there that they can look and see that Jeff Gordon had the fastest car. Why not let him go out there and draft along with him, long straightaways here, see him get right nose to tail down the straightaway. If there's draft off that car that pulls that second car along, why not take advantage of him being the fastest?
Let's get more on Jeremy Mayfield's car with Marty Snyder.
Well, Jeremy is certainly fast, and I just talked to Peter Spenzo, the crew chief, and he said this is what they were a little bit concerned about. They know they're going to be fast on the early part of the runs. They are very good on new tires, but as the run goes along, the car tends to get a little looser. That was the case in Happy Hour yesterday. It is the case right now in the race. Jeremy, just a little bit loose, but he's still pretty happy, and with a fast race car, and yes, he did let Jeff Gordon go on by. Let's go to Mike Hogwood.
Well, Dale Jarrett is one of those who is not happy with his car early. He started 11th, now running 13th. Says he's really tight off the turns. Asked his crew a moment ago, what gear are we running? And he is not happy at the moment. They need to make some adjustments on that car.
And while we listen to the report on Dale Jarrett, Jeremy Mayfield returning in kind the pass on Jeff Gordon for the top spot.
And sometimes a fast race car out front is not good. Like Jeff Gordon was very good as he was going up and passing cars. He got out front, maybe he got a little push out front.
Well, the other neat thing here is that now Mayfield's had a chance to watch Gordon. He knows how his car runs at the various parts of the racetrack. Gordon has watched Mayfield. They've been able to size each other up. And as this race wears along, that's going to be really important to be able to know what your competitor can do.
Jeremy Mayfield, 2 of his 3 career Winston Cup wins coming here at Pocono Raceway. Let's go back and look at what happened again there. This time it was in turn number 3 that the pass was made.
Okay, Jeff Gordon just pushed out going into turn 3 there. He rolled out of the throttle just enough to get the front end nailed back down. He gets in behind Jeremy Mayfield, and on down the straightaway they go.
So Mayfield reassumes the point with Gordon second, Rusty Wallace third, Bill Elliott fourth, and now Jeff Burton has moved up into the 5th position, and he joins the top 5. Just underway in the Pennsylvania 500, presented by America Online, Jeremy Mayfield, the early leader here at Pocono.
A TBS Superstation premiere.
Your sister tried to kill herself.
Drowning deep in the memory of childhood.
I need you to fill in the missing details.
I spent my life trying to forget those missing details. But it's a secret so painful.
What are you all hiding? You made a promise never to speak about that.
Exposing it could destroy them all.
This is not about me. Then why are you so upset?
A TBS Superstation premiere. The Prince of Tides. Tonight at 8 Eastern on TBS Superstation.
I can tell by looking whether a vehicle's been driven hard or not. This guy's one of my regular customers. Scorched brake rotors, beat up oil pan, probably never takes his foot off the gas. He trusts me to make sure it performs, and I trust CarQuest Auto Parts. I mean, you never know. Someday you might need to give me a ride.
CarQuest for quality auto-like spark plugs. The key to sure starts and smooth running engines. That's why pros turn to auto-like spark plugs. CarQuest, a professional choice.
Dale Jarrett here with a very special offer. A new CD of all my favorite tracks. Immerse yourself in one of my personal favorites, the melodic grandeur of Daytona International Speedway. The dulcet tones of Lowe's Motor Speedway. Set your spirits soaring to the sounds of California Speedway. Of course, these performances are better live. But bring your Visa card, because at these tracks you can't buy tickets with an American Express card.
Visa, it's everywhere NASCAR fans want to be.
This is my favorite part.
You drive the way you drive. That's just the way it is. And that's fine. Because there's a new motor oil made to take it. Introducing new Pennzoil Synthetic with Penzane. Penzane was developed for the space program and is used by NASA. Don't change your driving. Just change your oil. Pennzoil Synthetic. It's rocket science for your car.
Pushing your car to the limit? Better get some rescue in case you run out of gas.
Budweiser, the official beer of NASCAR, presents the Bud Pole Award. The Pocono Raceway may be the most unique track on the NASCAR Winston Cup circuit. But like most tracks, doing well in Bud Pole qualifying is often a good indicator of good performance in the race. Nearly 60% of the race winners have started in the first 2 rows, although only 6 drivers have gone on to take the checkered flag in the race from the Bud Pole. The first driver to accomplish this feat was Darrell Waltrip, driving for Junior Johnson back in 1981. 2 years later, the late Tim Richmond was able to duplicate Waltrip's feat and win from the first starting position. In later years, Bill Elliott, Rusty Wallace, Jeffrey Bodine, and Jeff Gordon all won from the Bud Pole at Pocono.
Back at Pocono Raceway just moments ago, down the short chute to turn number 3. Another trade of the lead between Jeff Gordon and Jeremy Mayfield. Here they are into the corner.
Well, across the tunnel turn there, and you can see the car just moving out there, and the 24 Jeff Gordon just rockets right on by as they head down toward the front straightaway.
So Gordon assumes the lead, and Rusty Wallace will take second from Jeremy Mayfield at the same time. Now riding with Mark Martin, who's lost a number of positions here. Dale Jarrett just went past him, putting Mark back to 12th spot. He is falling back now after starting the race in the 3rd position. Mike Massaro, what's going on with Martin?
And Alan, there's a reason why he's falling back. He's just radioed in. He's got a severe vibration. We're with crew chief Jimmy Fenning. We're going to try to ask him what's wrong. Jimmy, what's wrong with the car right now?
It's vibrating right now. He thinks he might have lost the cylinder. We're not sure right now, but he's going to ride for a while and see what goes on.
We'll have to wait, but Mark Martin did radio it in and thought that it might be terminal. We'll have to pay attention to that. Guys?
Wow. Look, he led 9 of the last 10 races here. If anybody deserves to win here at Pocono, it surely is Mark Martin. Half his finishes, top 5, never has won here. It's won just 4 racetracks where he's never won, and they sure want to win today for Tara Howell, who is Sean Parker's fiancée at Wake Forest Hospital. Open heart surgery for her. She is on all their minds today at Pocono, and ours as well.
Here's second spot. Jeremy Mayfield going to try and get back around Rusty Wallace. Turn number 1. Look at Mayfield catch the rumble strips on the bottom of the racetrack. Shot him right up off the bottom lane.
And Rusty, he's just very patient there, shifting gears as he goes through the corner down this long back straightaway there.
Napa Field summary, upper left of your screen. Throughout the afternoon, lets you know where all your favorite drivers are running. Bill Elliott running in 4th position now. Former Winston Cup champion. Started in 7th. He's moved up a few positions in the opening 22 laps. Let's go to pit road and hear more on Bill Elliott from Marty Snyder.
Well, when I talked to Bill this morning, he said, you know what, I would just like to finish a race. That'd be a nice change of pace for me. He has not finished better than 31st twice in the last 8 races here. He's had struggles here at Pocono. Bill just reported in the car's a little bit loose in, a little bit tight off. And then a few seconds later, he came back onto his radio and said, guys, I'm pretty happy, though. So Bill Elliott running pretty well right now.
Marty talked about Bill's struggles to finish here at Pocono the last several races. The last few races of 2000 have been absolutely brutal for Bill. Finishes of 38th, 35th, 38th, and 24th in the last 4 races. So Elliott running 4th right now behind Jeff Gordon, who's leading the Pennsylvania 500 presented by America Online.
Nice looking jacket.
Special edition.
Leather. Name your price, man.
Your hat.
Some people will give anything, hey Jack, to own the special edition NASCAR 2000 jacket. But it's yours for just $169 when you buy any Exide Select battery. And you'll be helping the kids at Duke Children's Hospital.
Hey, Jack, where's your hat?
Look for details wherever Exide Select is sold.
Nice hat. Thanks.
She's a real beauty. And she never bugs you about spending so much time with the guys. She never complains about you watching football. She thinks a little gas is a good thing. Maybe she isn't a she after all. Here's to the perfect relationship. Here's how to keep it that way.
racing anywhere. The NASCAR Busch Series. More drivers compete. More drivers win. You never know what you'll see. The NASCAR Winston Cup Series. It's just the best racing in the world. Millions of fans can't be wrong. No matter which series you experience, one thing's for sure. This is the flat-out best racing on earth. This is NASCAR.
You ride with Mark Martin as he makes a very disappointing left turn into the garage area. The report from pit road moments ago that there was a vibration on his car, and then this is what happened just a lap ago. That's the access road on the inside of the second corner that he hung the left onto.
Yeah, and he was, you could tell he was pretty upset because of the speed he was carrying when he turned across that little area there.
Gloves are coming off. Mark knows his day is done. So Mark not going to continue that streak of top 10 finishes here at Pocono. Let's ride with him now as it went awry, basically.
Up out of turn one.
Shifts gears, and that's it right there when he shifted gears.
Third DNF of the year. This guy one day is going to be the Winston Cup champion, but with 3 DNFs already this deep into the season, it'll be tough to do it this year.
So Mark Martin looks like he's going to be the first driver out of today's Pennsylvania 500 as he climbs from the car in the garage area. The caution is out, and here come all of the leaders to the opening of pit road. Stops will be at lap number 26. We expect the Terry Labonte driver change to be made here. We'll document that for you in a moment. First, let's look at some pit stops. Gordon is in. Mayfield, Wallace. In fact, everybody except for Dave Marcus will come to pit road here. Here comes Mayfield to the attention of his crew. Long pit road here at Pocono. Now he gets there.
Yeah, it's a good thing, too. Every single car, 42 of them here. To Mike Hawkwood.
Rich Bickle's got his leg up on the pit wall. His helmet is on. He is ready to climb aboard the number 5 Chevrolet. Terry Labonte did give the team some instructions, says they were loose in 1 and 3, so they are making some major adjustments on that number 5 Chevrolet. They are going to have to help him get out of the car. Remember, he doesn't need to put any weight on that leg. And he is out, and they will help him over the wall. Rich Bickle is climbing on board and will go the rest of the way. They've taken that side window off so a crew member can get in and help him strap in and try to make this as quick as possible. If this pit stop had come under green, Terry Labonte had said he was going to keep going, but Labonte on crutches now, the Iron Man. 655 consecutive starts, but he's out of the car and out of the race now, trying to get that leg healthy. We'll talk to him in just a moment.
And if this pit stop for the driver change had come at any other racetrack, they wouldn't have the kind of leisurely time they have here at Pocono to make the change, service the car, and get Rich Bickle out without losing a lap. It's almost 2 minutes per caution lap here. Rusty Wallace off pit road first. We'll get set for the restart when we come back in a moment.
From the quarter mile at St. Louis to the third turn at Talladega, to the pits of Laguna Seca. Wherever innovation is the margin between win and lose, the pros reach for the same tools you do. Craftsman, the official tools of CART, NHRA, and NASCAR.
Something about a Wendy's classic double with cheese. I'd have made the same choice, but it's hamburger bliss.
And remember, Wendy's pickup window is open late, so you can eat great even late.
You worry about your car lasting? Imagine going 500 miles in one stretch at 200 miles an hour. That can zap the life right out of your car. That's why my team has always used Havoline Motor Oil, the same unique formulation you can get for your car. That's the kind of protection I'm talking about. Why aren't you guys working?
Buy 12 quarts of Havoline Motor Oil and get a free U.S. soccer cap. Hurry, it's a kick. Only from Havoline.
certainly picked his moments.
Back at Pocono Raceway, looking down on the Pennsylvania 500, presented by America Online. We're under the caution flag, and Bill Elliott is the race leader. I told you that Rusty Wallace got off pit road first, but that was because Elliott has the first pit stall at the end of the pit lane. Watch Rusty with his momentum built up coming down the pit lane, and then watch Elliott leave from his stall right there. Watch the line. Boom, he got it. Elliott there first. Yep. So even though Rusty had momentum and continued past him, Elliott got the nose of his car to that stripe first, and that's what it takes. Bill Elliott is your leader. Let's go to Mike Hogwood.
Terry Labonte, as we documented the Iron Man of this sport, no racer wants to get out. How hard was that to climb out of that race car, Terry?
It was hard, but after what happened to us at Loudon up there, I really couldn't take a chance on getting involved in a wreck and messing my leg up any worse. I think by the time we get to Indy, it's going to be okay, and so we got another off weekend next weekend, so it was the best thing to do. I hated it for our Kellogg's team there, but these guys are doing a good job. Rich is going to do a good job. He ran good up here last year, and I think we got a pretty good car there, so we'll see what he can do.
Terry Labonte's day is done, but he wants to be ready for Indy, so he's going to call it an afternoon.
Well, another guy whose day is done, unfortunately, is Mark Martin. The Roush machine has just been pushed behind the wall. And, Mark, what happened?
We broke something in the engine, in the top end valve train or something or other, and did that about 10 laps ago, and then ran about 10 laps, and then had a catastrophic failure there.
His third DNF of the year. Mark Martin has 14 top fives here at Pocono. It will not be a 15. To Marty Schneider.
Well, Dale Earnhardt came in 12th, came out 28th, and this is the reason why. Ron Otto's air gun, the lug nut stuck in the air gun, and it's stuck on there, and the front tire changer had to change the rest of the lugs, however, on Dale Earnhardt's car. So he came out 28th, came in running 12th. Jeremy Mayfield came in running second, a little loose. They took out some wedge in the right rear. That should tighten him up just a little bit. And Bill Elliott came out with a lead with a fast stop. He was a little loose in, a little tied off. They added 1 pound of right foot air pressure. That should tighten him up going into the corners. And they went up on the track bar. That should loosen him up coming off.
And, in fact, further updating the Dale Earnhardt situation, because where the scoring line is in the center of pit road, he's actually in 35th position by the time the restart line shakes itself out. Before and after pit stops, great job by Bill Elliott's team, gaining him the race lead. Rusty Wallace's crew picking him up a spot. In fact, everybody except Jeff Gordon's on that panel gaining positions.
You don't see Jeremy Mayfield real close up there, though.
He's back in 7th position. There's Mayfield's car.
Park had a good stop. Yep. He's now running in 6th position. If you're on that yellow number 1 today, that could be a real strong car. He had a tough qualifying run just because he took it so easy. Here in June, he was on the gas hard in qualifying and wound up wrecking his primary car, so he decided to featherfoot it during qualifying this time around and started in the 10th position. Right now, he's running in 6th spot. They've got a good car and a good team.
So let's set the restart order for you as we get set to go back at it. Bill Elliott is out front. Rusty Wallace is 2nd. Jeff Gordon is 3rd. 4th is Jeff Burton, and Tony Stewart is 5th. Steve Park is 6th. Jeremy Mayfield 7th. Bobby Labonte 8th. Ricky Rudd 9th. And Dale Jarrett is 10th. And the rest of the top 15, Jerry Nadeau, Johnny Benson, Joe Nemechek, Matt Kenseth, and John Andretti. Pace car's off. We'll get set to go back at it again. And down to the inside, it is Dave Marcus trying to get a lap back from race leader Bill Elliott. Mayfield's not wasted any time trying to gain a couple of those lost spots back. He's up to the outside of Park for 7th. And to the inside of Stewart for 6th.
No way that camera's going to survive that. Somebody's going to flatten that out, I'm sure. They put the rumble strips on the inside of the 3rd turn and also the 2nd turn. That helps keep the drivers from running too tight. It used to be that they put 2 wheels right in the infield here at Pocono to try and get some extra speed. They can't do that anymore.
Elliott, your leader?
Well, he's going really well. He's having a terrific run this afternoon.
As the field, busts its way back into turn number 1. 30 laps complete, coming up on the 100-mile mark in the Pennsylvania 500. He's not in the race. We'll be back.
Now that Napa Auto Parts and accessories are available online, have we suddenly become hipper? Well, maybe a little. NapaOnline.com, where the world's largest inventory of ready-to-ship parts and expert advice you depend on in our stores, are now available online around the clock. And if something isn't right, you can ship it back or return it to your participating Napa store and we'll make it right. Actually, this is pretty hip.
NASCAR Passing by Team Monte Carlo.
Come on, man, go, go, go. You're never going to get by anybody this far behind us. Go. The big hell on the right. Let's go, go, go. Blah, blah, blah. What'd you say? I guess my 7 NASCAR championships are clogging up my ears, huh? Now here, there's 2 ways to do this. There's my way and the wrong way.
Want to be like the Earnhardts? Drive the all-new Chevy Monte Carlo. The cars more champions depend on. Chevy, we'll be there.
Hi, I'm Jenny, and I have an aging father. I constantly fear what might happen to him in an emergency, but this revolutionary device by Life Alert puts me at ease. It summons the paramedics and Dad's doctor. Even if he cannot reach a phone, Dad will be able to contact Life Alert for help 24 hours a day. Life Alert's computers know all about my father's heart condition and who to call during an emergency. Call to get free details by mail. Give yourself peace of mind and help your parents to maintain independent living.
Thank God for Life Alert. I owe my life to it. I know. My life was on the line and they saved it.
Call the number on your screen to receive your free information about Life Alert's round-the-clock 24-hour protection. The phone call and the information are free. Don't delay. Please call this toll-free number now.
Back at Pocono, the car in the circle is Sterling Marlin's. He's going to have a problem. And any second now.
You can see the smoke come out as he shifts down to go in the corner there.
That's the point in the front straightaway that they grab, that's the downshift, right?
That's the downshift right there. And this, you're running close to 200 miles an hour, and you try to synchronize the motor with the transmission, but as you can see, it didn't work there. And the one reason that's happening a lot right now is that motors are more aggressive now, close to 800 horsepower, and when you do a lot of shifting, of course, it's harder on the drivetrain.
And they're twisting them. I mean, I talked to a bunch of the motor builders in the garage this morning, and they're all talking about running around 9,000 RPM today. All you have to do is miss a shift, and somewhere around there, you're at 9,200, and kaboom, engine's gone.
So we are under caution. Another engine failure. Mark Martin and now Sterling Marlin are in the garage area early in this Pennsylvania 500 presented by America Online.
It's time to race on the Superstation.
Hey, NASCAR fans, TBSSuperstation.com puts you in the driver's seat for the Pennsylvania 500. Log on during the race and choose from 6 exclusive in-car race feeds. Check out the high-speed racing games and go behind the scenes of Team TBS at number 75, Wally Dallenbach.
If you really want to know your NASCAR, log on to TBSSuperstation.com.
There's a lot more to working in AutoZone than looking up parts or ringing up sales. And it has to do with taking pride in taking care of customers. Like testing an old part before selling a new one. Or simply having what they need when they need it. In other words, it's about taking care of people who take care of cars. And that's what we do best at AutoZone.
You worry about your car lasting? Imagine going 500 miles in one stretch at 200 miles an hour. That gets out the life right out of your car. That's why my team has always used Havoline Motor Oil, the same unique formulation you can get for your car. That's the kind of protection I'm talking about. Why aren't you guys working?
Buy 12 quarts of Havoline Motor Oil and get a free U.S. soccer cap. Hurry, it's a kick, only from Havoline.
You're on Love Matters. When love matters, I'm here to help. Dave?
Yeah, I'm having this problem with my girlfriend. It's kind of involved.
Diarrhea. Get it, and you want it gone.
You're a really good listener, you know.
He needs
I really
Imodium AD.
Imodium Advanced. It's even better.
Only Imodium Advanced relieves diarrhea plus cramps and bloating by combining 2 medicines, and it's even faster than Imodium AD.
So was I right to invite my mom along on my honeymoon?
Oh, Dave, absolutely.
Imodium Advanced. Faster relief you can count on.
Racing Radios, the leader in racing communications worldwide. Call us today at 1-800-669-1522 for all your two-way needs for race teams and scanners and headsets for the fans. Mack Trucks are furnished by Clement Chevy Mack Sales. For all your truck and tractor needs, call Clement at 1-800-369-MACK. Featherlight, the official trailer of NASCAR, CART, IRL, NHRA, ASA, and World of Outlaws. Remember to call Featherlight for all your trailer and motor coach needs at 800-800-1230.
Coming up Tuesday night, 7:35 Eastern on the Superstation, the Florida Marlins visit the Atlanta Braves. Catch all the Braves action only on the Superstation. Under yellow here at Pocono for Sterling Marlin's blown engine. He's dropped quite a bit of oil down one of the straightaways, so while we have the opportunity under the yellow, let's get in another break and come back for the restart.
The new Pro Start Plus battery from Pep Boys. Every size, every battery, one great price, $39.99. And in 16 sizes, Pro Start Plus fits almost all cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs at just $39.99. Pep Boys.
Cars like us. People love us.
Summer means kicking back with a cool Sonic Slush. Choose from any of our luscious fresh fruit slushes or try a blue coconut, bubblegum, or new watermelon flavor. There's a taste for everyone. Sonic, your summer flavor place.
Never once did your car ask you for jewelry or flowers. Never once did it ask you if it looks fat, or did it get mad at you for leaving the seat up. Your car always gives you exactly what you want. Doesn't it deserve something special in return?
Hey there, is that a Coors Light in your pocket, or?
Oh, actually, you know what? It is a Coors Light in my pocket.
That's cold.
Heidi, please.
Oh, I left my ID in my other pants.
Hey, congratulations! You are the 1 millionth person to try the old ID in the other pants excuse. Congratulations! Now get out of here!
Say, how about some blinds? Get them fast. Only Lowe's cuts the blinds you want with great brand names like Springs Faux Wood and Levelor. All in around 15 minutes. All at a guaranteed low price. Custom size now blinds. Now at Lowe's. Improving home improvement.
As soon as he hit 30, Dad started losing his hair.
I had it when I needed it.
So I knew it could be in the cards for me. And at the first sign of fallout, I checked it out with a dermatologist. And he said Rogaine every day, right at the source of the problem. I've used Rogaine for 2 years now, and I don't see any difference. And that's the idea. You keep the hair you have.
Rogaine. Recommended more by dermatologists than any other treatment.
It's stronger than heredity.
After 34 laps, 85 miles have been completed, the 200 to be run. Elliott's the story right now. 6 lead changes, 2 cautions for 7 laps, and very slow after a couple of cautions with blown engines here in the early going. Guy you see on drag strips, you see on short tracks all over the Midwest and the Automobile Racing Club of America. Once in a while doing a little football. Guy named Glanville. Jerry Glanville is with us right now as well. Jerry, watching Bill Elliott out here, I understand he made some big changes this morning as far as the personnel down on pit road.
Well, they got out on the pit stop, and what they did, they took their rear tire changer, moved him to the front, took their front tire changer, moved him to the rear, and said, we're going to be faster just by switching these 2 tire changers, and they got him out first.
Let's go to Mike Hogwood.
And we're in the garage with Sterling Marlin, who loves this racetrack, but not today. You're not in love with it.
Yeah, I usually run pretty good. I really enjoy racing here and had some real good runs, but we had all the right springs and shocks and the motor, but it's all on the truck. So We was kind of off on it early. We tried a chassis combination that we never had run here. It's just real tight, and we got the caution come in. I think we got it fixed about halfway, and then run like 2 laps and lost something in the engine. But the Coors Light team worked real hard, and we'll just come back next week and try to get them again.
Sterling Marlin certainly disappointed today at a racetrack that, as we have documented, is very tough on motors, Ken.
Yeah, tough on motors, Jerry. And I think the big point here is about this shifting. You can't use that shifter for a brake.
And that's exactly what Sterling Marlin did. While he was going into turn 1, he downshifted. And I drive for Ernie Elliott. Ernie Elliott tells me, you better get slower with the brake and get faster with downshifting. And Sterling was doing just the opposite.
Mayfield is having a very good day, and he made some big changes this morning.
What shocked me about Mayfield, very fast qualifying, tremendous in the happy hour, and then this morning, he changed the rear end. He said, I don't like to feel the rear end. I want more camber in the right rear tire. And so they changed rear ends at 8 o'clock this morning.
So there you have it. A story on a couple of the principals here from the man himself, the coach, Blandville. And we'll be back with more of the Pennsylvania 527th Annual from Pocono, Pennsylvania, following these messages.
Whether you drive the family truck or the number 21 Citgo Taurus, when you pull into the pits, your neighborhood Citgo has the fuel you need to fill your tank and keep you going.
He's upside down. This one has to go like that.
Some children imagine that their father is the most powerful man in the world. Wonder where they got that idea. The 300 horsepower Silverado. The truck from Chevrolet.
It's not just a new sign. It's a new Midas. Expanded services, new genuine Midas parts, a lifetime guarantee. We're more than mufflers. We're a new way to keep a good thing going. Go Midas.
About a Wendy's classic double with cheese. I'd have made the same choice. But it's hamburger bliss.
And remember, Wendy's pickup window is open late, so you can eat great even late.
Hi, I'm Tammy. What do you look like?
I'll take it. Me too.
The Pennsylvania 500, presented by America Online on the Superstation. Brought to you by Chevrolet Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. By Midas, we're a whole new way to keep a good thing going. Go Midas. By Wendy's Classic Hamburgers, it's hamburger bliss. And by Circuit City, the official electronics and appliance store of NASCAR.
Back at Pocono Raceway, we're less than a lap away from the restart. About half the field chose to come in and top off the fuel on this last lap of caution. Dale Earnhardt among those who came in. Mike Skinner still sitting there and waiting to rejoin the end of the field. We'll get a follow-up report on that in a minute. Coming next Sunday on TBS, a young fan gets a magic ticket into the movie world of his favorite action film character. Miss Arnold Schwarzenegger in the Superstation premiere of Last Action Hero. It's next Sunday only on the Superstation. Let's go down to pit road. Marty Snyder.
Well, most of these guys in the back, Alan, decided to come in basically because this will put them back on mostly a normal pit stop schedule. Pit stop should normally come around lap 40, currently lap 36, so this should put them on a normal schedule. Earnhardt also took advantage of the yellow to ask Kevin Hamlin a question. His crew chief, he said, how the right front look after that last run? Hamlin replied, it looked pretty good. Earnhardt's response, so I can lay on it this time. Hamlin said, go for it. So Earnhardt's charge from the back should be pretty good. Let's go to Mike Massaro.
Well, guys, some interesting radio communication going on right now. Jeff Gordon had just radioed in to Robbie Loomis, and he says,
The car runs extremely well in the clean air. However, if somebody gets behind him, he gets extremely loose. Well, the Ricky Rudd team was listening in on that conversation, and Ricky Rudd's spotter radioed out to him. He told them that information. Ricky Rudd's response was, "Thanks for the information. I'll try to make it as painless as possible." Guys.
Green flag is in the air. Gordon running third, Rudd fourth behind Bill Elliott and Rusty Wallace. After a somewhat lengthy cleanup, we're back racing once again. Here comes Mayfield. He's looking for fifth spot on Jeff Burton into the corner. 71 car there. Second one in line is Dave Marcus. He is a lap down.
Only guy who is a lap down who is still running right now is Dave Marcus in the 71. All the rest of these cars are on the lead lap.
And the bad part about that right at the moment is these guys, to catch the leader right at the moment, needs to be in front of Dave Marcus, and he's circling right around in the way.
Back with Robert Presley, deep in the field in some pretty heavy traffic. Robert running in 20th position. Our telemetry, one of the cars we have the wires hooked up on, Robert Presley's machine is. Let's take a look at the kind of top speed he gets in traffic down this front straightaway. We saw in happy hour yesterday, a couple of guys get up to...
Whoa, trouble right in front of him. Pruitt and the 11 of Bodine came together. That was almost a big
Clear
wreck.
all around, all clear.
Whoa.
You see the hand signals there. That's the way drivers communicate with the car behind them. They put their hand up like that to let them know that a couple of cars got together there and they wasn't up to speed.
Good timing on the telemetry shot.
Yeah. So what I started to say was, sorry, in happy hour yesterday, they got up to about 197, 198 at the end of that front straightaway.
I saw 9,000 RPM there before he shifted gears there. About 158. Now there's right at 175 across the short chute, 183.84 into the corner.
Inside of Scott Pruitt in turn number 3. Bill Elliott, the race leader. Rusty Wallace in second. Have opened up a little gap on Jeff Gordon in third, Ricky Rudd in fourth, and Jeremy Mayfield, who runs fifth. As you see the interval between them, 100 miles complete when the leaders come back around to the start-finish line.
I can tell by looking whether a vehicle's been driven hard or not. This guy's one of my regular customers. Scorched brake rotors, beat-up oil pan, probably never takes his foot off the gas. He trusts me to make sure it performs, and I trust CarQuest Auto Parts. I mean, you never know. Someday you might need to give me a ride.
CarQuest for quality auto-light spark plugs. The key to sure starts and smooth-running engines. That's why pros turn to auto-light spark plugs. CarQuest, a professional choice.
It's Honda's Red Hot Summer. Now the best time to ride is the best time to buy, because from now until the end of July, you can get our lowest payments available on XIs and ATVs, or choose no payments for 3 months, and both offers let you ride off with no down payment. It's easy with your Honda car. And now, gear up with 200 Honda bonus bucks when you purchase any new XR in Honda's lineup. Honda's Red Hot Summer. It's the sales event of the year.
What?
Nobody, but nobody beats a best deal. Best Automotive gives you a GM Quick Lube Plus oil change in 29 minutes or it's free. We provide quick courier service with more than 140 combined years of GM Goodrich Service Plus. So for the fastest oil change around, come to Best Automotive.
When you need a new driveway or a driveway repaved, call Henson Paving, your local leader in paving. You've ridden on their work, you just might not have known it. Henson Paving can resurface your existing driveway or build one from the dirt up. All driveways are installed with the same care and attention to quality that we give our biggest contract jobs. When you need paving, think Henson Paving. When you need a driveway, there's only one place to call, Henson Paving. Look for us in the white pages. Henson Paving, making things go smoothly for over 30 years.
Go presents Who Won? Last year's Pennsylvania 500 at Pocono was one of the most exciting in the track's 25 years of hosting NASCAR Winston Cup racing. There were 27 lead changes among 15 drivers and several high-speed accidents, which brought out the caution flag 9 times for a total of 49 laps.
There were several serious contenders for the win. Pole sitter Mike Skinner led the most laps on the day, dominating the first half of the race. Jeff Gordon took 2 turns at the front before shredding a tire and dropping off the pace. And Steve Park made a run at his first career victory, leading his latest lap 167. But who won? It was Bobby Labonte, completing his season sweep of both Pocono races, leading the final 33 laps for his second victory of Pocono of the 1999 season.
Back at Pocono, the Pennsylvania 500 presented by America Online. A moment ago, the lead changing hands. This is Rusty Wallace on the move.
Down the Long Pond straightaway as they head towards the tunnel turn. Been a very popular place for lead changes today as Rusty Wallace looks to the inside. Bill rolls out of the throttle, lets him go on down in the corner. And we have another leader now, Rusty Wallace.
And on that same straightaway a lap later, the yellow is out once more.
Kaboom! Another blown engine. This time John Andretti for his second engine launch of the weekend. Meanwhile, right now, down on pit road, in comes the leader, Bill Elliott, on pit road.
Now you've just given up the lead to Rusty. Remember, so this is second place. Bill Elliott is in. Most of the other front runners have stayed out. Some of the cars in the middle of the field have pitted. Let's cover the Elliott stop.
And the reasoning for the Bill Elliott stop is Mike Ford, one of the crew chiefs for Bill Elliott's team, goes like this will put them inside their fuel window. They're going to change right side tires only. The car actually going to change 4 tires now. That was a last-second call by Mike Ford. They are going to change 4 tires. The car is very good. They will make no adjustments on Bill Elliott's car. And the advantage of doing this is it puts them inside their fuel window and a 17.3-second stop.
Fuel window meaning that they can make the race on a certain number of pit stops from here to the finish on the mileage that they get with a full tank.
Yeah, well, we'll see if that works. The engines are blowing up here. Those calculations are going to be tough to make. We're talking about those engine failures. The guy who builds the engines on John Andretti's car, he just saw it go up in smoke. And I had a conversation this morning, and I said, when you guys are turning these motors up around 9,000 RPM, what's the most fragile part? Is it pistons or rods or valve train or what? He said, Dick, it's absolutely everything. They threaten every single part of these engines. They're all running now with very light components to make the most possible horsepower. Coming into today, there had been 34 engine DNFs in just the last 6 races here. We've had 3 today.
So Bill Elliott gives up second spot for a pit stop under caution. We'll check where he'll restart in just a moment. Back to Pocono in a moment.
The year 2018, a place, a world where they buy your body parts for cash.
Life Corps wants to be certain that you understand the gravity of the contract.
And when the bill is due, you pay with your life.
Find him and kill him.
Don't you get it? You're the prize.
Welcome to the future, where the cost of living is death. Eric Roberts, Carrie Elways, and Sarah Winter. Race Against Time. World premiere. Tonight at 8 on TNT.
Pocono Raceway is one of NASCAR's most exciting tracks.
Mayfield going for his second career win. He bounces him out of the way. Earnhardt goes high. Mayfield is going to win here at Pocono.
Don't miss out on the action in 2001. Pocono recently added 17,000 grandstand seats. Call now to receive a preferred customer order form for great seats in 2001. When ordering your tickets, check out the Pit Paddock Pass. It's the closest you can get to see your favorite cars and drivers. Call toll-free 1-800-RACEWAY. That's 1-800-RACEWAY.
Nice looking jacket.
Special edition.
Leather.
Name your price, man.
Your hat.
Some people will give anything, hey Jack, to own the special edition NASCAR 2000 jacket. But it's yours for just $169 when you buy any Exide Select battery. And you'll be helping the kids at Duke Children's Hospital.
Hey, Jack. Where's your hat?
Look for details wherever Exide Select is sold.
Nice hat.
Thanks.
There it is. Let's go.
On the left.
Want to get the coolest stuff in the world? Go to Miller's Get the Goods online auction. Find tons of cool stuff. Plus a chance to help a charity. Details at MillerGetTheGoods.com and wherever you buy Miller Lite.
Don't wait up.
Rusty Wallace's crew chief Robin Pemberton and the other brain trust of the Penske Racing South team making their calculations after deciding to leave Rusty on the racetrack. Under this caution flag, he is the leader of the Pennsylvania 500. And that is not the ride Mark Martin expected to have today. Mark, one of 3 drivers out of the event early with engine failures. Mark went out at lap 25, Sterling Marlin at lap 31, and now John Andretti at lap 41, all with power plants that have failed in the opening 100 miles of this event.
That's Robert Yates right there, Dale Jarrett, crew chief, car owner.
And a man with power plants that are well known for their horsepower and reliability.
Yeah, they handle in a straight line usually very well.
All right, we're getting set to go back at it. Field comes off the corner. Let's update you that Bill Elliott, giving up second spot for the pit stop, is back in 27th now. Stacy Compton came down pit road. Michael Waltrip was in. Brett Bodine, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Dale Earnhardt, Ken Schrader. Just some of the cars that stopped under this caution, and the green is back in the air.
Just a ride in the park. You can see him fighting that car as he goes through the corners. As the air pressures and the heat gets back in the tires, they handle a little bit better. But Rusty is one of those drivers that really works on the steering wheel when he goes through the corners. And right there, just correcting just a little bit to keep it in a good straight line as he starts up out of the corner.
Now, you notice Rusty did not shift in the 4th gear on that long pond straightaway that a lot of the others have been.
I've noticed 2 or 3 of the cars that are already out of the race today are the people that have shifted 4 times around the racetrack. Rusty shifts just past the start-finish line here. Watch him jerk it right there, and as he starts down into turn 1, he'll shift back again.
While you watch Rusty lead Jeff Gordon and Jeremy Mayfield, we are just past 100 miles. Let's take a look at the full field in the upper left of your screen. Wallace, Gordon, and Mayfield are the top 3. All have led laps earlier in the event. Ricky Rudd has had a very nice day so far. He's moved up from 14th starting spot. And Steve Park solidly in the top 10 all race long. He started 10th. There's Dale Jarrett, who's moved up to the 7th position. Bobby Labonte started 13th. He runs 8th. And Johnny Benson running well in the early going also. Jerry Nadeau fell back in the opening laps from 6th starting spot. Now he's starting to kind of pick his way forward. There's Tony Stewart, the pole sitter. His car ill handling in the opening segment of this race. And now he is trying to pick his way back after losing ground early in the run. Ward Burton started way at the back of the field. He started in 37th position. He's up to 16th. And now we're going to start to get back into some of those who made the top off the fuel pit stops under this caution, like Michael Waltrip, Kenny Wallace, and Ed Berrier, and Dale Earnhardt, and so on. Earnhardt had a lug nut get hung on a pit stop earlier, dropped him way back to 28th position at the time. And now he's trying to make up lost ground from there. Again, just the 3 cars out of the race, and Andretti, Marlin, and Martin all out with engine failures. The 3 cautions that we've had have all been for those problems. And that is the way things stand here, just after 100 miles in this Pennsylvania 500.
Now, how many times in races this year have we seen this scene? Rusty Wallace leading early in the event, leading lap after lap after lap, only at the end to go home disappointed. It has been the talk of the garage this weekend. Shirley around the Penske car. What strategy do they need to use in order to close the deal today, in order to finally win when they have the very best race car? They have led more laps and more miles this year than anybody, but just 1 win so far.
The most recent retiree in the event is with Mike Hogwood now.
And it's John Andretti, who had motor problems qualifying, motor problems today. What is it about this racetrack that is so tough on these motors?
It's these long straightaways. They're just on them so long. You're in high RPM. And the motor builders, I mean, a lot is being asked of them to build more powerful engines. And to do that, you got to lighten up the stuff. And therefore, it gets weaker. But my qualifying in this problem was unrelated. This one was a big blowout. The other one was just a fun picture.
Tough day for the driver of car 43, John Andretti.
He's going to finish 41st out of 43 in this one. Here's Dale Earnhardt Jr. in some heavy traffic. Jr. running in 28th spot.
I saw his hand go up in the air with all that traffic. If that was me, I'd raise my hand and say, "Can I leave now?"
You wouldn't.
Man,
if that were you right there, yes, you would raise your hand. Both of them probably, and ask for forgiveness for being there. But as they come off the corner, Earnhardt right now is putting Dave Marcus back just in front of him, Jimmy Spencer, as he's trying to fight his way up to the front, but he's just not handling the way he wants to handle.
Don't forget, this is a backup car after a practice crash here on Saturday. New second-place runner, Jeremy Mayfield, around Jeff Gordon to pick up the number 2 spot. So Mayfield, one of the early leaders in this event, trying to maneuver his way back to the head of the line. 48 laps in to the Pennsylvania 500, presented by America Online at Pocono.
Listen up! You first-time jumpers, you got a few butterflies. That's okay. Follow my lead and enjoy the ride. Oh, by the way, there's ice-cold Budweiser's waiting back at the ranch.
Remember, Jared, he lost 245 pounds on his own diet, which included Subway's low-fat sandwiches and lots of walking. Well, it's been a year, so let's see how he's doing.
Looking buff, Jared.
Way to go, Jared! I guess that answers our question. Thanks to 7 Subway sandwiches with 6 grams of fat or less and laying off the burgers and fries, Jared's looking pretty good. He's still a Subway fan and a true inspiration to dieters everywhere. Subway, the way a sandwich should be.
In a world where a collect call can cost you dearly, 2 warriors show the way. 1-800-CALL-ATT presents Dialing Dragons. The rates are low, but the action is sky high with
1-800-CALL-ATT. Very clever, but perhaps you forgot. Light of the mongoose.
You'll laugh, you'll cry, you'll dial
1-800-CALL-ATT. You have saved big bucks, my son. The student has become the teacher.
1-800-CALL-ATT. iPhones everywhere.
You know, Robert Yates, Todd Parrott, the whole 88 team, they're not just people I work with, they're like family to me.
Families are real important in NASCAR. My father got me into it, and now it's my turn. Hey, can I borrow the keys to your car this weekend? No.
Families are great support, but I compete with my brother. So do the Burtons, the Wallaces, and we all want to win.
Hey, look, I love my brothers, but I'm not going to let them pass me on Sunday.
This is NASCAR.
Dad.
No.
Don't forget to log on to TBSSuperstation.com during today's coverage of the Pennsylvania 500. Got all the in-car cameras up there for you. That's TBSSuperstation.com. 51 laps complete in the event. Now let's go downstairs to Ken Squire and Jerry Glanville.
I've got 127.5 miles done here, Jerry. And you've got Wallace and Mayfield up in front out of the same racing stable, looking very strong right now.
Well, you know, in qualifying, I went down to turn 1 just to see who drove it in the deepest, and it was Wallace was the deepest. And guess who was standing next to me? Michael Kranifus. He was down there to watch Mayfield, and Mayfield took it into turn 1, the second deepest. So there they are, sitting in 1-2 spot.
But that's what they were checking to see who went the furthest down on that 14-degree banking. There you see them, first and second at the present time, with Jeff Gordon maintaining third. And just behind them, Ricky Rudd, into number 28, running in fourth. And there's quite a story developed on Rudd's car in the past couple of days.
Well, it was funny. Ricky Rudd, after happy hour, they were not happy with the Robert Yates motor. They said, it doesn't feel like a Yates motor. So this morning at 8 o'clock in car number 28, they put a brand new Yates motor in there, and I bet they're glad they did that now.
It's just staying there. Looks like he's stabilized and wants just to hang on to these front 3 guys. He's been running 4th, 5th, and 6th for some time. There you see Jeff Burton in the number 99, who's also having a good ride thus far this afternoon.
And Jeff Burton, he's in a Roush car, and as we sit here and watch these people shift, the Roush motors shift first. So they have...
Now, when you say they shift first, up here at the start line, you mean?
Yeah, at the start-finish line, they're the first ones to shift. So that tells me they're not taking them to the high RPMs that the other motors are going to.
A lot of them are shifting about 500 to 600 feet beyond the start-finish line. And yesterday, in the training periods, morning and the happy hour, you could see them working very hard to try to find just the right spot. And then they marshal their troops, and they all seem to hit the same spot.
And one thing about the Roush motor, they got the low torque. So the Roush motor torques it off, and they shift early.
Take a look at Steve Park running here in 6th. That car number 1 looking for a good day. It hasn't had many this season. And following him is Jarrett in the 88. And remember, he has only won once this year in that number 88 and hoping to make some ground today in that point standing battle. Up in front, coming into today, Bobby Labonte, and Earnhardt was the story there, closing to 45 points in second place. And he's back in 17th right now and closing up on the field. Another guy I'm really impressed by is Matt Kenson. He stays right around 10th or 11th with that number 17. You're riding with the leaders down this 3,700-foot straightaway, longest one in Winston Cup racing, up on the 14-degree banking. And here's Tony Stewart in. Stewart making a surprise stop on pit road.
Well, they're doing the, we can see outside tires and getting the windshield. I don't know if they're going to do 4 tires, but he's had a vibration in that car all day.
The pole sitter set a new record for this race in qualifying. On pit road, left side's coming on to Tony Stewart's car. One of the last cars to attempt qualifying. And the weather had cooled just a little. A slight shower had rolled across the Pocono Mountains. Now he's rolling back out on the pit road, but he'll come from the rear of the field. And right now, when you talk about rear of the field, you're talking about 39 cars in the lead lap.
And you can see him coming out here, Ken. He's going to have to hustle because here comes Wallace bearing down on him. And look at Wallace and Mayfield. 2 guys that will take it into turn 1 as deep as anybody here. There's the downshift after he slowed the car down. He will not downshift to slow the car down.
Use the brake all the way going in. Let's go to Mike Hogwood on pit road.
The problem with Tony Stewart, he felt that he might have a tire going down. It was getting very, very loose. They told him to come in, and it was the right rear tire. Indeed, it was getting flat. That's the reason for the stop for Tony Stewart.
So he is on the tail end of the lead lap, and it's going to be fun to watch him try to cut the mustard as he fights his way back through the field. What about the first part of this race, Jerry? They're launching engines out here like Frisbees in the park on a Sunday afternoon, 3 in about the first 100 miles.
Well, I think what you have to do is qualify with your light crank. But if you really want to finish this race, they're going to have to go back to heavy interior parts. And that means a heavier crank so you can finish the race.
So Stewart runs on the tail end of the lead lap. And just about 25 car lengths behind, here come those leaders, those Fords of Wallace and Mayfield. Behind them, Gordon. Then you have Rudd, Burton, and Clark in the top 6. Dale Jarrett line there. And Benson in the number 28, sustained in the 8th position.
And one thing, we're watching Mayfield here. Cranifis told me yesterday the difference in this race team is one guy, and that's the driver. They said Mayfield now not only has confidence, he has the right to direct the crew on how to correct the car. He didn't have that before. He's the only guy that can make a correction on the car, and they think Mayfield has really grown into something special.
So what does that mean? Did they change the crew chief or something?
Yeah, they changed the crew chief because Mayfield had to call the shot to get the car like he liked it. And Michael Cranifis says Mayfield knows by the seat of his pants what the car needs, and he says, I feel we wasted 3 years. Now we're on the right track.
And he knows by the seat of his pants how to move around turn 4 and move the Intimidator out of first spot as we saw in June. We'll be back with more in a moment.
Whatever life throws your way, you got to be ready. No sweat. You've got Speed Stick Clear Stick Antiperspirant. Unlike gels, Clear Stick goes on dry to keep you dry. And dry, clearly, is the whole idea. Speed Stick Clear Stick.
Now that Napa Auto Parts and accessories are available online, have we suddenly become hipper? Well, maybe a little. NapaOnline.com, where the world's largest inventory of ready-to-ship parts and expert advice you depend on in our stores, are now available online around the clock. And if something isn't right, you can ship it back or return it to your participating Napa store and we'll make it right. Actually, this is pretty hip.
Meet Martin Delicious, Storm Chaser. Some head for the basement. He heads for a Chevy S10. It's got advantages over Ford Ranger, like better fuel economy, a bigger bed, and standard four-wheel anti-lock brakes on every model. Because if you want to outrun Mother Nature, you need every advantage you can get. Chevy S10, like a rock.
Whatever life throws your way, you got to be ready. No sweat. You've got Speed Stick Clear Stick Antiperspirant. Unlike gels, Clear Stick goes on dry to keep you dry. And dry, clearly, is the whole idea. Speed Stick Clear Stick.
Every week on the Superstation, there's a storm shaking the ground, pushing the limits. Thunder. Last week, Chronic cleaned house and left the filthy animals in pain. Lieutenant Loco sent Flair to boot camp and unleashed a down and dirty cat fight. Then the heat was on as Steiner and Jarrett faced a reunited Harlem Heat, only to divide and conquer. This Wednesday night on the Superstation, feel the thunder. Thunder. Wednesday, 9:05 Eastern, only on the Superstation.
Back at Pocono Raceway, this was just a moment ago. Third position about to change hands. Ricky Rudd continues his march toward the front.
As he goes by Jeff Gordon down, he just had a great run up out of the corner there, coming down through the third turn. You can see down the front straightaway. Great horsepower.
And the leader continues to be Rusty Wallace, with Rudd and Gordon trying to close in on he and Jeremy Mayfield, and Wallace coming up on the back bumper of Tony Stewart. Stewart made that green flag pit stop we showed you a moment ago. And Tony runs right now in 39th position.
Rusty's going to have to pit in about 10 laps. They just told him over the radio. So Stewart's in a pretty good position here, at least potentially. That may not be as disastrous as it looked at the beginning, because if everybody else in the lead lap has to pit coming up shortly, it could be all right for him.
Alan, the car that's flying up through the field right now is Ricky Rudd. That black car that just come by there, he is picking them up, putting them down, and he knows how to get around this racetrack. Never has won here, but he's been second 3 times.
And finished third here after some damage in an incident with another car in the race at Pocono 5 weeks ago. So 60 laps are complete now in this Pennsylvania 500. That puts us at the 150-mile mark. And kind of the general broad scope of the picture is we've had a number of engine failures in the early going that have taken out John Andretti, Sterling Marlin, and Mark Martin. And we've had, through those cautions, some different people playing some different pit strategies. Everybody pitted at lap 26. Then under caution at lap 36, a number chose to top off the fuel. Dale Earnhardt included in that group. And then at lap 41, under the third caution, Bill Elliott, Michael Waltrip, Brett Bodine, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Kevin LePage, Rick Mast, Ted Musgrave, Dale Earnhardt, Chad Little, Schrader, Rich Bickle driving Terry Labonte's car, Mike Bliss, Kyle Petty, and Stacy Compton all came in and took fuel. Those cars I just kind of ran you through are going to be able to run for a little while longer. The other front runners like Wallace and Mayfield and Rudd, we expect to see on pit road in about the next 7 laps. Pit stops coming up when we come back to Pocono. Rusty Wallace leads the Pennsylvania 500 presented by America Online.
From the quarter mile at St. Louis to the third turn at Talladega to the pits of Laguna Seca. Wherever innovation is the margin between win and lose, the pros reach for the same tools you do. Craftsman, the official tools of CART, NHRA, and NASCAR.
Go to freeinternet.com and see my exclusive interview with Shaquille O'Neal. It's a great interview, right, Shaq Diesel?
Right, Bob.
You don't want to miss it, right, Shaq Daddy?
Right, Bob.
It's probably the best interview of all time, right, big fella?
Right, Bob.
Remember, it's only at freeinternet.com. Hey, I used to follow your nicknames?
I think so, Babaloo.
I love it when he calls me Babaloo.
I love you, Bob.
Endless Summer RVs, the only family-owned and operated RV dealership in the area, invites you to visit our expanded showroom. Come in and see our enormous selection of new and used RVs. While you're here, take a walk through our newly remodeled parts and accessory store. We've also added service and free delivery bays for you, our customers. So stop by and visit with our friendly staff. Ask them questions. Many of them enjoy the outdoors just like you. We're located just 5 miles north of Frederick on Route 15. Camping families, serving families that camp.
4, 3, 2, 1.
The future is now with GS Digital Cable.
Play free fantasy auto racing at cnnsi.com. Get into high gear and race your way to big prizes. cnnsi.com, the ultimate address in sports. 64 laps of 200 complete in the Pennsylvania 500 presented by America Online. A new second-place runner, Ricky Rudd, has just gotten around Jeremy Mayfield. Mayfield's washed way wide down in turn number 1, so Rudd to second, Mayfield to third, behind leader Rusty Wallace, as we close in on green flag pit stops for the leaders. Another look back at that pass.
Going down, you can see the 12 car washing out there. Ricky Rudd gets back in the throttle really hard coming out of turn 1, and just motors right on by. Ricky Rudd, by far, is the quickest car on the racetrack at the moment.
Now, tires are getting tired now. We're getting close to the pit stops, and this is where it tells who can run well in a long run and who can't. Rudd is one who has proven himself in that department. He is very good on long runs.
Looking back at the interval between Rusty Wallace and Ricky Rudd on the stopwatch, that is 1.002 seconds. That's what it looks like here at Pocono. You can see the white nose of Jeremy Mayfield's Ford back there in third as they come off turn 3 and squeeze down the front straightaway by the main, come off turn 2 and down the short stretch to turn 3. A little farther back, you can kind of barely make out Jeff Gordon's Chevrolet, fourth in line, and fifth place Jeff Burton. Kind of a little perspective there on how the top 5 run. There's Dale Jarrett, way back in 6th place. He's a good 3-4 seconds behind 5th place Jeff Burton. There's the look ahead from DJ's driving seat. And out the back deck, looking towards 7th place Steve Park and 8th place Johnny Benson.
Well, it's a nice run for Benson in an unsponsored race car. Doesn't know if he's going to go much beyond this. Their team has just been purchased. He certainly has this race, obviously, but Brickyard next time may be up for that team for the year.
Mayfield dropping back. Jeff Gordon went by him just a second ago to take over third.
Well, Mayfield needs that pit stop.
Yeah, and it's coming up very shortly. On the upper left, the numbers you see on the right are the distance in seconds behind the race leader. As the drivers are on the racetrack. On the lead lap, just about everybody. All the way back to 38th spot, Tony Stewart, as Mayfield's about to lose another position. Handling really falling off on his car as they close in on the pit stop.
Alan, they reported earlier in the race, he's really good on fresh rubber, new tires on the race car, but as it starts to go away and the tires get hot, the race car loses a lot of grip coming out of the corner. The back is extremely loose on that car.
Rusty Wallace has just heard, as has Mayfield, next time by. Come on in.
And Wallace and Mayfield get some of the poorer, I guess is the right word. I was trying to think if I wanted to be that harsh, but poorer fuel mileage of any team out here. Yeah. They get the horsepower.
They get the power.
I was just going to say, 800 horses eat a lot.
Yeah. But they get some of the poorer fuel mileage, and so they will be the first to make a move to pit road under the green flag.
Whoa.
Not going to be this time.
No, Rusty was very loose, though, as he entered the straightaway there. Just out of turn 3 there. He got completely sideways.
Here comes Jeremy Mayfield. This will be at lap number 68. Mayfield led earlier in the day from laps 4 to 13, again at laps 16 and 17. Now he gives up 4th position on the racetrack for a pit stop. And he rolls along at the 55-mile-an-hour pit road speed limit. Robert Presley also in. Scott Pruitt is in. Wally Dallenbach was just on pit road under the green. Let's cover the Jeremy Mayfield stop.
And Jeremy has really struggled of late. The car is getting tighter the longer it runs. It started to get tight early in that run, and it got worse the longer he went. They're going to loosen him up with some wedge and a track bar adjustment. They have decided now to forego the track bar adjustment. It will be 4 tires. He was very happy with the car, especially at the first part of that run. And remember, we told you earlier, they knew they would be good at the beginning of a run. They were worried about the late part of a run. 18.7 on Jeremy Mayfield's stop.
A little bit long there on the stop for Mayfield's team. Now, here come Rusty Wallace, Ricky Rudd, Jeff Gordon, and Jeff Burton. All going to pit together. So the first, second, third, and fourth place cars after the Mayfield stop all come in. Mike Massaro.
And Ricky Rudd now in his pit stall. Hits his marks absolutely perfect. Crew Chief Michael McSwain calling this stop. The car's been extremely good on long runs. It looks like it's going to be 4 tires and fuel. This is a standard stop for the Texaco team. Getting those last drops of 76 Racing Fuel in. He's down off the Jackson. Back out on the racetrack. 18.2 to Mike Hogwood.
And Rusty Wallace with a great pit stop. Took on 4 tires fuel. Made a slight wedge adjustment. He is happy with the car. He's down and away.
Almost got tangled up with Ward Burton as Rusty was leaving. Ward coming in. That's going to cost somebody. Yeah. Steve Park's team chasing a loose tire. That'll be a penalty for Park. Truman's having... Who's going to win the race there? All right. We have to send him over to Sydney for our Olympic team.
You know, it's a good thing there weren't a bunch of race cars coming down pit road when he went out chasing that tire.
Remember, the rule is if you let a tire roll across pit road, you'll have to come back in for a stop-and-go penalty. More pit stops. Johnny Benson is in. Matt Kenseth's coming in. Jerry Nadeau's coming in. We've also had Dale Jarrett, Steve Park, Joe Nemechek, and Ward Burton on the pit lane. There's Nadeau ducking to his stall at the back of the picture as Benson moves toward his stop. Johnny running now after the other cars pitted up in third position. Let's go to Marty Snyder.
And what a terrific run for Johnny Benson. He is running in eighth. The car's a little bit tight. They make a wedge adjustment, try and loosen him up. That should help him both getting in and off the corners. Matt Kenseth is sitting right behind Johnny Benson. Kenseth also a little bit tight. He is running in the ninth spot. Good runs for both of these guys. Benson now down in the way. 17.5 on the stop for Johnny Benson.
Kenseth leading as well. Here's a look at what happened on the Steve Park car. There it is. It's going out. Did Dale Jarrett hit it on his way out?
I think he did snag it, and of course he started to go get it, and then they said, go back and get that tire. So he goes down through there sprinting, and these guys are pretty good athletes. They work out about 4 days a week, so pit crew guys do.
Here's Bobby Labonte, the NASCAR Winston Cup Championship leader, into the pits. He did lead a lap when everybody else peeled off, collected 5 bonus points toward the title. Now Labonte in for his service.
Made a slight adjustment there, took a roundabout out to the left rear.
It's a bit of a surprise to take a bite out of the left rear at this point. This racetrack is not noted for that, especially.
If you ever want to know whether they're taking it in or putting it in or taking it out, clockwise is putting the bite in the car. Counterclockwise, of course, takes it out.
Now, remember, we talked about some drivers topping off the fuel at the end of the last caution we had. Well, those drivers have now cycled to the head of the class, and that is your leader,
and
Dale Earnhardt.
All he needs is a caution flag.
Yeah.
In a few more laps.
Earnhardt leads. Bill Elliott is second. Dave Blaney is third. Fourth is Bobby Hamilton. And Jimmy Spencer is fifth. This in the middle of the cycle of stops. Sixth is Rick Mast. Mike Skinner is seventh. Earnhardt Jr. is eighth. Elliott Sadler is ninth. And Chad Little rounds out your top 10. So there's the interval first to second. Earnhardt and then Bill Elliott as they approach the tunnel turn.
And you see that tape on the front of the car there kind of blowing around there. Nothing to worry about, folks. That's the way they tape them off. And if it starts running hot, that's the part that they'll pull away.
But they should be able to run another 10 laps before they have to pit if we don't see a caution flag. So Earnhardt out in front, 2.5 seconds ahead of Bill Elliott, 72 of 200 laps complete in the Pennsylvania 500, presented by America Online, live on Superstation CBS.
I can't resist. You have no idea what your work means to me.
What does it mean to you?
And somebody out there knows what it's like being here.
Oh, God.
How do you write women so well?
I think of a man, and I take away reason and accountability.
It's your concert hall. It's your car. Keep it going with Midas. New services, more parts, a lifetime guarantee. We're more than mufflers. Go Midas.
Doing more, performing at my best, uses up nutrients.
New Centrum Performance helps replace them with more key B vitamins plus ginseng and ginkgo.
It helps energize my mind and body. Life's demanding, but I thrive on it.
Centrum Performance. Life demands.
You missed a spot.
Presenting The Day at the Gordons, where racing champion Jeff Gordon and his wife Brooke eat new Fritos chili and scoops. A hearty cup of chili and loads of Fritos corn chips. It's fast. It's filling. It's Fritos. Perfect for people on the go. New Fritos chili and scoops and Sloppy Joe and scoops. Nothing goes faster.
Back at Pocono under caution in the Pennsylvania 500, up in turn 3. That's Mike Bliss in the center of Jeff Gordon and Stacy Compton.
3 don't fit in that place up there. You can see Mike
No, they
Bliss
don't.
going round there. Very lucky that nobody else got involved.
No, they don't. As a matter of fact, I don't know that I've ever seen anybody successfully race 3 wide off that corner.
Well, Jeff Gordon was on the bottom. He certainly couldn't go anywhere, and Stacy Compton was just caught on the outside there, and they made contact, he and Bliss, and around went Bliss.
So caution is out. This is the 4th yellow flag, and the pace car picking up leader Dale Earnhardt. I don't think the caution is a particular hindrance to anyone, because it doesn't appear that anybody was caught a lap down through the pit stops that they made a moment ago. But it will allow Earnhardt and Bill Elliott and Dave Blaney and so on to stop and kind of get back in sync. Almost a free pass. They make their pit stop under the caution flag.
Yeah, they do that, but Earnhardt, just talking to his crew on the radio, said that he really didn't need it just then. They really would have liked to have that caution occur a few laps down the road when everybody had to pit. This time, those fellas who had pit earlier, they're the ones who are going to be all by themselves on pit road, most likely.
Now, if you're the crew chief of the guys who did just stop under the green, you've got an interesting choice. Do you come back in and get a few more, another gallon or 2 of fuel, or do you stay out and take the track position? Because now you're behind Earnhardt and Elliott and all those other guys. So, for example, Rusty Wallace, he's in 18th position right now. Does he stay out and move up to the lead when everybody else pits, or does he come in and top off the fuel tank?
That's why the crew chiefs are so well paid. those are really tough decisions, and they very often make the difference between winning and losing one of these races. It's not just getting the race car to go fast and having a great driver and great pit stops. It's strategy. Earnhardt's strategy, pit for fuel and 4.
Well, let's see.
Bill Elliott's coming in with him. Dave Blaney just behind there.
The front 17 are going to pit, and it looks like Jeff Burton is going to stay out. Rusty is going to come in. Gordon's going to come in. Rudd's going to come in. As you look at the top 3 at the caution flag making their pit stops. Marty Snyder.
And Dale Earnhardt is in. He is just a little bit tight. They debated on an air pressure adjustment. They decided not to make the air pressure adjustment. 4 tires and fuel only for Dale Earnhardt. Bill Elliott is also in. He is also tight. They are going to make an air pressure adjustment. Down 1 pound on the right front for Bill Elliott. 4 tires for Bill Elliott. 16.2 on the stop.
Good work there by Elliott's team, a 15.8.
A lot of conversation on the radio between Rusty and his crew as to whether to stay out or go in, and at the absolute last second, Rusty said they're all going in, they're all going in. He chose to go in. They took just 2 tires. Almost everybody else took 4.
So you see Rudd and Rusty coming off pit lane now. Staying on the racetrack were Jeff Burton. And let's see, who else is still out there? We've got Dale Jarrett stayed out, Steve Park stayed out, Benson, Bobby Labonte, Matt Kenseth. Those drivers stayed out, and about everybody else came down pit road and got a top off of the fuel, if you will, and most another set of tires. Now, on the last pit stop, the green stop we showed you a minute ago for Steve Park, we showed that tire getting away from his team. I want you to watch on the right side of your screen as Dale Jarrett leaves his pit. There it is, Jarrett hitting the tire from Steve Park's car. Mike Hogwood has more on that for us. Mike?
And because Jarrett's car hit the tire, there was no penalty assessed on the Steve Park team. They looked at the tapes, did NASCAR, and decided that was just a pure accident. So the rule about the new tire rule did not go into effect as far as giving the Steve Park team a penalty.
And the reason that it was not a problem for Jarrett hitting that tire, as far as the rule is concerned, is because the tire was back around the car. Right. The rule is that if you draw a line through the center of the pit box, when the crew leaves the right side of the car, all the tires have to be on the inside of that center line. And the tire was on Park's car. It still got hit, but it was on the inside of that line. Looking ahead from Jeff Burton's car at the cause of the caution flag. Who's right in front of him?
Oh,
boy.
Gordon gets into the 27 there. Good old replay.
Wow. And Burton, of all things, is the leader, staying out on the racetrack under the caution flag. Let's take a break and come back for the restart in a moment.
From the leader in ride control technology comes the latest in a long line of innovations. Introducing Monroe's revolutionary new Reflex Shock with impact sensor technology that reacts instantly, shifting between firm and soft compression in just 12 milliseconds. Combining superior comfort with a dramatic reduction in pitch and roll for maximum safety. Experience the new standard in comfort and control with the new Reflex Shock from Monroe.
Worry about your car lasting? Imagine going 500 miles in one stretch at 200 miles an hour. That can zap the life right out of your car. That's why my team has always used Havoline Motor Oil, the same unique formulation you can get for your car. Technically speaking, that's the kind of protection I'm talking about. Why aren't you guys working?
Buy 12 quarts of Havoline Motor Oil and get a free U.S. soccer cap. Hurry, it's a kick, only from Havoline.
Earth-shattering sound you get when we install a 12-inch subwoofer in your car.
Hey, Bill Duffy, what's on your plate today?
Grandpa, look who's here. We've got them all day.
Even on days like this, even after the heartburn strikes, it's not too late for Pepsid AC, because Pepsid AC controls acid before, during, or even after the start of heartburn.
Oh, they're having a great time.
No matter what's on your plate, today should be heartburn-free with Pepsid AC.
Bubba, it's great hanging with you guys. I love you, man.
But what about me?
I love you too, man. More than me?
No, man.
No, it's that whole wheat thing, isn't it? You just love that sweet frosting, don't you? You're confusing me, man. I can't choose.
You don't have to choose sides. You can have it all with Kellogg's Frosted Mini Wheat. Now in honey, too.
See, you do like him best. Chill, baby. I got you covered.
TBS's coverage of the Pennsylvania 500 presented by America Online. Coming to you live this afternoon from Eastern Pennsylvania. Note the right front fender on the Jeff Gordon car. Come back to that in just a second. First, why didn't Jeff Burton stop on this caution flag and top off the fuel like about everybody else did? Marty Snyder has a report.
Well, let's ask his crew chief, Frank Stoddard. Frankie, why not pit?
Well, track position, we'd been running fourth or fifth most of the day in the Excite car, and Jeff done a great job, but really, we only had 4 laps on our tires. Fuel mileage wasn't much of an issue. It may be a little bit of an issue if it goes green from here, but I was going to take that gamble.
He's had a good car all day long, and track position so key these days. Let's go to Mike Massaro.
Well, guys, Robbie Bloom is sitting atop the pit box, and Jeff Gordon involved in that last altercation. Robbie, how significant was the damage on the car?
That's not real bad. The worst part is we banged in the right front fender a little bit. The guys got it out pretty good on that pit stop. Might have to work on it a little bit more, but we'll be in good shape. Let's see what we got here.
Guys, on the last pit stop, they checked the right side, pulled away a bit of the fender, and changed right side tires.
The good part about the contact they had, just a little black mark just in front of the tire there, and just behind the tire is where that actual contact was. So I don't think it hurt the front end of the car that much.
I want you to look at the way that left front fender goes straight down, though, by the tire.
Yeah.
And then when we get a look at the right front fender again, the very lower corner of it there at the front of the wheel is kind of kinked in. These cars are so finely tuned aerodynamically that could, see how the right front, the lower part of that's kinked in a little bit? We'll see how that plays out.
I think you'll be okay there.
We'll come back to the restart.
She's a real beauty, and she never bugs you about spending so much time with the guys. She never complains about you watching football. She thinks a little gas is a good thing. Maybe she isn't a she after all. Here's to the perfect relationship. Here's how to keep it that way.
Dale Jarrett here with a very special offer.
A new CD of all my favorite tracks. Immerse yourself in one of my personal favorites, the melodic grandeur of Daytona International Speedway. The dulcet tones of Lowe's Motor Speedway. Set your spirits soaring to the sound of California Speedway. Of course, these performances are better live. But bring your Visa card, because at these tracks you can't buy tickets with an American Express card.
Visa, it's everywhere NASCAR fans want to be.
This is my favorite part.
Hi, I'm Enzo, your friendly neighborhood paint guy. There is nothing that makes a home look fresher than a fresh coat of paint. The easiest part of painting is the final step, putting the paint on the wall. The hardest part is the prep. I want them to be able to come into my store and from start to finish, get all the information they're going to need to make their project successful. You do it right the first time, you want it to do it so often. Because some things, you don't want to do more than once. We guarantee our prices, we guarantee the product. If you're not happy, you come back and we'll make it right.
The Home Depot, where low prices are just the beginning.
Introducing a new race car by Team Monte Carlo.
There's a proper way to introduce a race car. First, you show it from the front. Next, you show it from the side. Finally, you show it from the rear.
Introducing the all-new NASCAR Chevy Monte Carlo.
Not bad. Next time, show them a little more side.
The cars more champions depend on. Chevy, we'll be there.
The Pennsylvania 500, presented by America Online on the Superstation. Brought to you by the motor oil that provides maximum protection. Castrol GTX, drive hard. By Visa, the preferred card of NASCAR. Visa, it's everywhere NASCAR fans want to be. By the Home Depot, the official home improvement warehouse of NASCAR. And by Chevrolet. Chevy, we'll be there.
Back at Pocono as the pace car heads off the racetrack, and we get set to go back at it at the 200-mile mark. The green flag waves. Now it is Jeff Burton who is out in front, leading for the first time all day. He brings the field up to speed down towards turn number 1.
Bit of a surprise to see him running this well in the race this morning. They were not all that optimistic about that. Whoa, look at this going into turn 1.
Challenge for the lead.
Yeah, it's gone.
And looking right there in 4th place, Johnny Benson in that solid white car. No sponsorship, but he has been amazing this year as he goes by Steve Park down the back straightaway, trying to get in the 3rd spot.
Dale Jarrett to the point. Not yet officially, not until he comes back to the start-finish line. And we've seen here at Pocono 2 and 3 lead changes in a lap before.
Trust me. He's spurring that boy pretty hard right now.
We're talking about Burton's car. The problem that they've had with it here since coming to Pocono is it just doesn't want to cut in the middle, and no matter what they did to it, they couldn't get it to go through the middle of the corner, and that will really hurt you here at this racetrack.
Here comes Rusty Wallace. He was one of the cars that stopped a moment ago under the caution. Remember, the first handful did not. Jarrett, Burton, Park, Benson, Bobby Labonte, and Matt Kenseth stayed on track under this last yellow. Ricky Rudd was first off pit road of those who did stop, and he runs in 7th position, trying to jockey his way through.
And Dale Earnhardt, Rusty Wallace, buck jacks in down the back straightaway. Now Rusty looks to the inside towards the tunnel turn here.
This would be for 9th position. And by. Now, maybe not for long. Here's Earnhardt going to come back on him off the tunnel turn.
He's feisty.
How many times have we seen that here at Pocono?
And everywhere else. Earnhardt just cannot stand to be passed. If a oh, look at the wiggle in that tree. Fella gets by Earnhardt. He's almost certain to see Earnhardt trying to get back by him.
His teammate right there is actually pushing him down the front straightaway. That's contact at 200 miles an hour.
That's fine as long as the front wheels are straight, but you have to start turning those wheels into the corner. He better be back off you.
Pretty brave stuff.
Earnhardt goes wide off the corner there, but gets a good drive off the corner. He's still working on Rusty Wallace as they go down the back straightaway.
Rusty is 9th, Earnhardt is 10th, Skinner's 11th. That's Bill Elliott, front of the frame there. He's in 8th position. And you see Ricky Rudd just sneaking out of the picture. Rudd in 7th spot. Rudd, the first of those who made pit stops under this most recent caution. We just passed the 200-mile mark now. Let's take the entire field and show it to you in the upper left of your screen as Dale Jarrett is out in front now, the 8th different driver to lead laps in this event. Johnny Benson, spectacular run. so far here today. We'll talk more about Benson's team in a minute and the situation that surrounds them a little more in detail. There's Bobby Labonte, the championship leader, having a solid run, and Matt Kenza up into 6th position. Rudd been very strong all race long. Rusty Wallace led the first 3 laps of the race. Then from laps 40 to 69, Dale Earnhardt shuffled all the way back as far as 35th when a lug nut hung on a pit stop earlier. Then came all the way back up to lead. Now he's trying to pick his way back up through traffic. Bobby Hamilton started way back in 38th position. Earnhardt Jr. started last in the backup car. Brett Moran and Michael Waltrip having solid days. As we watch Earnhardt Jr. try to pick his way up another spot. And really the story as we look through the rest of the field would be those you'll see on the very last page of our 200-mile rundown. John Andretti, Sterling Marlin, Mark Martin all went out in the first 100 miles of the event with engine failures. Their problems a result of the first 3 cautions of the 4 that we've had in the race. The 4th one for a Mike Bliss spin at lap 76 off turn number 3.
I hope whatever that was on the racetrack was something soft, but there was debris on the racetrack down the front straightaway there.
Mark having a great run in the 4th spot. That yellow Pennzoil car just coming into your picture here. That's his career best finish ever. Steve Park, 4th.
C4 caution flags. So far, 11 different lead changes. Rusty Wallace, Jeremy Mayfield, Jeff Gordon, Bill Elliott, Bobby Labonte, Dale Earnhardt, and Jeff Burton and Dale Jarrett are those who have led laps so far through 200 miles. We talked in our pre-race coverage before today's race that Pocono's tough on engines. It has been one of the headline stories of the race so far. Lap 25, 26 for Mark Martin, Sterling Marlin out at lap 31. Same thing, same spot on the racetrack. And John Andretti down the Long Pond straightaway, the second longest of the 3 straights here at Pocono. The engine going out from underneath his machine. Very, very demanding place on equipment. And the funny thing is, last time we were here in June, all the engines blew up in the last 100 miles. So far, we've lost 3 in the first 100 miles of today's race. 85 and 200 laps complete. Dale Jarrett leads the Pennsylvania 500 presented by America Online. Live coverage on TBS continues in just a moment.
Call it a bonanza, an extravaganza. It's how you save on tires. Now at Pep Boys, all 35,000-mile tires are 4 for only $99, and all 70,000-mile tires 4 for $169.
Pep Boys. Cars like us. People love us. Wherever you go, there's a neighbor close by who can fill you up when you're running a little low. Just look for the sign. Gas, food, and conversation. Citgo. See you around.
Tom Green here at Muscle Beach with some big top weightlifters.
We're going to show how new Right Guard Extreme Sport works even under the most extreme conditions.
Back, stop! Uh-oh. Run! Oh no, the kid is going to get you! He got you! Folks, extreme protection against odor and wetness. Goes on clear and it doesn't quit.
New Right Guard Extreme Sport. Get extreme. Get Right Guard.
Ouch.
It's live.
Attention. Object approaching Earth. Attention.
When you need a new driveway or a driveway repaved, call Henson Paving, your local leader in paving. You've ridden on their work, you just might not have known it. Henson Paving can resurface your existing driveway or build one from the dirt up. All driveways are installed with the same care and attention to quality that we give our biggest contract jobs. When you need paving, think Henson Paving. When you need a driveway, there's only one place to call, Henson Paving. Look for us in the white pages. Henson Paving, making things go smoothly for over 30 years.
Back at Pocono Raceway as TBS continues its coverage of NASCAR and the NASCAR Winston Cup Series. Here come the leaders off turn number 1. It is Dale Jarrett out in front of Jeff Burton, Johnny Benson, Steve Park, and Bobby Labonte. There you see the top 5. as Jarrett leads this Pennsylvania 500 just after 200 miles in. This race, in particular, has had quite an effect on Dale Jarrett's career. It was back in 1995. He was driving for Robert Yates, subbing for the injured Ernie Irvin. Gotten to a point in the season where folks just plain out were questioning whether Jarrett could get the job done. Came to this race, got his first win of the year, and his first win for Yates stopped all the speculation, stopped all the questions about his ability to win, and it went from that point to where by the end of the season, Robert wanted to form an entire new team around Dale Jarrett, the one that he is riding in now, that went on to become NASCAR Winston Cup champions.
Yes, and he and Todd Parrott just get along so very well. They may start the race a little bit off, but as the race goes along, he and his crew chief just absolutely work miracles. When they have a bad day, they finish in the top 5.
And one of the miracles that they work is many of the drivers and crew chiefs here decide that they're going to try and get the car really, really good in one corner or another. DJ and Parrott have decided they're not going to give up anything at all. They just keep working on that car until it's fast in all 3 corners. Decided edge because they can do that.
The third car in that line is Johnny Benson, the plain white number 10. We touched on the story a little earlier. Want to get into it a little deeper now. Benson's team and its sponsor for the season had an agreement to disagree. There were some financial difficulties involved. The team owner, Tim Beverly, took the sponsor decals off the car at Daytona, basically, and then sold the team on Thursday to MB2 Racing, the team that owns the Ken Schrader car, and they will become the second operation for Schrader's group. Next year, 2001, they already have a sponsor lined up for Benson in that car. The problem is they don't have anything on it for the rest of this year and don't want to hurt Schrader's racing efforts by trying to run 2 cars on one sponsor's money. So if they can't find some backing for the rest of this year for Benson's car, they may not run any farther than the Indianapolis race 1 week from this coming Saturday. I talked with Jay Fry, the general manager of the team, this morning. He said they're working on some things. They're hoping to have something. They would hate to shut this team down and not finish the year because they're running so well, but they already do have a sponsor in place for 2001. Just need to find something to help them through the rest of this year.
Alan, and if somebody's really wanting to find out right now what it's like to sponsor a good Winston Cup team, they could get on there for a couple of weeks and experiment and find out whether they would like to be a sponsor. Because this car has dazzled the racing world this year. Almost won the Daytona 500, leading right down to the end. Got forced up on a restart there, but he's been in contention to win several times this year.
Johnny Benson running in 3rd position now. Marty Snyder is in his pit.
And this team has been impressive all year long. 17th in points, running 3rd right now. James Ince is his crew chief. James, what's he said on this run? The car looks pretty good.
Well, right now the car is pretty good. I think the only trouble we've really got right now is that the car's white and we have a sponsor on the hood. So we're trying to be patient at the moment and to keep ourselves in a position at the end. We're in our gas window, so if it goes green, we're pretty happy with what we got.
And remember, in June, he ran in the top 10 most the whole day, and then he had a blown engine there at the end of the race. But Johnny told me this morning, you watch, we're going to surprise some people today.
Johnny Benson having a great run here at Pocono today in 3rd position after 200 miles of the 500.
Got his first career top 5 here at Pocono and has consistently been a strong racer here. But look at this battle for the lead right now between DJ, Dale Jarrett, and the 88 car. Burton right behind him. Burton has been trying to size him up. He's run up and down on the racetrack trying to find some place that he's a little bit faster than Jarrett. So far, he hasn't found it.
Jeff Burton particularly been running high down in turn number 1. That was the 2nd corner, the tunnel turn, if you will. So named because that's where the access tunnel to the infield runs under into the track.
And that's also Burton's very favorite part of this racetrack. You get him to talk about the tunnel turn, you may have a 30-minute conversation with Jeff Burton.
Here he comes.
Yep. And that's off turn 3.
Back in the draft. Couldn't quite get alongside.
He says when he gets that tunnel turn just right, that he could really get a guy set up and get him on the bottom. Maybe he can do that right now with Dale Jarrett.
See if he goes back to the bottom or if he stays in that upper lane that he's been running. Yep, way out wide.
Way wide there, but he gets good grip there in the center part of the corner. And what he's doing right now, he's not putting a lot of pressure on the tires. He's letting the car roll through the center part of the corner. You see what great runs he gets coming out of the corner, though, by running that higher line.
Here comes that number 2's corner. Terrific ride. Jeff Burton running in 2nd, Dale Jarrett, the race leader. Elliott Sadler, sophomore driver, running the Wood Brothers car, back in 33rd position. Jump on board with Elliott here for a minute and look at our telemetry.
so bad. Yeah, that's not so bad. 8,100 RPM. That's kind to the engine. We'll see what happens at the end of this straightaway.
Yeah, that was between turns 2 and 3. Here comes the tough one right here.
Yeah, this is where they really wind him up. Let's see if we see the number 9 for 9. Yep, there it was. Just a little flag.
Look at the miles an hour over there, though. 196.
Yahoo!
And you wonder why we have a lot of engine failures at Pocono. That's it. So Dale Jarrett continues to lead. Jeff Burton, Johnny Benson, Steve Park, and Bobby Labonte. 94 laps completed, approaching halfway in the Pennsylvania 500.
Wednesday on Ripley's Believe It or Not. What's it like to work 600 feet under? A mind-reading dog, and the unthinkable is caught on tape. Ripley's Believe It or Not. Wednesday at 8:05 Eastern on TBS Superstation. Believe it.
Next Sunday, a Superstation premiere.
Holy cow! I'm in the movie!
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I just found out I was imaginary.
Last Action Hero, 8 Eastern, next Sunday on the Superstation.
Now that Napa Auto Parts and accessories are available online, have we suddenly become hipper? Well, maybe a little. NapaOnline.com, where the world's largest inventory of ready-to-ship parts and expert advice you depend on in our stores, are now available online around the clock. And if something isn't right, you can ship it back or return it to your participating Napa store and we'll make it right. Actually, this is pretty hip.
You know, this place reminds me of a guy I knew named Julius.
Another Darrell Waltrip story.
No, really. This guy, he was in the junkyard one day, kicking around, and he found a rocket booster. So he said, I'm going to set myself a land speed record. Now, he got that thing up to speed. He hit the switch. He took off into outer space.
So whatever happened to him?
He came down out here somewhere.
Get out of here.
On Route 66.
Now, Kmart.
Make sure your important items are expertly packed and shipped at one of our many convenient mailboxes, etc. locations. Mailboxes, etc. We'll take it from here. Need moving supplies? Find everything you need at your local mailboxes, etc.
Back at Pocono Raceway with a sellout crowd looking on. The Pennsylvania 500 presented by America Online. Maybe engine failure number 4. Kyle Petty is slowed on the racetrack. He is coasting around. That is out in turn number 2 or inside of turn 2. They're trying to communicate with him and get him to turn in off the racetrack somewhere on the backside because he'll never make it back around to pit road without power.
That was a bad sign when the guy on top of the war wagon there in the pits was putting his radios up in a plastic bag. That's pretty much it when you see him doing that.
And Kyle's gloves are off as well. They're all done.
And he made the turn in behind the guardrail on the short straightaway between the second and third corners, and so we will stay under the green flag. Now, Jeff Burton has been all over Dale Jarrett trying to get the lead. He's going to try it again off turn number 3.
Got a great run. He did this just a little while ago. He got all the way up, took the lead by the flag stand, but going down to turn 1, Jarrett just powered right back by him, just like he did again.
Now, Burton just can't stay down in the bottom.
Let's go back to the race for the 5th and 6th positions. Dale Earnhardt trying to power his way back up through the field. He runs in 6th behind Bobby Labonte in 5th. Ricky Rudd is there in 7th.
He got by Ricky Rudd just a little while ago, but Earnhardt has really turned it up a notch for the last little bit. He's passed several good race cars, and the car is excellent through the corners, as you can see. Left side right up on the rumple strips as he tries to put Bobby Labonte another spot back.
How'd you like to try to defend against Earnhardt? You look in your rearview mirror, and he's on the right of you, then he's on the left of you, then he's right in your back bumper. You just never know where he's going to try and get you. Right now, it's on the outside of Bobby Labonte.
It's on the outside off of turn number 3. That's not something we see often here at Pocono.
No, and he made it stick. He pulled right on by. But, of course, Bobby Labonte leading in the points right now. I'm sure he has the big picture in mind, but so does the guy just in front of him. Only 45 points back. So this is pretty extensive what they're doing right now, racing each other. I'm sure they want to clear each other and maybe put a little distance between.
Napa Field summary, upper left of your screen as we approach halfway. Head still, Dale Jarrett fending off Jeff Burton's try. Now, believe it or not, Burton has led 2 out of the last 4 laps at the start-finish line. But Jarrett keeps coming right back.
Yeah, he just can't hang on to it. He can get by Jarrett in the 88 car, but Jeff Burton, who we're looking back at right now from the lead, can't hold on.
I think Jeff Burton has a better 150-mile-an-hour car, where the 88 is a little better 200 miles an hour at the far end of the front straightaway.
Cross flags being shown to Jarrett and Burton halfway through the Pennsylvania 500. And those two continue fighting for the lead. Now, we're at lap number 100. Jarrett and Burton were in at lap 69. They should be able to go about another 10 laps before they'll have to pit again if we don't see a caution. 40 laps being about the range that they can go.
You're watching Jeff Burton here a couple of weeks ago. They had a special night for his crew chief, Frank Stoddard, at Thunder Road Speedway in Vermont, where Frank came out of, and it was really neat to see a crew chief standing there signing autographs, and the big long line of people that stood there just waiting for Frank's autograph. He is an absolute hero back in Vermont where he came from, and why not? He does a great job with that number 99 car.
Little perspective there for you on the top 10 running order. Here comes Jeff Burton, going to try off turn 3 once more. Not this time. Back in line. Marty, go ahead.
Well, perhaps the only reason Dale Jarrett did not win here in June was this little piece. This holds in the rear sway bar. And about this point in the race, Jarrett's car got extremely tight. And what happened was they could not free it up. They tried and tried and tried to free it up. But at the very end of the race, they finally got it as loose as DJ wanted it. When they got the car back to the shop, the rear sway bar pin had broken, and the rear sway bar came unhooked, therefore making DJ's car very tight. Very difficult to win a race if you're planning on the rear sway bar being hooked up.
You better believe it, because that changes the roll center of the car. And I imagine he had not only 2 hands, but both his feet were up on the steering wheel at times there near the end.
Looking at Dale Jarrett's record here at Pocono Raceway, and it is indeed a very good one, particularly in the recent years. Jarrett's last Pocono finishes are this: 3rd, 3rd, 1st, 3rd, 5th, 3rd, 2nd, 2nd. Like that. Wow, that's pretty good. Here's a guy having a terrific day, Steve Park, driving the Dale Earnhardt Incorporated machine. Started 10th, he's running 4th. He's been in the top 10 just about the entire race.
I'm looking at Earnhardt's back bumper there. It's got a little bit of damage on it. Somebody's been pretty hard into the back of him there, just in front of him. He owns the race car that he's trying to catch right now, Steve Park's car.
Been a pretty solid racetrack for Steve Park across his Winston Cup career. He's finished no worse than 15th in his 3 starts here. Mike Hogwood can add more for us on Steve Park.
That 15th place finish came back in June, and since then they have done a lot of work on this race car, on the chassis, and they really feel good about the way it's running today. But they have had some near misses. Early in the race, Steve Park radioed in, felt a bad vibration in the car. Turns out they had an unbalanced tire. Then you know about the pit road incident where Dale Jarrett kicked the car back out on, and they missed having a penalty. So it's been a couple of good breaks for Steve Park today. He's running in the top 5. This crew feels this might be their day.
Let me tell you one other good break that Steve Park has gotten. That's the fact he's got Paul Andrews as his crew chief. Andrews has won here with 3 different drivers: Jeffrey Bodine, Alan Kowicki, and Jeremy Mayfield. He surely knows how to win at this racetrack.
And again, Steve Park running in 4th position right now, trying to hold off Dale Earnhardt and Ricky Rudd, who are 5th and 6th. Still Dale Jarrett holding off Jeff Burton for the race lead, just past halfway in the Pennsylvania 500, presented by America Online.
Local breweries. Beer shipped the same day it was born. Refrigerated distribution centers. Daily deliveries. Our exclusive Born on Dating. That's how we guarantee
Budweiser is the freshest beer choice out there.
Remember, Jared, he lost 245 pounds on his own diet, which included Subway's low-fat sandwiches and lots of walking. Well, it's been a year, so let's see how he's doing.
Looking buff, Jared.
Way to go, Jared.
I guess that answers our question. Thanks to 7 Subway sandwiches with 6 grams of fat or less and laying off the burgers and fries, Jared's looking pretty good. He's still a Subway fan and a true inspiration to dieters everywhere. Subway, the way a sandwich should be.
Guys, it's getting real loose on me.
Rusty, pit next lap.
Pit next lap?
Pit next lap.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
What's going on, guys? Stay out or pit.
Pit.
No, no pit.
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 No pit.
No, no, baby. Pit.
Don't pit.
From the driver's seat to the pits, to anywhere NASCAR fans might be, Motorola technology is bringing the action closer to everyone.
No pit over.
Bringing Kyle Petty's car back from where he pulled it off course in the middle of all the infield, getting it back to the garage, waiting to get a report on the final problem. We suspect an engine failure, but we hope to hear from Kyle and the race team on what the actual cause was momentarily. Dale Jarrett is your race leader. Over Jeff Burton, Johnny Benson, Steve Park, and Dale Earnhardt. Let's go to Mike Hogwood.
Well, Dale Jarrett team is going to pit in the next 1 or 2 laps. They have reported that a fuel pressure light has come on, and it has caused some concern among this team. So Dale Jarrett will be in very, very shortly.
Dale Jarrett last pitted at lap 69, so he's run 8 laps?
All right.
Since his last stop, and well, actually, 37 laps. So he's getting right there.
The one thing you don't want to do on a racetrack like this with flat corners, if you run out of fuel on front straightaway, you won't even make it back to pit road.
Can't take a chance on it.
Yeah, and Jeff Burton has just been told the 88 is going to pit this time by. Stay out. So 88, Jarrett is going to come in. Burton will assume the lead.
I talked to Frankie Stoddard this morning, Jeff Burton's crew chief, and he said, I asked him about his fuel mileage and so on. He said, I can guarantee you, whatever anybody else has told you they're getting for mileage, we're getting better. And that's their track record.
Jack Roush has worked and worked and worked on fuel mileage, and he has gotten the job done. The Roush cars didn't used to be very good on fuel mileage. In fact, years ago, they were absolutely terrible. Great power, but not good fuel mileage. And Jack has fixed that. They are right up there now. Maybe the very best in all of Winston Cup.
Yeah, I did a report with him. As Jarrett heads for the pits now. Our leader's coming in.
You're going to see him go by Bobby Hamilton's car that the Kodak crew is pushing back toward the garage area. Hamilton just coming on pit road a moment ago. Dale Jarrett down to the speed limit and heading toward his pit at lap number 108. Let's cover the stop.
As we told you, the fuel pressure light was on, taking no chances. It is Dale Jarrett on pit road. The adjustment they're going to make, a half pound of air pressure out of the right front. Around to the left side now. Jack Van Barry Hughes has the car up on the Jack. Mike Sauer and Kevin Gilman are the tire changers. Fuel is in. Jarrett down and away, 16.2 seconds.
Very solid, respectable stop time there for Jarrett and company. As he heads back out onto the racetrack, it does hand the lead over to Jeff Burton, though we expect to see him in the next few laps.
Yep. You hear somebody say a great pit stop, that would be 15 seconds. A bad pit stop at 19 seconds stop.
Yeah, amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
15 seconds.
Wow, and I have to leave my car to have 1 tire change.
Here comes Jeff Burton, your leader, down the front stretch, looking back at the interval to Johnny Benson, the second-place car now. Park beginning to feel some more heat from Dale Earnhardt behind him. There's Benson running in second. Can't expect him to have to pit momentarily. There's Park.
You know, we talked about Benson earlier about the great run that he's had, but one run we forgot to mention was his best finish all year. Second at Bristol. I mean, he has had absolutely a terrific year this year, and to have no sponsor on the side of that car, it makes you wonder who's not watching.
Nice little wiggle there for Jeff Burton.
I'd say Jeff Burton's getting ready for a pit stop. Not too long away because the handling is giving up a little bit on the car. He looked a little bit better when he was running with another race car out there behind him.
He's given up, but he's still out in front.
Yes, he is.
That's the good part.
At 162 miles an hour, by the way, out front. He's having a good, solid run here.
Notice Steve Park is out of the picture there. He has just ducked onto pit road. Third-place car giving up the spot. I believe that was James Ince, Johnny Benson's crew chief we were hearing there, talking to Johnny about when they're going to pit. Lap 110, the pit stop for Steve Park. Let's go back down to pit road. Oh, trouble in turn one. Ricky Rudd into the outside wall. Rudd is into the outside wall. Caution is out. Looks like maybe the right front tire went down or something because he has hit the outside wall hard.
And it started way back up on the straightaway. I'm looking at the black marks. You can see right front is not moving at all. The whole right side of that car caved in. But look at the black marks there going down just right into the wall.
And that's a 198-mile-an-hour point in the racetrack for Ricky Rudd. But Ricky is driving the car back in. We are under the yellow flag, though. Look at the impact marks there.
He hit hard. And while all this is going on, Jeremy Mayfield, who had been our early leader, pitted.
Not as big a disaster for Park and Mayfield and Jarrett, who had stopped under green, as it might have been at any other track on the circuit, because you can make the pit stop and stay on the lead lap here. So actually it's going to work out to their advantage.
As far as track position, they'll go back around, not come back in, and when they come by here, everybody that stops will have to get back behind them.
Let's see what happened to Ricky Rudd as he sailed off into turn number 1 at lap 110. He's running behind Dale Earnhardt in 4th position.
He turns in, and the car just goes straight right there, straight into the wall.
Boy, but the brakes, he locked it right up going into that corner.
Mike Massaro can tell us more about that, Mike.
Well, Alan, it's tough to speculate on what might have happened. However, just judging from their radio conversation, we get a pretty good idea. Just a couple of laps ago, Ricky had radioed in, complaining about this set of tires, saying it was very tight in a tunnel turn and was just about to head down pit road the next couple of laps to change tires. They think they had a right side tire let go.
So Ricky Rudd, after running so very well in the opening half of his Pennsylvania 500, now limping back around to the pit lane and no doubt into the garage with significant damage to that machine. So we should see the leaders come back down to pit road in just a moment. They're on the straightaway between turns 2 and 3. And just to verify, the Steve Park and Jeremy Mayfield and Dale Jarrett cars did stay on the lead lap. So if they choose to stay on the racetrack here, they will probably move up into the top 3 positions when everybody else comes in for pit stops.
I'm amazed that car, the 28 car, is still rolling around here.
Boy.
Well, it's not rolling. It's dragging and rolling. But, wow.
He hit it awful hard, didn't he?
Michael Waltrip says, though, if you can drive it back in, there's something of an accomplishment there. If you don't have to have it towed in, you feel a little better than you might otherwise. Here come the leaders to pit road. Lap 112 will be the stop. Jeff Burton, Johnny Benson, Dale Earnhardt, Bobby Labonte, and Matt Kenseth will be the top 5 order as they come in. Follow Burton, Benson, and Earnhardt, the top 3 as they go to their stalls. All the way down into turn 1 end of pit road.
Johnny Benson swings into the pits. He's in the middle frame there. Earnhardt in the bottom.
We have Johnny Benson's radio channel open on the air. See what the communication is like there.
To the 3 car, to the 3.
Boy, you talk about they're turning as many RPMs as the car is as it starts to leave the pits here. Dig, 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 dig. I guarantee you that pumps the driver right up.
Bobby Labonte comes out second. It looks like Dale Earnhardt has gotten off pit road with the race lead. So Earnhardt's crew gets their job done quickest, though the 3 cars that we talked about, Dale Jarrett, Steve Park, and Jeremy Mayfield, stayed on the racetrack. I believe Mayfield stayed out. I know that Jarrett Park did. Let's just double check and see if Mayfield's out there too. Mayfield came back down pit road, it looks like. So it's going to be Jarrett the leader, Park second, then Earnhardt will come out third as Ricky Rudd jockeys his car to try and get it into the garage area with that heavily damaged right front corner. Updates on the pit stops, Marty Snyder.
Well, what an impressive stop for Dale Earnhardt's bunch that came in third, 15.4 on the stop. 4 tires and no adjustments for Dale Earnhardt. Jeff Burton, who came in first, was a little tight on that last run. They went up 1 round on the track bar and out 1/2 pound of air pressure on the right front tire. Also, Johnny Benson came in. He was tight as well. Let's go to Mike Hogwood.
Well, Rusty Wallace came in, took on 4 tires and fuel, obviously. He was a little tight, so they made a wedge adjustment on that car. And on the Steve Park stop, on that car, he was also tight. They made a wedge and an air pressure adjustment. Steve Park feels that he is really good to go right now. Now to Mike Massaro.
Jeff Gordon, another one of those drivers complaining that the car is a little bit tight, and the cloud cover may have something to do with it. team came down pit road. They made 4 tire changes, routine service, also 76 racing fuel. They also pulled away that right front fender that was dented in a few laps ago, just trying to straighten that car back out, guys.
You know, something I want to check on is whether Jeremy Mayfield actually even stopped in his pit box a minute ago when he was on pit road when the caution came out, or if he drove straight through. We'll follow up on that when we come back in just a moment. 113 laps of 200 complete, and the Pennsylvania 500 at Pocono. Dale Jarrett and Steve Park are your top 2.
Pocono Raceway is one of NASCAR's most exciting tracks. Mayfield going for his second career win. He bounces him out of the way. Earnhardt goes high. Mayfield is going to win here at Pocono. Don't miss out on the action in 2001. Pocono recently added 17,000 grandstand seats. Call now to receive a preferred customer order form for great seats in 2001. When ordering your tickets, check out the Pit Paddock Pass. It's the closest you can get to see your favorite cars and drivers. Call toll-free 1-800-RACEWAY. That's 1-800-RACEWAY.
Well done, Demetrius. You have passed the test of fire and the test of great strength. Now, the final test. You must eat a Wendy's Classic Triple with cheese, biggie fries, and a drink. Only the most heroic can finish such a large meal. Nikos, it is too big.
Yes, what more can make such a feat?
A great man. His name is Dave Thomas. Man? No. He must be a god. Wendy's Classic Triple, as close to bliss as a mortal can get.
And remember, Wendy's pickup window is open late, so you can eat great even late.
Sometimes you just got to get it done, no matter what. You can plan all you want, but you still got deadlines. Sometimes you need extra equipment. I'll tell you who saved my neck a time or two. Nation's Rent. They got what I want. They get it to me when I need it. It's newer, and it works. I can count on these guys.
Nation's Rent carries on the equipped Textron, Snorkel, Low, SkyTrack, and SCATTRAC.
They get it done for me.
Nation's Rent. 1-800-NO-SWEAT.
The year 2018. Jim Gabriel's son is dying.
Unless you settle your son's account, I won't be allowed to administer the vaccine.
He is a desperate father willing to do anything to save him.
Where's my son?
Even sacrifice his own life. Never underestimate the power of a father's love. Eric Roberts, Carrie Elways, and Sarah Winter. Race Against Time. World premiere tonight at 8 on TNT.
Coming next Sunday on TBS, a young fan gets a magic ticket into the movie world of his favorite action film character. Don't miss Arnold Schwarzenegger in the Superstation premiere of Last Action Hero, coming next Sunday only on the Superstation. Latest caution brought out by Ricky Rudd crashing in turn 1. Mike Hogwood is with him.
A tough break for Ricky Rudd, who was running so well today. Ricky, what happened? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm pretty good shape. Just kind of knocked me silly for a second. Hit that wall pretty good down there. Blew a right front tire. Not sure exactly what happened, but cut a right front tire, blew something on the right front. I had it before. I turned right about the time you get ready to turn down in the corner, and all I had time to do was grab some brakes, and that was it.
I noticed working on your car. Are you going to be able to get back out?
Well, it's pretty terminal. If they get it fixed at all, we'll be able to just go out there and ride it around.
All right, that's Ricky Rudd, Alan.
Ricky 8th in points coming into today's Pennsylvania 500. Been quite a day for Dale Earnhardt so far. Strapped into his machine, ready to go from 25th position. Pit stop number 1. A lug nut hung, dropped him all the way back to 35th in line. So he started picking his way back to the field on another caution. Came in late to top off the fuel. Had nothing to lose at that point. Then hammered his way up through some of the traffic. Eventually, things in front of Earnhardt opened up all his way. And some of the other leaders began pitting under the green flag, like Rusty Wallace. Wouldn't you know, Earnhardt found himself up into the lead, then got a caution right after he took the lead. That put him back in sync with everybody else. He was able to come down pit road under the yellow flag, and he has remained pretty much in the top 6 or 7 ever since then. He was 11th on the restart from that pit stop, hammering his way quickly up into the 5th and 4th positions. Dale Earnhardt passing Bobby Labonte here just before the yellow flag for a spot, and now Earnhardt first off pit road and in 3rd position behind Dale Jarrett and Steve Park, who have stayed on the racetrack under this yellow. They just waved off the restart. We were supposed to get a second ago, so let's squeeze a commercial break in here. Come back for the restart in just a moment at Pocono.
It's not just a new sign. It's a new Midas. Expanded services, new genuine Midas parts, a lifetime guarantee. We're more than mufflers. We're a new way to keep a good thing going. Go Midas.
Summer means
kicking back with a cool Sonic Slush. Choose from any of our luscious fresh fruit slushes, or try a blue coconut, bubblegum, or new watermelon flavor. There's a taste for everyone. Sonic, your summer flavor place.
This is your DJ. Asking the heat. Can you ease up on a brother?
It's a steam bath out here.
Jamie Foxx.
Ooh, hot. Whoa, hot this. Hot this. Hot. Ooh, it's kind of hot. Coors Light. That's what I'm talking about.
Jamie, mouth to mouth. What? I don't think so.
Well, that lifeguard bit didn't work. Coors Light. Yeah.
Endless Summer RV, the only family-owned and operated RV dealership in the area, invites you to visit our expanded showroom. Come in and see our enormous selection of new and used RVs. While you're here, take a walk through our newly remodeled parts and accessory store. We've also added service and free delivery bays for you, our customers. So stop by and visit with our friendly staff. Ask them questions. Many of them enjoy the outdoors just like you. We're located just 5 miles north of Frederick on Route 15. Camping families, serving families that camp. Endless Summer RV, the only family-owned and operated RV dealership in the area, invites you to visit our expanded showroom. Come in and see our enormous selection of new and used RVs. While you're here, take a walk through our newly remodeled parts and accessory store. We've also added service and free delivery bays for you, our customers. So stop by and visit with our friendly staff. Ask them questions. Many of them enjoy the outdoors just like you. We're located just 5 miles north of Frederick on Route 15. Camping families, serving families that camp.
About a third of a lap away from the restart here at Pocono. Quickly, let's go to pit road and Marty Snyder.
Well, Jeremy Mayfield is back in 20th. He came down during the caution flag, took on right side tires, came back in when everybody else came in, took on left side tires. A whole host of problems for fifth place runner Johnny Benson. He has an alternator problem. They've had it for about the last 15, 20 minutes. He's been flipping switches inside the car, trying to get the alternator to live. That could wear on the battery a little later. He also has a slight vibration in the transmission, nothing they're too worried about. And he also, we're not done yet, has a vibration on some of the tires he just put on. Now, they think that is because of the low air pressure, and they think that once the air pressure gets up, tires should be fine.
Green flag. Back at it at lap 116. Look at the brake. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 deep, headed for turn 1.
It's a good thing it's a long straightaway to get back in line, but they're not there just yet.
Yeah, but you can see they're down to 2 wide as they go through the corner there.
Somebody had to miss a shift in that group to cause them to scatter that far that fast.
Wild stuff.
Earnhardt on the move for second on Steve Park. Off turn number 1. He's got it. Earnhardt to second behind Dale Jarrett.
Somebody's just, you never even mention his name much, but Bobby Labonte's sitting right there in 4th spot right now. He's almost like he's invisible on the racetrack until it really counts, and all of a sudden he's there.
He won both races here last year, had a terrible run in June, finished 13th. I mean, you name it, it went wrong. He had brake problems. They missed the setup on the car. Even the headers failed on that car. Just had a miserable, at least for them, run back here at June, so they brought a different race car. And right now, Mike Massaro's with his crew chief. Mike?
And we're going to find out what they're feeling right now. And Jimmy Maker, our crew chief, sitting atop the pit box. And Jimmy, how happy is he with the car right now?
Well, we've been kind of fighting it all day long. We've been, both sides have been a little bit loose at the start of the race, and we got a little bit tight there this last segment. So we made another adjustment. We just can't seem to find a happy medium right now. And, we're trying to work track position out right now, pitting at the right times and trying to keep them up front so we can make our adjustments and have them at least be in the right position if we happen to hit it.
Well, guys, if they've been fighting it all day long, it looks like they might be winning that battle.
Bobby Labonte running in 4th now behind Steve Park, Dale Earnhardt, and Dale Jarrett, the leaders of the race. Now, on the last lap of caution before the restart, about 9 cars came down pit road and topped off the fuel. They were Ken Schrader, Elliott Sadler, Mike Skinner, Stacy Compton, Mike Bliss, Darrell Waltrip, Kevin LePage, and Dave Marcus. Most of those cars are on the lead lap, so that could be a factor because if somehow we were to run green from here to the finish, those cars would all be good to go on just one more stop for fuel. Everybody else is probably going to need to make 2 more stops. Bobby Hamilton's car pushed to the garage just before the pit stops and caution flag of a minute ago. Mike Hogg was with him.
And it's another problem with motors. It's been tough here on this track today. Tough day on those engines.
Yeah, it is. They lean on them so hard here, you know, 9,000, 9,200, 9,300. And we realized that going in, and I took care of it on the back straightaway. You can't do a lot on the front straightaway, but I kept it around 8,600 RPM, so on the back straightaway. Had an excellent race car. Car changed. The thing really drove good. Guys, we had good communication in the pits, had a good game plan. I thought we had a good top 10 car, but go to Indy now.
Still excitement with this team with your old crew chief, Danny Gill, coming on board this week.
Yeah, I mean, all the guys get along with him well, and that's what it's about. You know, Robert done an excellent job for us with this new body style and all that stuff got us set behind. And Danny spent a lot of time in the wind tunnels with the trucks. You know, he's already had like 12 wind tunnel dates this year. So, I mean, it's a car versus a truck, but he's got that stuff in the back of his mind. And we're still fighting aero issues with the new Chevrolet Monte Carlo, but he had this thing driving good today. It was perfect.
Bobby Hamilton, another one with a DNF today.
Tony Stewart, the pole sitter for today's race.
You're watching that stuff?
In some heavy traffic, he's racing Dave Blaney for 16th position.
Yeah,
and right down to the bottom.
Dave Blaney just cut him off on the back straightaway there, and everybody in the booth stood up just for a second because we do know Tony Stewart does not give you a lot of room, and you cut him off a couple of times, you may feel a little thunder.
And Blaney also with a new crew chief this week. Gil Martin, who has been with him since the beginning, gone. Doug Randolph has joined him, and here comes Stewart under Blaney right now.
We really haven't talked a whole lot about Tony Stewart since the opening laps of the race. He started on pole, never led a lap. He dropped back quickly to 3rd position, then to 5th, then to 7th. It really hasn't gone his way so far today. That is just 16th position. He's picking up now.
He had that tire go bad on him as well. Had to take the unscheduled pit stop, and he's been fighting his way back ever since.
Alan, I think you're right. They've been adjusting on that car all day long. And what's happening right now is what you're looking at. Clouds cover here, sun on the other part of the racetrack. It's hard to have a perfect car.
Yeah, you hit it right on the nose. I'm scanning, listening to some of the crew chiefs, buddy, and that's just exactly what they're saying. When the clouds come in, sometimes they'll hit it, sometimes it'll mess the setup up.
Jeremy Mayfield making a move on Dave Blaney. Try to follow Stewart through to the front. Remember, Mayfield made the double pit stops we talked about a minute ago. He was on pit road when Ricky Rudd crashed, took just 2 tires, left, came back, took the other 2 that dropped him back quite a bit into the field, and Mayfield now runs in 17th spot. Hindsight, that might have been an error because they might have had time to change all 4 while they were on pit road. Again, this is Pocono. You can do that here. Most all the other tracks on the circuit, the caution comes out, your reaction is get him out of the pit lane back on the track. Dale Jarrett leads. Dale Earnhardt, Steve Park, Bonnie Labonte, and Johnny Vincent at Pocono.
Monday night on the Superstation.
There's been a homicide on Indian land. It's turned into a civil conflict, Indian against Indian.
There's a civil war brewing.
You gotta stop and listen to the wind. Don't tell you things, Cola.
200 years of hatred is about to come to a head.
We will smoke the pipe and there'll be no lies between us.
Val Kilmer, Sam Shepard, Thunderheart, 8:05 Eastern, Monday night on the Superstation.
Meet the inspiration behind the truck. We thought of them when we gave it the most powerful V8 of any 4x4 pickup. We thought of them when we gave it a bigger extended cab than Ford F-150 or Dodge Ram. Maybe that's why Chevy Silverado owners think so highly of the truck. Now ranked most appealing full-sized pickup by J.D. Power and Associates. Silverado, it's the truck from Chevy.
The new ProStart Plus battery from Pep Boys. Every size, every battery, one great price, $39.99. And in 16 sizes, ProStart Plus fits almost all cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs at just $39.99. Pep Boys. Cars like us. People love us.
Polaris has sold more automatic ATVs than everyone else combined. And to celebrate building their 1 millionth automatic, they're giving $1 million to someone who buys a new Polaris ATV this year. It could be you.
Buy a new Polaris ATV now with 0 down and payments as low as $48 a month. See your Polaris dealer for contest and finance offer details.
NASCAR Winston Cup points leader Bobby Labonte has emerged as one of the top drivers on the NASCAR Winston Cup Series. Labonte won a career-best 5 races in 1999, including wins in each of the 2 races here at Pocono. In the June race, Bobby took the lead late and then hung on for victory. He followed that up in July, just a few weeks later, with a repeat visit to Victory Lane. It was the Pennsylvania 500.
And Bobby Labonte has won the Pennsylvania 500. It's a Pennsylvania sweep.
Labonte hasn't always had it so good on the 2.5-mile tri-oval. Before his sweep of a year ago, the best Bobby could manage at Pocono in his first 11 starts was 1 top 10.
Run so bad there, I think we just worked on it so hard that we had to do something. We were so embarrassed, or I was embarrassed, you know, that when I went there, I just dreaded it. So, and we just learned a lot. I mean, we just learned a tremendous amount in 98, and we applied it all in 99. And, you know, everything fell together.
Riding with Bobby Labonte in the 2000 running of the Pennsylvania 500, presented by America Online, the current championship leader in the NASCAR Winston Cup Series, running in 4th spot now. He started in 13th. He has led 1 lap today during an exchange of green flag pit stops. Close call a minute ago. Mike Skinner racing inside of Ed Berrier. Chad Little there, Ted Musgraves there, Skinner in the 31.
Yow.
Yahoo!
Now that's what you call loose. When you see the back end jump out like that, that is what you call a loose race car.
And Ted Musgrave in the 01 car did a terrific job there as well. He's got Musgrave has that ride for this week in the Brickyard 400. They're looking for somebody to drive that car at Watkins Glen after that. Actually, Ron Fellows gets a call. If he hasn't, he better be on the phone looking on that deal. And after that, I don't know who's going to drive that car. Musgrave does a good enough job to satisfy the team here. He sticks with it. He will be running the team's Busch Grand National car, however, starting next week.
Musgrave in 27th, Skinner in 28th position. We are just past 300 miles in today's race. And let's take a look back at the way everybody stands now here in this Pennsylvania 500. Dale Jarrett, the race leader, one of 8 different drivers that have traded the lead on 18 different occasions throughout today's event. The Earnhardt in Park running 2nd and 3rd. It's been an eventful day for Earnhardt, we documented earlier. Jeff Burton led just before the last exchange of pit stops. Now he's back in 6th position. In the next 3, you've got Rusty Wallace, who led a pretty good bit in the early part of the race. Jeff Gordon dropped back a little after some right front fender damage when he and Mike Bliss got together in turn number 3 a while ago. There you see Wallace about to feel a challenge from Jeff Gordon for a position. Gordon's got a pretty good ding in it, too. Look at Gordon's car there. Yeah. Beaten in on the right side. Dale Earnhardt Jr. running in 10th, started last in a backup car after a vicious crash in yesterday morning's practice session. Matt Kenseth running right with him there. Rick Mast, a very solid day. Haven't talked about him. He started 35th. He's up to 14th. Rich Bickle taking over the car. Terry Labonte started, dropped to the end of the field, took over the car on the lap 26 caution. He's moved back up to 15th. Very solid run there. Ward Burton also doing very well. Ward starting way back in 37th position. He's up to 13th. Jeremy Mayfield, we talked about the double pit stop a minute ago, and Tony Stewart there, having fallen back earlier and has been able to get back up front. Last car on the lead lap at this point in the race looks to be Mike Bliss back in 35th position.
And he's lucky to be there after spinning, coming off turn 3 and having to go to the pits for a couple of times trying to straighten the body up on the car.
So Bliss last one on the lead lap. Now the car is 1 or more laps down. Ed Berrier there. Marcus. Rudd is off. Hamilton is off. Rudd with a crash. Hamilton, Kyle Petty, John Andretti, Sterling Marlin, and Mark Martin all out with engine failures. Pocono again being a monster for the engine builders on the NASCAR Winston Cup Tour. Rusty Wallace, Jeremy Mayfield, Jeff Gordon, Bill Elliott, Bobby Labonte, Dale Earnhardt, Jeff Burton, and Dale Jarrett have taken turns leading laps. 5 caution flags, 3 for blown engines, 1 for the Mike Bliss spin at lap 76, 1 for Ricky Rudd cutting his right front tire and hitting the wall in turn 1 at lap 112. That's the way things stand just past 300 miles in this 27th running of the Pennsylvania 500 at Pocono. Dale Jarrett opening up a bit of a lead now on Dale Earnhardt, the 2nd place car.
You know, 18 lead changes here already. The most we've seen in any race all year has been 30, with 129 laps in. could beat that here today at the rate things are going.
I kind of like this shot. I'm riding along with the lead car. It's been a long time since I've been able to do that. Just riding right on through the corner, watching him run a perfect lap, getting back in the throttle ever so easy, and now full throttle as he hits off down this long front straightaway.
Well, he is so smooth.
See the markers out there? Watch him shift down right there, getting into turn one.
What I was noticing most of that shot were those black marks from Ricky Rudd. That can't be a comforting thing for a driver.
No, and the next time he comes here, Ricky Rudd will see those very marks, and it'll take one lap to get over that.
Steve Park having a great day. We talked about Steve a little while ago, running in third position, seeking that so far elusive first NASCAR Winston Cup Series victory. He started in 10th spot today. He's been up in the top 10 just about the entire race, except on cycles of pit stops. To Mike Massaro.
Well, Alan, what you're about to look at is the wreck that Ricky Rudd was involved in on lap 112. We reported that he was complaining about the set of tires, that there was built-up pressure in the right front tire, and he was just about to head down pit road. While that may be all good and true, it doesn't look like that may have been the cause of the problem. Taking a look at the Goodyear Eagle, you can see a 2-inch gash right in the racing tread. He may have actually run over some debris. That's where it started. This is the end result. The rubber of this tire torn away from the rim, and this tire doesn't look anything like it did when they first bolted it on here earlier this afternoon. Guys?
It happens when you got 43 cars on a racetrack. Sometimes they make contact, brush something off, and before anybody knows it's there.
And Dave Marcus has just gone behind the wall. Pushed back.
Tough luck there for the Wisconsin veteran. Dale Jarrett leads the Pennsylvania 500, presented by America Online. Coming up on another set of pit stops in a little bit.
While there are a lot of places where people buy parts for their car, the fact is more people choose AutoZone than any other. It's because we're the largest auto parts retailer in America, and they save money with our everyday low price. It's because more often than not, we have the part they need in stock. And it's because we're the place where they'll find a battery that's backed by a 3-year free replacement guarantee. Which is why we say there's just no place better than AutoZone.
Dale Jarrett here with a very special offer. A new CD of all my favorite tracks. Immerse yourself in one of my personal favorites, the melodic grandeur of Daytona International Speedway. The dulcet tones of Lowe's Motor Speedway. Set your spirits soaring to the sound of California Speedway. Of course, these performances are better live. But bring your Visa card, because at these tracks you can't buy tickets with an American Express card.
Visa, it's everywhere NASCAR fans want to be.
This is my favorite part.
Hey, Steve, throw me a Miller Lite. Throw me a Miller Lite. Throw me a Miller Lite. Toss to the remote. Hey, Peanut.
Introducing the unbreakable plastic bottle from Miller Lite.
Such a classic. I'm down.
It's Miller time.
I'm okay.
Do you want to see something really scary? This Friday, sink your teeth into this summer's funniest, nuttiest movies. You'll scream with delight. Eddie Murphy, Nutty Professor 2, The Bumps, rated PG-13, starts Friday in theaters everywhere.
LA West Luxury Vehicles, available nationwide from select Ford dealers. Call us at 1-800-786-VANS. New for all race fan families, introducing the Simpson Child Car Safety Seat, available soon at these racing places. For more information, visit our website at www.simpsonraceproducts.com. Chase Authentics is the authentic trackside apparel of NASCAR. Authentic racing apparel you'll find on hot drivers. Chase Authentics.
Back at Pocono Raceway and TBS's live coverage of the Pennsylvania 500, presented by America Online, looking at the 10th place runner, Matt Kenseth. One of the NASCAR Winston Cup Series Rookie of the Year candidates. He is leading the Rookie of the Year points by some 14 markers over Dale Earnhardt Jr. The rookie standings based on their best 17 finishes in the season. And he leads Dale Jr. and Dave Blaney and the rest of the rookies in today's race. Marty Snyder has more on Matt Kenseth.
Well, Matt's having a terrific run, and in the June race here, he said he felt like he got better with every lap that he ran. Pocono is very tough to rookies. A rookie has never won here at Pocono, and Matt Kenseth desperately needs a top 10 finish. He has not had one since Dover in June. He just called Robbie Reiser a few moments ago, said the car's a little bit loose, but he's pretty happy. And again, he feels like he's learning more and more every lap. This is a very tough place to get a hold of, especially for a rookie.
Matt Kenseth doing a solid job today.
You know, Marty's exactly right. And I was talking to Robbie Rouser, his crew chief, over in the garage area earlier this morning. He said, we didn't have any notes. We never raced at Pocono. Now we have a race here, and we're the second time here. We do have notes, and we're improving every time we go back to a racetrack for a second time.
Have notes, they weren't even sure how they were supposed to get out of here to beat the traffic when the race is all over. Robbie Reiser asked me, how do you get out of here when the races are done and over with? And this is a shame. Elliott Sadler behind the wall. Trouble. Marty.
Well, they had a little smoke a little bit earlier. It is a Roush engine, which is the same engine, obviously, that Mark Martin does run. They thought it might be a transmission leak. They have a little bit of oil smoke. They're going to try and fix this on this pit stop. They came in a moment ago, took on 4 tires, and tried to find the leak. They couldn't locate it. Now they shut it down, and one of Mark Martin's crew members is here to check out and see what the engine problem might be.
All right, so Elliott Sadler in with the hood up on his car. Dave Marcus went to the garage a moment ago as well. And we'll get an update on what has happened to him in just a moment. Here's the first stop, the aftermath of the first stop that Elliott Sadler made. He'd been reported to be smoking on the racetrack, so they brought him down pit road and looked. When he left, the telltale sign was there.
And I know you're wondering what he was smelling there, but the difference in the smells of the greases for the rear end, the transmission, and also motor oil are totally different. So that's why he did that.
So DJ's opening up on Earnhardt.
Yep.
And Earnhardt's opening up on Park. He's starting to spread out now.
Looking at the lead group as they came through the second corner there, and as you could see, they've all kind of spread out just a little bit. As the first corner they've come through, now coming down to the second turn, Jarrett, Earnhardt, Park, Benson, still running well in fourth despite some of the potential problems we heard about earlier after the last pit stop. And you've got Jeff Burton, Jeff Gordon, Bobby Labonte, Rusty Wallace, Bill Elliott, and Matt Kenseth rounding out the top 10 cars. And again, all fairly equally spaced out on the racetrack. The two that are the closest together at this point will be Wallace and Elliott racing for 8th and 9th spots.
And then Rick Maston, 11th, and A.J. Foyt's car is having a good solid run today. He hasn't been up in the first 5 all day long, but he's been right around there.
Let's go on board with Robert Presley, who's having a fairly solid run in 17th position. Started off in 20th spot, so steady if not spectacular would be the description of Robert's day. We have the radio channel between Robert and his crew chief Ryan Pemberton open as he works on Tony Stewart for a spot. Stewart continuing to struggle. This will be his 16th spot.
Clear, all clear.
That means he can go out against the wall because he's cleared the car he's had.
Nice and smooth.
Limiter there, kind of cut the motor out so it wouldn't turn too many RPMs just before he got down into the tongue turn.
Hey, the guy just ahead of him is doing a great job today, too. That's Scott Pruitt. Second race here at Pocono. Started 33rd. Just passed Tony Stewart for 16th.
You know, if any rookie is going to have an easier time at Pocono than the rest, it would be Scott Pruitt in that orange Tide number 32 car. He is an absolute expert at road courses. Many of the people who have raced here a lot say this place is really a road course designed as a super speedway. It is.
They call it a rope.
A roval?
Yeah, road course and oval.
Second race with his new crew chief, Brad Parrott, for Scott Pruitt. Things working well here.
He's a good one. I'm telling you, he is a real good one.
Now, let's go back and update the story of Dale Earnhardt Jr. We talked about the practice crash yesterday, the trip to the hospital for the CAT scan, and the doctor's okay to come back and practice in happy hour. Earnhardt Jr. started last in the backup car. He's up to 14th position now. Mike Massaro can give us more on Dale Jr.
He is up to 14th position, Alan. However, he was in the top 10 not too long ago. He's lost a couple of spots because he's begun to develop a push. Just talked with Tony Urey Sr., the crew chief for that machine. I asked him if he was concerned. He just shook his head in typical Tony Urey fashion and said, no, not really. We'll make an adjustment next time in. So they're calm and collected still with quite a bit of racing to go.
So Earnhardt Jr. having a pretty decent day, running right behind Ward Burton, who's come up from the back of the field, and also Rich Bickle in the Terry Labonte car in that group as well. But Dale Jarrett leads after 140 of 200 laps in the Pennsylvania 500 at Pocono.
You worry about your car lasting? Imagine going 500 miles in one stretch at 200 miles an hour. That can zap the life right out of your car. That's why my team has always used Haviland Motor Oil, the same unique formulation you can get for your car. That's the kind of protection I'm talking about. Why aren't you guys working?
Buy 12 quarts of Haviland Motor Oil and get a free U.S. soccer cap. Hurry, it's a kick, only from Haviland.
$10 for lunch? I heard of a guy got a brand new car for that.
Sounds like a Darrell Waltrip story.
Oh, I swear it's true. This guy was at the track. He sees this notice. His brand new hot rod, $10.
No, it's not a misprint. Stop by and see for yourself.
Turns out her husband met this little gal at the track, and he ran off to Tahiti with her. And he told his wife to sell the car and send him the money.
Now on Kmart.
Remember Jared, he lost 245 pounds on his own diet, which included Subway's low-fat sandwiches and lots of walking. Well, it's been a year, so let's see how he's doing.
Looking buff, Jared.
Way to go, Jared.
I guess that answers our question. Thanks to 7 Subway sandwiches with 6 grams of fat or less and laying off the burgers and fries, Jared's looking pretty good. He's still a Subway fan and a true inspiration to dieters everywhere. Subway, the way a sandwich should be.
When it comes to getting the right parts fast and easy, guys who know their way around under the hood always turn to their best friend, wrenchhead.com, the place to buy auto parts online. Log on for millions of replacement parts, top brand names, performance parts, accessories and gear, even hard-to-find parts. Or just hang out with other wrench heads with wrenchhead.com. Getting the right part is a snap. Are you a wrench head?
The Pennsylvania 500, presented by America Online on the Superstation. Brought to you by Doc Otis, a new flavored alcohol malt beverage. Real lemon, real refreshment. Unlock the Doc. By Haviland Motor Oil. Add more life to your car. By Route 66, jeans, clothes. It's not Main Street, only at Kmart. And by Subway, the way a sandwich should be.
Coming around to complete 144 laps. 360 of the 500 miles. There you see how the leaders are deployed. Ken Squire here with Jerry Glanville down in the infield, the start-finish line area, as we watch Dale Jarrett in the number 88, who has won here on previous occasion on this 2.5-mile track. Currently in command, but he's got Earnhardt right behind him in second spot. And Johnny Benson has taken over in third, the Grand Rapids, Michigan driver, in the number 10, the white automobile, and just behind him, Steve Clark having a great day, followed by Jeff Burton in the 99. And Jeff Burton running that, we talked about the Roush motor. That's the motor that will work probably the least RPMs, hoping that they can finish this race. All these motors going out, unbelievable, Ken. They're going to have to make a special motor just for this track. Right behind Burton is Gordon in the 24, and then comes the current point leader, Labonte, as we watch them on that short shoot, as we watch those leaders up in front. Dale Jarrett and Earnhardt reminds me of 93. Remember, Jarrett in front, Earnhardt in second at the end of the Daytona 500. I wonder if it's going to end like that today. Dale Jarrett said afterwards, my thoughts were not to let Earnhardt get me in the bumpers. I knew he was going to do what he had to do to win, whatever it takes. He was asked if Earnhardt would tag him, and he said, sure. We're talking about a big race. Going to use whatever it takes, too. Could be kind of fun to see those two get back at the end of this show.
I can remember that race. Really, Earnhardt was real kind to him. He just tried to swipe the air off his spoiler without hitting him.
Now, right now, we're getting a little bit of a buildup of interval between first and second spot. Now you're riding with Tony Stewart. And boy, his day has been difficult. Started on the pole, and Mike Massaro can fill us in on more.
And Ken, really what Tony Stewart has been fighting all day long is what he describes as a twitchy condition. It's not really tight. It's not really loose. The car will not turn in the corners. particularly in the tunnel turn. At the same time, though, the rear end will not fight the racetrack. So he's still fighting that pushy loose condition, and they're trying to solve that problem. Let's go to Marty Snyder.
Well, what a terrible break for Dale Earnhardt. A right front tire is going down. The left front, they are saying now, is going down for Dale Earnhardt. He had a cut tire. It's a right front tire, actually. He said he radioed in about a lap ago, said the right front tire, I feel like it's going down. And indeed, it is gone down. It's shredding up the right front fender. And let's get back to Ken Squire.
Ah, that's a tough one for Earnhardt as Jarrett comes on pit road in number 88. Mike Massaro is there.
So the team has gone to work. Todd Perrin has made a call for 4 tires and fuel. Routine service for the leader. They'll work their way now to the left side of the machine. Drop off the jacks, and away he goes. A good stop for Dale Jarrett.
Beautiful stop for Jarrett. But for the 87 and 93 winner of this Pennsylvania race, it's a sad ending. At lap 146, Earnhardt is on pit road. Marty Snyder is there.
And what a tough break. They really felt like they had the race car to win as the fans go crazy. Dale Earnhardt on pit road. They're going to put on right side tires. They're going to make no chassis adjustments. Obviously, his shot to win this race more than likely over with now. They're having a lot of trouble taking off the right front tire. That usually happens when a tire shreds like that. It gets wrapped up inside the front wheel, and Dale Earnhardt down in the way.
Earnhardt coming back on the speedway. Looks like he's down a lap. Looks like he's going down a lap as he comes back out, Gary.
Well, he's got a hole in that right front fender, and what happens when the air comes in that hole, it gives you a push. It picks the hood up, and you're not able to stick on the ground like you were sticking.
Well, look at what's left.
Wow, look at that.
Talk about shreds. Take a look at what happened to Earnhardt out here. 7-time Winston Cup champion, so close in his bid to win at 8, 45 points away going into today. And that's the end of that story.
And the steel belts in there will actually shred a hole right in the hood. And you can see he did a good job here not hitting the wall, making that car turn when he had a right flat tire.
So challenging for the lead. 3 laps ago. Stacy Compton driving with a broken hand today. Cut the cast off this morning. Crashed at Indianapolis practicing up there. Now he's had an engine come apart. By my count, I think that's the 8th engine we've seen unhinge here recently. Well, since the race started.
You know, they built a special engine for Talladega and a special engine for Daytona. I think that's what's got to happen here. They're going to have to build a special motor just for this track.
Caution out on the speedway. Caution out once again. Boy, with all the lead changes and with the cautions, it's going to put Benson up in front. Steve Park is in second and Labonte in third with all that's been going on. And Matt Kenseth finds his way up to 4th spot as we come to this caution period.
One thing about Matt Kenseth, I was told today by actually Cup people that he brought knowledge from the Busch Series on how soft the springs you could run. They said Kenseth and Earnhardt Jr. has changed the springs at this track because these 2 youngsters can run those soft springs and taught some Cup people how to do it.
Interesting note. Well, we're back under caution. I believe that's the 6th time we've had Hamilton blow. Kyle Petty's engine's gone away. Marcus's engine has gone away. And now you hear Stacy Compton, formerly out of the Craftsman Truck Series of NASCAR, eases in. And as we get ready for pit stops, let's go back topside with Alan Bestwick.
All right, Ken, so a wild turn of events here as we hit the lap 148 mark with Buddy Baker and Dick Berggren. We've seen a couple of more engines lay down. Scott Pruitt in the garage. You've got Dave Marcus in the garage. Then the Dale Earnhardt problem running in 2nd spot. Lap number 145. Coming down the front stretch. This is the lap before the tire let go.
Exactly. You can see him going back and forth there. He knows something's wrong. He feels a vibration. The tire hadn't gone down yet, but he knows there's a problem.
Looking ahead from Bobby Labonte's car. Earnhardt slowing left of your screen.
There, the tire blows there, and you can see it unraveling. He goes up the racetrack. Was very lucky not to hit the outside wall.
Here come the leaders to pit road. Johnny Benson, Steve Park, Bobby Labonte, Matt Kenseth, all coming in. Got the radio over to Benson's pit. Let's watch the stops.
Be ready. I'm going to tell you to speed up in a second. All right, come on from there. Come on hard. Come on hard. 4 tires, guys.
Marty?
Johnny Benson and James Ince debated several times about what to do. The car is loose when the sun is out. It is tight when the clouds are out. They really didn't know what to do. They decided to make no adjustments. Just 4 tires and fuel. The alternator holding up fine for Johnny Benson. He is now down, back out on the racetrack. 17.0 on the stop.
You did speed up. Get on back
Did he
by
hold
him.
the lead? James Ince says he did.
Unfortunately for Benson, he's not the NASCAR official, and that is who is going to really decide whether he beat him or not.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. is slow in the pit lane. Something is either broken on his car or it's stalled and he can't get it restarted or something. We ride inside Junior's machine.
Look how many different shirts you see there. Pennzoil and the Budweiser crew pushing that car down the straightaway.
But all those shirts work for Dale Earnhardt. To Mike Massaro.
Well, guys, as you could tell, the 8 car stalled on pit road, and a good team effort on behalf of DEI. The Pennzoil team springing to life. They jumped over the wall to help in concert with the Budweiser team, pushing that car away. Steve Park did come down pit road as well. He made significant changes. That car was extremely loose. They made a wedge adjustment on the left side. They also dropped the track bar 1 round, took on 4 tires and fuel for Steve Park.
Tony Stewart is on the tail end of the lead lap. He is the first car behind the pace car. Stewart has been trapped by this caution on the tail end of the lead lap. Dale Earnhardt has been caught 1 lap down as a result of the caution. And Dale Jarrett, I believe, is going to work. Well, now let me say that. Hang on, as I'm saying this, I'm looking at the racetrack, and this may all actually work out in Stewart and Jarrett's favor. We'll see when they come back around in just a minute. Earnhardt still on pit road, getting work done on his car. Marty?
Well, his shot to win definitely gone now. He thinks the toe-in might be knocked out a little bit, which means the car does not want to track correctly. It kind of dog tracks around the racetrack. They checked that. They did a couple things to the right front. We'll have to talk to Kevin Hamlin and see exactly what the problem was, but Earnhardt did radio in that he thought the toe-in was out on his race car.
I had it right the first time. Stewart was caught on the tail end of the lead lap. Dale Jarrett is going to be the leader after their green flag pit stops of a minute ago. Kevin LePage has not pitted under this caution. He apparently is going to get the race lead. So we'll sort it all out in a minute. As a caution in the middle of green flag pit stops, troubles for Dale Earnhardt, all kinds of things breaking out in the middle of the Pennsylvania 500.
Paper truck, Mr. Chang, down at the local deli, sells me morning coffee, wishes me good luck. This is for the people in my neighborhood. They help me through the day and make me feel good. This spot for you, and you, and you, and you. This spot's for you.
It's your concert hall. It's your car. Keep it going with Midas. New services, more parts. A lifetime guarantee. We're more than mufflers. Go Midas.
No, this is all in French.
Oui, monsieur.
Well, I have that.
Oh, pour les cordons bleus, très bien.
Dave Thomas, the founder of Wendy's, is always looking for delicious new ideas.
Boy, this would be great on a tasty Kaiser bun.
And so Wendy's chicken cordon bleu sandwich was born with a whole breast filet, ham, Swiss, and with a creamy grapefruit Pont Dijon mustard sauce.
And for dessert?
I have that.
Monsieur has ordered the Côte Rouge.
Wendy's chicken cordon bleu. Come in and try one today. And remember, Wendy's pickup windows open late, so you can eat great.
Thanks for stopping.
Even late.
The Craftmatic Model 2 adjustable bed. This technologically advanced bed adjusts to all these relaxing positions at the touch of a button. Yet the Model 2 costs up to 56% less than all these quality flatbeds. Up to 56% less. Don't pay more to remain flat. Call toll-free to get complete free facts by mail about the adjustable bed that costs up to 56% less.
Call toll-free 1-800-480-4114.
Kevin LePage stayed on the racetrack when everybody else pitted under this caution. Now he's in for service, giving the top spot over to Dale Jarrett as the field gets the signal. In one more lap, we'll go back green flag racing. A lot of cars in the garage area before the finish of this one. Let's hear from one of those who's dropped out recently, Mike Hogwood.
And we're with Dave Marcus, 59 years young, has been coming here every year. They've been running Winston Cup cars at Pocono, and you said you'd rather be out there racing, standing here and talking to us.
Well, it's no fun being in here, but, you know, we were having some problems today. The car was awful tight. We did free it up, and we had it running better, but, you know, I just would like to thank Mr. Bill Jordan from Team Realtree, all the race fans, the sportsmen, everybody that buys our product. Everybody stands behind us. We're here every week. We're trying to get this thing turned around. We tested at Indy last week, had a good test, so we're in there digging. We're not giving up. I still really enjoy the sport.
One of the true legends, the guy who helped put this sport where it is today, Dave Marcus.
Marcus, one of a lot of guys who are out of the race at this point. Mark Martin, Sterling Marlin, John Andretti, Kyle Petty, Bobby Hamilton, Ricky Rod, Marcus, and Scott Pruitt, now Stacy Compton, all in the garage area. Moving up, Jeremy Mayfield had fallen back earlier. A double pit stop set him back some track position. He's back up to 6th. See, Jimmy Spencer's made a lot of progress today. Jerry Nadeau, Robert Presley, all back in the field at lap 80. Now having moved their way up, Dale Earnhardt's problems and Dale Jr.'s problems on this recent caution. And Pruitt in the garage area, Sadler with the hood up that we saw a while ago. That turned out to be a fitting on the power steering pump that was cracked on Elliott Sadler's car.
Well, Earnhardt's got much bigger problems than that. Dale Earnhardt Sr., that is. When that tire came apart, it started beating on the race car. That'll just do all sorts of ugly things to the suspension and the hoses and lines and fittings that are there. And they're really not sure that race car is going to be right. And his crew chief, Kevin Hadlin, has told them on the radio, it's not right, bring it on back, we'll fix it. Earnhardt, meanwhile, he's still forward. He still wants to keep running. To Marty Snyder.
Well, his car is not right. It's towed out about an entire turn of the steering wheel, folks. That is a lot. This is the tire. I don't think I've ever seen a tire more shredded than this. This is one that came off Dale Earnhardt's car. They still have more repairs to go on the number 3 car.
Green flag is in the air. Dale Jarrett's the leader. Tony Stewart trying to stay on the lead lap. He was on the tail end of the lead lap at the restart. Here they go 5 deep again into turn 1.
Michael Waltrip down on the inside of that 5 wide down the front straightaway, and they have to sort that out before they get down in turn 1 and make it 2 wide. You see the leader right there, Dale Jarrett, getting a good run up out of the corner.
Yeah, Michael was in another county. He was so far down on the racetrack. No other racetrack on the whole circuit do you see a restart like you see here at Pocono.
Here comes Jeff Gordon on Jeff Burton, 2nd spot, turn number 2. Burton doesn't want to give it up so easy.
2 young Turks wide open through that corner. You don't see that happen very often, but Burton's car handling very well in flat parts of the racetrack. He's actually making a challenge there on Gordon on the outside.
Napa Field summary, upper left of your screen, looking ahead from Rusty Wallace, the 4th place car. Actually 5th for Rusty. Bill Elliott's gotten by him in the last lap. And Burton still stubbornly hanging on, trying to crowd Gordon's entry into turn 1 just a little bit.
And Bill Elliott just behind them had a good solid run all day long in the number 94 car.
Got a shot at Jeremy Mayfield. He's clawed his way back up after the problems he had pitting earlier. He's on the outside of his teammate.
Here's Bill Elliott on the charge, down to the inside. So after it doesn't work out for Gordon to get by Burton, he may lose a couple of spots. Elliott and Rusty Wallace up to his inside.
Bill Elliott's got to be having a great time right now because he hasn't had a great year so far along. He has had moments, though, that he looks like he might even win a race. But to be this far up, this late in the race, he has to be having a good time.
After losing a spot to Jeremy entering turn 3, Rusty's going to try and claim it back off the corner. Now he ducks back in line. Here's Bobby Labonte, Matt Kenseth.
Wow. Still going at it. Why?
I was just looking at the average age of those moves that just on the front straightaway there. Matt Kenseth in his early 20s. And then you saw Dave Blaney dive to the inside, another young Turk. These guys are going for it now.
How many 40-year-olds did you see down there?
9.
That's what I thought. There's a 40-year-old in that number 94 car that's running today. Steve Park in the 1, having a good run this afternoon. He's in 9th spot and challenging.
Bobby Labonte racing with him there. Big, huge mix-up on that restart. Really shuffled the running order. Johnny Benson has been shuffled back to 13th spot. Park, Burton, Labonte, all racing there for 7th, 8th, and 9th positions. Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s view on the world. 26th position on the lead lap is where he runs. Mike Massaro.
Well, Alan, we all saw the costly pit stop that Dale Earnhardt Jr. endured last time down pit road. And the reason for it was actually the yellow. Threw a kind of a curveball at this entire team. They were planning on coming in a lap earlier, but because the yellow came out when it did, pit road was closed, forcing them to make another circuit. When they finally did come down pit road, they ran the fuel tank dry, and when they got the fuel in, it would not refire. We saw it stall midway down pit road. We had to bring it in again to top off the fuel tank. That's where they sit right now. Alan?
Jeremy Mayfield taking a spot away from Bill Elliott. Fourth position to Mayfield. We get the interval from Dale Jarrett, the leader, back to Jeff Burton and Jeff Gordon in second and third. Now from Gordon back to Mayfield in fourth and Elliott in fifth. And there's Rusty Wallace in sixth and Ward Burton in seventh. Really, for Ward Burton, that cannot downplay the performance of he and that team today. I mean, here are people who are pulling their hair out in the garage area all weekend long with a brand new race car that wasn't going anywhere. They threw everything at it this morning. We talked about earlier, started 37th, and here they are in 7th.
But, you know, that's what separates the really good teams from the teams that are truly great. And this team, this Burton team headed up by Bill Davis, and they have just got the right stuff to win a whole bunch of races. They've had a great year this year so far, but more of it's headed their way.
And Tommy Bolin, I went in this morning, his crew chief was changing the spindles on the car, putting drop spindles on the front. And I said, are you crazy on race morning? He said, we're junking like we are, so we're going to shoot for the moon. Apparently, he knows how to shoot for the moon because the car is really running well.
There he is, Ward Burton in the number 22 machine. A few spots behind his brother Jeff, who runs in second position. Jeff trailing Dale Jarrett.
On the hardest tracks on the circuit, that means a whole lot. And when you look back on your career and you can say that you won at Darlington and Rockingham and Pocono and Daytona and Martinsville, you're starting to say, wow, you know, this is really hard racetracks, and that would mean a whole lot to be able to add this to that list.
Jeff Burton talking about what it would mean for him to win here at Pocono, saying this is one of the tougher tracks on the circuit, and he sure likes the hard challenges.
Yeah, he does. He's finished second here. He's finished third twice. He's been fourth, never first today. He's looking real good to accomplish a win.
Unfortunately, this is not a race for position between the Earnhardts. Dale Earnhardt is in 31st position, a lap down after the problem with the flat tire earlier, and Dale Jr. is on the lead lap in 24th. Got an unscheduled pit stop for Joe Nemechek as he just leaves the pit lane while you watch this action on the track. As Dale Jarrett continues to hold the lead. The caution a minute ago sets up the fact that everybody's probably going to need to stop one more time for fuel, closing into the final 100 miles of the Pennsylvania 500 at Pocono.
Time to race on the Superstation.
Hey, NASCAR fans, TBSSuperstation.com puts you in the driver's seat for the Pennsylvania 500. Log on during the race and choose from 6 exclusive in-car race feeds. Check out the high-speed racing games and go behind the scenes of Team TBS at number 75, Wally Dallenbach.
If you really want to know your NASCAR, log on to TBSSuperstation.com.
Now that Napa Auto Parts and accessories are available online, have we suddenly become hipper? Well, maybe a little. NapaOnline.com, where the world's largest inventory of ready-to-ship parts and expert advice you depend on in our stores, are now available online around the clock. And if something isn't right, you can ship it back or return it to your participating Napa store and we'll make it right. Actually, this is pretty hip.
NASCAR Passing by Team Monte Carlo.
Come on, man, go, go, go. You're never going to get by anybody from this car behind us. Go. The big hell on the right. Let's go, go, go. Blah, blah, blah. What you say? I guess my 7 NASCAR championships are clogging up my ears, huh? Now, here, there's 2 ways to do this. There's my way and the wrong way.
Want to be like the Earnhardts? Drive the all-new Chevy Monte Carlo. The cars more champions depend on. Chevy, we'll be there. This summer.
Go! Hello, chunky butt! Pump it.
Jump it.
That man ain't gonna never be right again.
And plump it. Eddie Murphy is... Boys will be boys. The Clumps.
What are you looking at? This is an impressive package for a toddler.
Rated PG-13 starts Friday in theaters everywhere.
Dale Jarrett is the leader. of the Pennsylvania 500, presented by America Online. We are at the 400-mile mark, and there's the distance between Jarrett, the leader, and second place, Jeff Burton. That is 0.788 seconds officially as they cross the stripe. Jeff Gordon, the third-place car, creeping into the picture. And there is fourth place, Jeremy Mayfield, also in that group as they charge into turn one. Bill Elliott was among the leaders a moment ago. He's slowing down. He's fallen back to 13th spot. Marty, what's wrong?
Well, just when it looked like his luck might turn around, Bill Elliott has lost fourth gear. He can only ride in third gear. That's the highest gear he has. They're going to leave him out as long as he can until the transmission fails, and they think he might be able to live for the rest of the race, however.
Wow. Transmission or engine. I mean, the temptation would be just to stand on it, but kaboom if he does.
He is in fifth position, was in fifth position. Now Bill Elliott, as I said a minute ago, is back to 13. Let's talk about strategy to the finish from here. Dale Jarrett is the leader. We're inside the final 100 miles now. There's Todd Parrott, his crew chief. How about it, Mike Hogwood? Another splash of fuel needed to get to the checkers?
Well, let's ask Todd Parrott right now. He is communicating with his driver, Dale Jarrett, on the radio, calling out the lap time. What is your fuel strategy now? Do you have to come in, and when will you do it, and how much do you need?
Yeah, we got to stop probably about 10 or 15 laps to go. The situation we got now, nobody can make it from right here. So we've had a good car all day long. This set of tires seems to be just a little bit freer than what we've had most of the day. So we'll make an adjustment on this next stop, and hopefully we can keep this thing up front.
Will it be a splash and go?
Depends on how many laps we stop the tires.
That's the worst.
That's for Buddy and them guys to try to figure out.
All right, we'll let them try to figure that out. Now here's to Marty Snyder.
Well, we have some bad news to report for Johnny Benson. We reported earlier that the alternator was going bad. It has now gone away. They're losing all power. He said, get the battery ready, because he thinks he's going to have to come in and get a new battery on Johnny Benson's car.
Caution is out. There is the reason. It has gone up in smoke for Bill Elliott. Lap 163, Ed Berrier and Joe Nemechek have also both just taken their cars into the garage. The mechanical attrition enormous today here at Pocono.
You know, he's got a little bit of a fire going underneath that car.
Well, a lot of times when you knock a hole in the oil supply, it'll do that. But I will tell you, you guys hit it right on the head today when you said the motors last time. I mean, they just ripped up a bunch of motors, but this time it's getting ridiculous.
7th caution of the Pennsylvania 500. And now, what this does, it takes the splash and dash out. Everybody will pit for fuel and tires here. There'll be 36 to go when they come back around to the start-finish line. The pit road's going to be closed here because the pace car hasn't picked up the field yet, so stops will come with 35 to go, and everybody can make it from there.
Yeah, there shouldn't be a problem. This should, in theory, at least be the last pit stop. On the other hand, we've seen so many caution flags here for blown engines and other things that we're perfectly liable to have a whole bunch more pit stops before this is done.
10th car to fall out of the race with an engine problem, Bill Elliott. As Dale Jarrett comes to the stripe and takes the caution flag. And now what this sets up, strategy calls on the crew chief's part. Does anybody get 2 tires? They don't need a full fuel load. What, everybody was just in at 149? So they don't need a full fuel load. They could take 2 tires, try to get some track position.
If I was any further back than 10th or 12th or along in there, I'd get all, I'd come in, get 2 tires, try to get track position, and hope that I could hold them off.
Well, if anybody will try 0 tires.
Robin Pemberton has to make the call.
Ooh.
Talked about the problem that they have experienced here at Pocono last month, where they took 4 tires at a final pit stop when about everybody else got 2. It cost them a lot of track position. Rusty said, I kind of stuck my nose into making that call from behind the wheel, and I need to just let Robin make the decision.
Have you ever noticed, though, they always have 2 people up there making the decision. They discuss the best way to do this, and most of the teams have 2 or 3 people that really talk back and forth up on top of the war wagons as to what they want to do.
Usually, the crew chief and the team engineer are the 2 seated up there. So the decisions are being made right now. What are you thinking? What are we going to see?
I can't imagine what we're going to see, but other than I think we're going to see a lot of different scenarios unfold. I think we're going to see a bunch of people try just 2. We may see somebody try 4, but I don't think so. And I'll bet somebody tries 0.
We'll find out in just a moment. Dale Jarrett leads. Jeff Burton is 2nd. Jeff Gordon 3rd. Jeremy Mayfield 4th. Rusty Wallace is 5th. As we get set to come down pit road with 35 laps to go.
This is when you want the perfect stop.
Yep. Need all you can. And we'll keep an eye on who gets 2 and who gets 4 here as they get set to come off of turn number 3.
This could be for the race right here.
Could have a lot to do with it, that's for sure. Still a lot of laps to go to get 2 tires as far as the tire wear is concerned, but we've seen here before, 2 tires, you're not giving up a whole lot. Here they come. Off turn number 3, onto the pit lane. Down to the speed limit. Look at the running order as they come in. Gordon first to his pit. You look at Jarrett, Jeff Burton, and Gordon. See, Gordon was first to his stall, so we'll see what he does first. 2 tires for Gordon. Jarrett's going to get 4. 2 for Jeff Burton.
Rusty Wallace took just 2.
Looks like a lot of guys just got 2. In fact, Dale Jarrett is going to come out way back in line. Still haven't seen Jarrett come by. Still waiting for Dale Jarrett. There he is.
Wow. That's a lot of track to make up there. He's got a fast car, but he sure did give up a tremendous amount of track position.
Rusty Wallace is off of pit road in first. We'll get the running order reestablished for you. Find out where Dale Jarrett came out. Get down to the finish of the Pennsylvania 500 next.
Whether you drive your family around the neighborhood or the number 21 Citgo Taurus around the NASCAR circuit, you make a lot of pit stops along the way. So from Darlington to Detroit, Bristol to Boston, and just about every place in between, you can count on your local Citgo to keep you going. Gas, food, and conversation. Just what you'd expect from a neighbor.
You drive the way you drive. That's just the way it is. And that's fine. Because there's a new motor oil made to take it. Introducing new Pennzoil Synthetic with Penzane. Penzane was developed for the space program and is used by NASA. Don't change your driving. Just change your oil. Pennzoil Synthetic. It's rocket science for your car.
It's the home you've always wanted. From the architecture to the decor, right down to the brushed pewter ceiling fan. If only you could find one. Welcome to Lowe's, where we have more styles of ceiling fans from Harbor Breeze and Hunter than any other home improvement store, and all at a guaranteed low price. So no matter what your taste, well, we've got a fan for it. Lowe's, improving home improvement.
It's Honda's Red Hot Summer. Now the best time to ride is the best time to buy, because from now until the end of July, you can get our lowest payments available on XIs and ATVs, or choose no payments for 3 months, and both offers let you ride off with no down payment. It's easy with your Honda car. And now, gear up with 200 Honda bonus bucks when you purchase any new XR in Honda's lineup. Honda's Red Hot Summer. It's the sales event of the year.
Back at Pocono Raceway, Rusty Wallace's team makes the 2-tire call, gets him out in the lead while we're under caution. We have the opportunity to talk to Rusty. Dick?
Rusty Wallace, Dick Bergman at TBS. Can you hear me?
I got you loud and clear.
Hey, how about that 2-tire stop? Are you sure that's going to be good enough? Jarrett took 4.
Well, I don't know. I took 4 last time and it bit me. 14 cars behind us got 2 right sides, so I think it's the right call.
How's the car running for you?
I think Rusty just got the word that we're going to go racing when they come a lap and a half from now. So we'll let Rusty get back to work as the crew communicating with him that they'll get the one-to-go signal when they come back to the start-finish line. Well, he was pretty pleased with the decision. We'll find out how it works out. Let's get some further reports on the pit stops. Marty Snyder.
How about Jeff Burton's pit stop? I asked crew chief Frank Stoddard why they only took 2 tires. He said track position is just a killer. We could not afford to give up track position. That was the only thing behind the decision. They were just a skosh tight. They took a half pound out of the right front tire. That should loosen them up. They think they're going to be good for the longer part of the run. Let's go to Mike Hogler.
Now, Todd Parent says everybody's scared. They're thinking about the race last month. He says that their old left side tires aren't going to be good enough for the 4 that Dale Jarrett has bolted on, even though he's in 14th. They're confident they can move to the front.
Mike
Massaro. Another team that two tires on were the Rainbow Warriors. Jeff Gordon and Robbie Loomis, along with Brian Weitzel, conferring on that call. And Robbie, why only 2?
Well, Brian and I talked about it a lot. You know, it's like you said earlier in the day, the car ran real well with 2 tires. Track position is so important, we just felt we couldn't give it up right now.
We'll have to find out if the gamble will pay off.
Jeff Gordon in 3rd position as we get set for the restart. And just a final point on the 2-tire choice. Everybody stopped at lap 149, and everybody got 4. So from 149 to 165 was all they'd run on those left side tires. I don't think the 2-tire call was a bad one at all. We'll find out.
You know, track position is so very important, and Rusty, like he said, but have you ever seen a bigger game face on somebody? When he put that lid down, we wasn't talking to him anymore.
He was ready to go. This is the same tire that they ran here in June, and 2 tires worked very well. In fact, that strategy won the race. It's the same tire that they're going to use at the Brickyard 400 in 2 weeks.
So Wallace leads, Jeff Burton is second, then it's Gordon, Mayfield, and Bobby Labonte. All these cars getting 2 tires in the pit stops. Matt Kenseth, Robert Presley up into 7th. Ward Burton, Jerry Nadeau, and Mike Skinner now to 10th. Then you've got Steve Park, Michael Waltrip, who we haven't talked about all day, up at the 12th position. Then Dale Jarrett, the first one to get 4 tires, back in 13th position. And the restart's going to come with 32 laps to go. Is it enough time?
This is about to get real good.
Yeah. A couple of others who've had some pretty good days that we haven't really talked about much. Rich Bickle has done a solid job subbing for Terry Labonte. He's in the 19th position, and there's Johnny Benson, who's had a great day that's going bad here in the final laps. Marty?
Well, indeed, Alan, the alternator finally did go on Johnny Benson's car. They've been having a top 5 run all day long, and they use that caution flag to change the battery, because once the alternator does go, it immediately starts draining on the battery. They changed the battery. They kept him on the lead lap. He is the last car on the lead lap, but nonetheless, he should be fine at the end of the race. He still has a very fast race car.
Benson back in 27th position, actually the next to last car on the lead lap. Kevin LePage, just as he had done the previous caution, stayed out for a couple of circuits, led a couple of laps, then ducked into the pits, and now he is in 28th position and the final one on the lead lap. So Tony Stewart going to be the first car 1 lap down. Today's pole sitter up to the inside of Rusty Wallace. Got the field as they were on the initial start of the race. Only one's the leader. One's back in 29th spot. Now with 32 laps to go, we're back at it.
And Rusty Wallace got a lightning bolt start there. He moved right on by Stewart.
Fortunes can change. Yesterday, so many people were saying Tony Stewart's the man to beat today, and he has just had a miserable day. All kinds of problems. The 20 car here at Pocono this afternoon.
Your second place car there, Jeff Burton, has had a great run all day long, and he's one of the quickest cars through the corners. He may be, if he could get out in the lead right now, he would be very, very tough to catch.
Here comes Gordon to the inside of Burton for second across the second corner. Burton shuts the door. Now Gordon has to play defense on Jeremy Mayfield.
It'll be tough defense to play. Mayfield's running.
Look at Earnhardt. Look at Dale Earnhardt.
Yeah.
Remember, he's not on the lead lap. He's trying to get up there to Rusty Wallace and get back on the lead lap. But Earnhardt with the flat tire back at lap number 145 while running second, lost a lap. At that point, getting to pit road. Look at Presley now to the inside of Labonte and Mayfield.
Presley in 6th spot.
Having a great run.
I tell you, he is a rejuvenated race car driver, and all it really took was the addition of Ryan Pemberton as crew chief. And this guy, all of a sudden, after all these years, has learned how to drive.
Well, he's been a good driver all along. Back when he ran in Busch Grand National, he was a winner and a front runner all the time. I think now he has a combination to keep him up there.
He does.
Gordon's car not looking like it's like it, the 2 tires on his machine. Lost a spot to Mayfield. That was 3rd. Here goes Presley by Gordon for 4th, and Bobby Labonte alongside for 5th. Oh, he couldn't make the outside stick there.
And back in the middle part of that group, you see Wiggling back in there. Garrett tucks in, drafting down the front straightaway, but he's not passing the cars as quick as I thought he would.
Somebody in the middle of that group let out a big puff of smoke when they shifted gears. Coming down the front stretch, so keep an eye on that.
And some debris went flying as well.
Here's Dale Jarrett. Lee started 13th. He's up to 10th. 30 laps to go. He has got a lot of traffic to work his way through. It's going to be a factor. Presley losing a spot to Gordon. 4th position. Oh, almost got the wall.
Man, wow. You don't get any closer than that without knocking the fender off.
Or worse. Well, now's the time to stand on the gas. Less than 30 laps to go in this event. It's showtime. Whatever you got, time to show it.
Mike Skinner on the move. And with Dale Jarrett there, 9th and 10th place, trying to move up.
See Jarrett looking to the inside, outside. Down the straightaway, tires don't make a difference. This is where Jarrett has a great advantage.
This is Presley off turn 2 just a minute ago.
Yow.
Just that close to disaster.
When you do that, your right leg, you move it over closer to the steering column. That's how drastic that is. You're really running right up against the wall. Look at Benson moving up here.
That is the 8th place car, Nadeau, that is in trouble.
And Tony Furr this morning thought that this was the best car he's ever had. He thought they had a real shot to win this race at Pocono, and Nadeau in trouble.
Clear gate on. Clear gate on. Flat tire, guys. That's the last car right there. Clear.
3,900. Bailed out. Was coming to pit road.
He almost went down pit road and didn't.
Wait a minute. The whole right side of that car is flat there. He's been all the way up into the wall.
Here's another look off the final corner. Who's that? That's Earnhardt that's about to scrape the concrete there. This is Nadeau in turn 1.
Yeah, now he washes out and gets up in the loose stuff here. But that's not when he got into the wall. It's later on.
Actually, I think it was a little earlier than that, because I believe he might have felt a vibration or something. Well, we'll get an update from his pit in a moment. First, we watch Rusty Wallace, the leader, trying to hold that advantage over Jeff Burton. It is 1.016 seconds now, as Jeff Gordon tries to do away with the lap car of Dale Earnhardt. Here's Burton running that high line again down in turn 1. He's been up there all day.
Yeah, and his car seems to work up there. Usually that means his car is not handling, but for Burton, it's certainly not costing him any time whatsoever. He gets to that corner quite well.
He grabs the gear shift lever. The knob on that gear shift lever he just loves. There's only 2 of those in captivity. They changed that gear shift lever from car to car, so he's always got it with him. Even the Spare's got one of those.
A gear shift knob.
Hey.
Yeah.
Well, that thing's all full of holes. They got it all drilled full of holes, and it's easy to grab hold of, and it's nice and light.
Okay. Here's your third place car. Jeremy Mayfield's got a report that he may be showing a little bit of smoke from behind that machine. Pick it up there. And this is Ward Burton's car. Ward has fallen all the way back to 27th position. Marty, problems there, huh?
Well, yeah, Ward, after a terrific run all the way from the back to the front today, felt like he had a right front tire going down. They debated bringing him down pit road that time. Obviously, Ward decided to stay out. They will probably come in this time, or they may ride it out and see what happens, but they do have tires up on the wall for Ward Burton's pit crew.
Tough luck there for Ward. Started in 37th, up as far as the top 5. Now falling back to the end of the lead lap and maybe to pit road here in a minute or so. Dale Jarrett, 8th spot now by Mike Skinner. Matt Kenseth is in 7th as Jarrett tries to rally from the 4-tire stop around all of those who just got 2 a moment ago.
Yeah, but he's about 300-400 yards behind the leader right now, so even though he's back there, he needs to really pick it up because the leader's going down the back straightaway and he's still coming off turn 1.
Here's Kenseth working on Bobby Labonte just in front of him. 6th and 7th positions. Mike Hogwood has more on Dale Jarrett's car.
Dale Jarrett just told his crew chief Todd Parrott that this set of tires they just put on, and remember they put on 4, are not running as good as the last set that was on the car. Not good news for the 88.
Boy, how many times have we heard that with Dale Jarrett? It just seems to pepper his career. Every so often when he's got a terrific car, he fires 4 on it toward the end of a race, and things just don't work out for him. But he has been strong all day.
As the leaders come down the front stretch, they will overtake Ward Burton's car, who's just come onto the pit road for that stop. So Ward goes a lap down. It's just 24 to go. There's Ward leaving pit lane. Marty?
Well, Ward thought it was a tire that was going down, but that appears not to be the case. They took off the right side tires. Everything was fine. It might be something loose in the right front brake caliper. They checked it, and they sent him back out on the racetrack.
So he'll be riding around carefully over the final laps of this one. Ward coming into the event fourth in the NASCAR Winston Cup Championship standings. He's going to finish well down in the running order after that green flag pit stop of a minute ago. Here's Dale Jarrett trying to get a spot from Bobby Labonte. Coming at you down towards turn number 3. Mike Skinner right there with him. Up to the inside of Bobby for 6th spot.
Gollenbach takes it behind the wall and heads into the garage area, the latest retiree.
Another car with problems here at Pocono. He would be the 13th driver out of this event if he fails to finish. Back for the finish of the Pennsylvania 500 presented by America Online. After this final commercial break, Rusty Wallace is the leader.
From the leader in ride control technology comes the latest in a long line of innovations. Introducing Monroe's revolutionary new Reflex Shock with impact sensor technology that reacts instantly, shifting between firm and soft compression in just 12 milliseconds. Combining superior comfort with a dramatic reduction in pitch and roll for maximum safety. Experience the new standard in comfort and control with the new Reflex Shock from Monroe.
Never once did your car ask you for jewelry or flowers. Never once did it ask you if it looks fat. Or did it get mad at you for leaving the seat up? Your car always gives you exactly what you want. Doesn't it deserve something special in return?
In our family, men lose their hair early.
Thank you.
By the time we hit 30, we don't have to invest much in combs. So I started using Rogaine when I was like 28 at the first sign of fallout. Before I looked like I needed it, because I know I would. So there I am. I've been using Rogaine for about 2 years now, right at the source of the problem, and I don't see any difference. And that's the idea. You keep the hair you have. Look, I love my dad. I'm just not in a rush to look like him. Simple, safe, smart. Rogaine. It's stronger than heredity.
For the first time ever, your television and the internet converge to create a simultaneous, synchronized experience.
I watch Wednesday.
Watch Ripley's Believe It or Not, WCW Thunder, every Wednesday night. Click, log on to TBSSuperstation.com. Compete to win gigantic prizes.
I watch Wednesday.
August 2nd, 8:05 Eastern, TBS Superstation.
Rusty Wallace comes to the start-finish line to complete the 180th of 200 laps in the Pennsylvania 500 presented by America Online. 50 miles to go in this one, and Jeremy Mayfield is closing fast.
You're exactly right. He's closed down some 20 car lengths in the past 5 laps, and he's right on the back bumper of Rusty Wallace as they head down the back straightaway. And Jeff Gordon's closing in now just a little bit on Burton there in 3rd spot.
There you look at the top 4. With 20 laps to go in the race. Robin Pemberton, Rusty Wallace's crew chief, watching his driver try to hold off their team car for the win. Mike Hogwood is in their pit.
We're up on top of the pit box. Robin Pemberton, can he hold off Jeremy Mayfield?
Jeremy's been off a good car all day long. The track position is going to help us, but he's come from 2 or 3 seconds back and to a couple car lengths, but we still got a shot.
That's a word from Robin Pemberton. They admit the 12 car awfully strong. Marty Snyder.
Well, Let's talk to Peter Spenzo, the crew chief for Jeremy Mayfield. He's been consistently the fastest car on the track. Looks like you can get around Rusty, but can you stay up front?
I think if Rusty works with us, we can at least finish probably 1 and 2.
Is that the goal right now?
That's what the goal is, yeah.
And obviously he'd rather finish 1 than 2, but the problem for Jeremy Mayfield, they've been excellent on the beginning part of a run, but they've fallen off late in the run. There's a lot of laps left, and that is their concern. There may be too many laps left for Jeremy Mayfield.
Right in Wallace's tire tracks, down to turn number 3.
Yeah, Jeremy's coming. He's getting ready to start to make a move on Rusty.
How about right here?
Yep.
Mayfield low, off the corner.
And this will be a drag race all the way down the front straightaway. They run side by side as they go down through there. Rusty looks to have a great car down the straightaway as well, but as they start in the corner, that outside hadn't been given up much.
So far, so good. Boy, they better not tangle with this stuff this late in the race, his teammates.
While they're running side by side, third place Burton and fourth place Gordon will close in quickly on him while they're door to door. Still double wide.
This will probably play out as they start in tunnel turn. Rusty had to get out of it. That's not a very nice corner to run side by side through.
No, you want to let the guy on the bottom have it there. It's just too risky to stay upstairs in the tunnel turn. Rusty will have to cool his heels and see if he can make a run on Mayfield a few more laps.
And we talked about while they were running side by side, it would let third and fourth catch them. There you see Jeff Burton almost up to Wallace's back bumper.
Mike Gordon's right in there, too.
17 to go. A time that must seem like forever if you're the driver and the team that are out in front, especially when you get all that company.
Yeah, and Mayfield's got to know that he's better at the beginning of a run than at the end of the run. And, you know, he's going to try and put as much distance between himself and the rest of those guys as he can. But Rusty's hanging right in there on his back bumper.
And Rusty's aware that Jeremy Mayfield's car is lightning fast until, as Marty said just a second ago, until the tires start to go away. And then Jeremy's car has fallen off all race long. So Rusty's looking pretty good right now, but so is Jeremy.
Yeah, you can make that car that's fallen off on the longer run a whole lot better when you're out front than you can when you're trying to get around someone.
And a fellow named Dale Jarrett has moved into fifth spot.
Yeah, Jarrett is up and around Matt Kenseth. He's up and around Bobby Labonte. Dale's in fifth position, trying to pick his way back from 13th after he took 4 tires on the pit stop a little while ago. There's Jarrett. Brett Bodine has just made the turn into the garage. Let's update that Ward Burton, the diagnosis on his problem, Marty tells us from pit road, loose lug nuts from the last pit stop. That'll cause a vibration in the wheel. And Ward is now back well down in the field. He is in 29th position, 2 laps down to the race leader. Update on Jerry Nadeau was on pit road for a green flag stop a moment ago. Mike?
Well, Alan, it wasn't too long ago that we saw Jerry Nadeau get into the outside retaining wall, and here is the end result. You can see the tires they just took off the car where he scrubbed the concrete. All kinds of concrete dust down in the wheel well, and you can see that the tires completely scuffed all the way around the circumference. When they did make the stop, they pulled away the fender from the right side tires and made a 2-tire change, but you can see for obvious reasons they needed to do that. Guys?
So Nadeau, another driver with promising results earlier in the day that not going to get him at the finish. He is down in 28th position. Look at all the drivers out as we run our field summary by you. Engine failures, the big story of the day. Mark Martin, the first one out at lap 25. We've had now, if Brett Bodine's car is indeed an engine failure, it'll be 11 engines, a couple of transmissions, 1 rear end, and only 1 car. Only 1 of all the cars that are behind the wall, 14 of them now, out of this thing because of an accident.
We talk about engine failures here. Rusty Wallace engine, 9,500 RPM in his qualifying run. You really can't expect him to live long when you're running in 9,000, 9,200 RPM.
Good race for position here among some drivers we really haven't talked a lot about today. Rick Mast at the head of that group in 9th spot. Robert Presley and Steve Park, we've documented some a little while ago. And Jimmy Spencer in 12th position looking for more off turn 3.
Jimmy Spencer looks like he's on a half-mile dirt track as he slid off that corner there. He and Steve Park side by side as they go down the front stretch.
And Rich Bickle driving for Terry Labonte trying to get involved in this as well. Yow. 3 deep into turn 1. Something's got to give. Steve's car obviously not liking just the 2 tires that it got on the pit stop a little bit ago.
No, and Rich Speckle's fighting very hard there, trying to move up. As you said, they had a driver change, and they had to do a lot of work. Terry Labonte's about 5'11", and Rich Speckle's 6'5". So when they took him out of there, they had to get Cookstons out of the car, and he fought his way back from the back of the field all the way up now.
Look at those. Good. He's last after the driver change, back on the first pit stop, and now he's worked his way up to 13th. So pretty good run there.
Absolutely.
And back up front, Jeremy Mayfield still hanging on to his advantage over Rusty Wallace, Burton and Gordon right there.
And you saw a big blob of black stuff bounce across the racetrack. What that is the tires, as they wear, they build up like a ball inside the tire wells there, and coming down the straightaways, they'll fall out and they'll bounce. It's nothing falling off the car. It's just rubber buildup that falls off the car and bounces across the racetrack.
You see fifth place Dale Jarrett, hardly even in the frame there. On the high picture coming into the second corner, there's Jeff Gordon, back. There's Jarrett, 5.5 seconds behind in fifth. So with 12 laps to go, as they cross the stripe this coming time, he needs a caution.
Or these guys just to start racing 3 and 4 wide down the straightaways, and that's not going to happen right now because Jeremy Mayfield might have been playing possum because that car is hauling it now.
And Mayfield is just amazing here at Pocono, isn't he? I mean, if he can manage to win this thing today, it'll be 4 career wins, 3 at Pocono, as he slides up on the racetrack, couldn't get out of the bottom of that lap.
I don't think that was a proven move, but look at Jeff Burton moving in there on Rusty Wallace now. There, nose to tail down the back straightaway.
It was just 5 weeks ago here at Pocono in June. Jeremy Mayfield was running second to Dale Earnhardt. White flag was up, final corner, final lap. And it's a racing classic by now. Mayfield up underneath Earnhardt's back bumper. Earnhardt gets wiggled, gets nudged, gets loose, and Mayfield goes around for the win. A classic bump and run off the final corner. Jeremy Mayfield getting his second Pocono victory. If he can win today, he will become the first driver since Tim Richmond in 1986 to sweep both races in a season at Pocono. Tim Richmond, a driver who had a terrific feel for this racetrack. He was spectacular here, and Mayfield seems to have the same. Of his 3 career victories, 2 of them have been here.
Yeah, and these guys that really run well here like to run right on the ragged edge, and Jeremy Mayfield does not mind letting that car slide a little bit.
Mayfield fell way back in traffic earlier in the race. He had just started to come down pit road for a stop when a caution flag came out. They took 2 tires, sent him back around, came back in, got the other 2. He was something like 32nd at the time, 27th, somewhere in there, and has picked his way methodically back to the front and is now in the lead of this thing. And when he comes off the corner now and gets to the start-finish line, he'll see the 10 to go signal from the starter stand.
And Mayfield has just been told by his crew with 10 to go, stay focused. That's the only message. Stay focused.
Transmission failure, the reason Brett Lodine's car has been reported out of the race. Same for Wally Dallenbach. Ed Barrier's gone to the garage with a rear end failure. It was engine failure on Joe Nemechek and engine failure on Bill Elliott. Mixing it up for second spot, Jeff Burton after Rusty Wallace.
Wow, they almost touched down the back straightaways. They head for the tunnel turn. The outside usually gives way and does again.
Burton trying to make Wallace run in there hard, see if he can cut underneath him.
And that's exactly what he made happen, going across the short chute towards turn 3. Listen to that motor. Screaming through there. Rusty just drove her on in there on the high side. They're side by side coming off turn 3 down the front straightaway.
And the best possible thing that Jeremy Mayfield could see in his rearview mirror are these 2 racing for second, because he has gotten gone. Just like that little time running side by side.
Yeah, but they have got to go at it as well. I mean, Burton has got to try and get Rusty, and Rusty's got to try and hold him back. It's just good fortune for Mayfield is what it is.
This is where his strong suit is. He comes off the turn 1 there with a great run. Burton does in 3rd place, but he didn't close in on Rusty quite like he did on the lap prior.
You know, I think I said, I know I said something wrong a minute ago. I talked about Tim Richmond being the last driver to sweep both races here. Bobby Labonte did it last year. Yes, he did. Okay. 1 for me in the error column.
You're allowed 1 a race.
E9 will score that one. while we get down to the final laps of this one, and Jeremy Mayfield looks like he's extending his advantage, let's talk about some other stories. There are the drivers who swept here at Pocono in the track's history. Some pretty big names on that list as well that Mayfield's trying to join.
Before you drop back, Johnny Benson was in the very back of this race just not long ago. They changed the battery in that car, and he's all the way back up to 14.
Yep, Benson picking his way back up through traffic. There he is in the white car there, back of your frame. He's coming, that's him. So Benson up at the front, fell to the back, trying to claw his way back to the front again. Championship picture after today's race. Bobby Labonte is running in 7th. Dale Jarrett's running in 5th, so not much ground going to change hands between those two. Dale Earnhardt's going to be the big loser. 25th position, a lap down after the cut tire while running in 2nd. Back at lap 145. And Mark Martin going to lose some more ground. Mark in 6th position in the championship. He was the first car out of the race, going to finish 43rd. Tony Stewart's had just a lousy day. He's in 26th position. And Stewart, the 5th place driver in points, going to lose some more ground. Ward Burton had his problems a little while ago as well. He's in 28th. So Jarrett and Labonte going to be the two that do the best as far as the title contenders today, and everybody else has had some rough luck at Pocono. There's Dale Earnhardt running in 2nd, 55 laps to go. The right front tire went down, and by the time he got it back around to pit road, it has beaten most of the fender off the right front corner of the car, and it hasn't been the same since. There's Stewart. It's been a bad day.
Oh, yeah. That blur that went by with Dale Earnhardt Jr., Stewart now weaving back and forth. I don't know what's wrong with the car, but it's something he's trying to decide whether it has a flat tire or not, it looks like.
Tell you what, Rusty's closing back in on Jeremy. He's closing back in a little bit. After that side-by-side racing between Rusty and Jeff where Mayfield got away, Rusty's beginning to run him down. Remember, we documented from pit road earlier. Jeremy was good on the initial run on a set of tires. His handling got poorer the longer we went. Everybody came to pit road with 35 laps to go. And now we're getting down to the final 5, so we put 30 on him. Mayfield looks like he's beginning to slow up just a little bit. Marty, how about it?
Well, Jeremy right now fairly happy. His car's getting a little bit of a push. He's talking to a spotter, Marty Gaunt. Marty told him, run your race, and be patient. Take care of the tires, and they'll take care of you. Then Michael Kranifus, the car owner, came on the radio, said you have a little less than a second lead on Rusty. Don't worry about the tires. Their concern, though, is that Rusty laid back and saved his tires intentionally, and that he will be better late in the run. Let's go to Mike Hogwood.
Well, I asked Rusty Wallace's crew chief, Robin Timberton, what do you have left? He looked at me and said, not a whole lot. It's all we can do right now to hold on to second place. Jeff Burton's pretty strong. So Mike Massara.
Jeff Burton incredibly strong, but I just sauntered over to crew chief Frank Stoddard, and I asked him a simple question. I asked him, what do you need? He said, I need the 2 to get out of the way and the 12 to slow down. I don't think either one of those are going to happen, guys.
Not willingly. That's for sure. Now, last lap by, Rusty Wallace and Jeff Burton each ran a faster lap than Jeremy Mayfield did.
Well, you know, they're hooked up together, and they should be running faster laps at this point. They go fast enough here. There is an aerodynamic situation. You get two cars running together, nose to tail like that, they ought to be able to pick up some time. But they got to pick up time in a hurry. This thing is almost over.
And as you speak, they are closing back in on the leader. I'm sure Jeremy right now would love to see them start racing for second spot, because they're nose to tail as they head down into turn 1.
4 to go. Mayfield didn't get off turn 3 as well last time as he has in previous. Up top goes Mayfield, down low goes Wallace.
I'm telling you, this race is a long way from being over. Look at Burton.
Got the fender alongside.
Jeremy's going, please race, guys.
Mayfield's just been told, keep doing what you're doing. There's no pressure from behind. They're racing each other.
Yep, you can see they lost about 5 or 6 car lengths just by that little racing they did there when they got side by side down the back straightaway.
Just a very little bit of time. Rusty had to pay attention to Jeff, and he lost all that ground. We better make it up in a hurry. Across the stripe, 3 laps to go. 197th in the books. Jeremy Mayfield trying to become only the second 3-race winner In the 2000 NASCAR Winston Cup season, he got one in California. He got one here at Pocono in June. He's trying to join Tony Stewart as the second driver to make it a triple in the NASCAR 2000 campaign.
Rusty Wallace has a faster car down the straightaway, but Jeremy Mayfield off turn one is awesome. They're closing in on him, though, as they go towards the tunnel turn.
Remember June, it was the last corner of the last lap when the race was decided. Complicating factor there, these two are teammates.
This is where Jeremy's so very, very good on these flat corners. Down in turn one, I think Rusty's just as good.
Here comes Burton. Second spot.
Mayfield's spotter just erupted the stream. Here they go, where they got side by side. It was as if he figured that's all was necessary for his guy to win this race.
It might have been.
Yep.
Rusty fought him off, though. He's still holding on the second as Burton looks to the inside as they start down the back straightaway.
Burton still determined to get second spot from Rusty. This time he's got the inside line to the second corner.
Down under Rusty Wallace. Rusty taking a lot of racetrack there, but he knows that Burton's right there as they head down the short chute. He gets back in front of Burton.
Mayfield loving it. Just loving it. He's gotten away. And now he's going to have just one lap left to try and secure the victory. Here comes Jeremy Mayfield. White flag is up. Final lap of the Pennsylvania 500. Mayfield tried to complete the Pocono sweep for 2,000. 2.5 miles to go.
Because Burton on the outside, he's not giving that long line up. He'll get a great run down through there. The race is for second right now.
Rusty to block. Burton to push. And they both closed on Mayfield. Look at this. They ate up Mayfield all over the back of him into the second corner. Mayfield's got a problem. Mayfield's got a flat tire. Here goes Wallace by. Now the race for the win between Wallace and Burton. Mayfield slows on the final lap.
Rusty Wallace gets a good clean entry into turn three.
Rusty Wallace needing to get off the corner and beat Jeff Burton back to the finish line. Here they come, the final sprint down to the checkered flag. Burton tries to draft up inside. Wallace wins it. Rusty Wallace wins the Pennsylvania 500 when Jeremy Mayfield suffers a flat tire halfway through the final lap in the lead.
Dale Jarrett ended up fourth by Mayfield having that problem there.
Look at the right front corner of Mayfield's car. The tire went flat on the last lap leading.
That's why they call it racing and not winning. Looked like he had it in the bag. All of a sudden the car veered off on the tunnel turn over there.
Rusty Wallace goes to victory lane. He has won the Pennsylvania 500, looking like he was racing for second. Now he's got the win.
Rusty Wallace is Dick Bergman at TBS. Can you hear me?
Sir, got you loud and clear.
What a run. What a run. How did you know Mayfield's tire was going down?
Well, I didn't know it was going down. I didn't know nothing was going on until the last corner.
A great run. Congratulations. Drive around to victory lane.
Penske was 1-2, looking great. Real proud of both teams, and just unfortunate for Jeremy to lose that tire. But it happened for me just at the right time. Thanks a lot, everybody.
Tell Rusty he didn't finish second. Mayfield went back, but that's how much Rusty Wallace looks in the mirror after he goes by the leader.
Jeremy Mayfield's team obviously despondent. Let's go downstairs.
Heartbreak would be a better word. And Peter, did he say what happened?
Right front tire went down.
And did he say there was any indication it was going down?
No, just right front tire went down, going into tunnel turn. Hey, at least our teammate won. That's all that matters.
All right, no indication that the tire was going down before that. Jeremy thought he might have had the race won, but obviously that's not the case.
Rusty Wallace gets his second win of the 2000 season in most unexpected fashion. Dramatic final moments here at Pocono. He was doing all he could to hold off Jeff Burton for second, going into the second corner on the final lap. Mayfield came off turn one, and Wallace and Burton closed on him in a hurry, so
right
we knew
there,
there was a problem.
He knew he had a problem. He was trying to hang on. Right there, the car just takes off up the hill. He knows the tire's flat now. He's just trying to pick up any position he can.
Let's go down to victory lane. Here's Ken Squire.
Now he is 8th on the all-time win list all by himself in Winston Cup racing, just about ready to clamber out. Rusty Wallace winning once again. The 51st victory puts him 1 up on Ned Jarrett and Junior Johnson. A great pit stop made a big difference at the end of this race, and what a whale of a finish.
It was a whale of a finish, no doubt about that. It was just Team Penske the last half. Jeremy's car was great. My car felt really good, and he had a little problem there at the end, and I was able to take advantage, and that's it. But we were bumper to bumper. Boy, Jeff Burton run me hard, too. It felt good, though, to finally get the 51st victory and get 2 this year, and now people can quit asking me, hey, Rusty, when are you going to get your next victory?
That victory, a lot of it came from what happened on pit road, no question about it.
My guys were great on pit road today. The strategy that Robin did was awesome to do 2 tires. We knew we got burned last time here at Pocono, and we knew we needed to do 2 that time. And what I underestimated, though, was how quick Jeremy's car was going to be. His car was really fast, and my hat's off to him because he had a great car, and real unfortunate to end. But you know what? That puts Jeremy at 2, me at 2, and Team Penske's doing pretty good.
It darn well is. And that finish with the 3 of you guys just beating each other, that was terrific.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jeff Burton, man, he was driving me hard and driving me clean, and on the bottom, on the top, and I'd block him off, and I'd pull back down, and then that Penske engine horsepower would take over the straightaways, and here we go again. You know, it's just, I'm like, man, I wish this thing would hurry up and get over, about to wear me out.
Okay, congratulations, Rusty. All right, let's go to Mike Hogwood.
And we're with Jeff Burton right now. Jeff, congratulations on a great run. Almost got Rusty Wallace there on that last lap. Tell us about it.
Well, it was a close race. I got beside him several times. I just never could pull it off. But that was a good run for us. Rusty did a really good job of pinching me off and keeping me from having a good exit of the corner, and that's why I stayed behind him. But good hard racing. Sorry to see Jeremy have trouble there at the end, but those things happen. That's just the way racing goes.
Did you have something for Jeremy if you thought you could have gotten by Rusty?
Well, we were later in the run. We were the fastest car. I was too loose to start, so I knew that later in the run that would be better because we always get tighter here. And sure enough, it got better and better and better. I just wasn't quite tight enough to pull the pass off with Rusty. And again, it was a good race for the Exide Taurus. We struggled yesterday in happy hour, and Frank and PK talked me into doing some stuff last night. I told them it won't work. I'm telling you it won't work. Well, it worked. Shows you what I know.
It did work today. He comes home second. Mike Massaro.
Well, Jeff Gordon was strong all afternoon long until the closing laps. It seemed like you tailed off a little bit, Jeff. What happened?
Well, I tell you what, for as many problems as we had today, we still had a great day. Real proud of these guys in the pits, and Robbie and Brian, these guys just did an awesome job setting up the car, and it's nice to be back up front and battling for the lead and for a win. And unfortunately, there at the end, I lost 4th gear, and we were lucky just to finish. So come out of here with the 3rd place. That carries some momentum for the Brickyard. We're real excited about that.
Jeff Gordon, very pleased with his third place finish here this afternoon.
So, Rusty Wallace gets his 2nd win of the 2000 season, his 4th here at Pocono. You look at the unofficial top 10 finishing order from today's Pennsylvania 500, presented by America Online. We'll have the full rundown for you when we come back to Pocono in just a moment. Stay with us.
Pennsylvania 500, presented by America Online on the Superstation. Brought to you by Team Monte Carlo. The cars more champions depend on. Chevy, we'll be there.
It's not just a new sign. It's a new Midas. Expanded services, new genuine Midas parts, a lifetime guarantee. We're more than mufflers. We're a new way to keep a good thing going. Go Midas.
Want a garage that could fit all your stuff, including your car? Well, now you could win one. Enter the My Garage sweepstakes from AutoBuyTel.com. Oh, one more thing. You could win a house to go with it. Hurry, log on today to AutoBuyTel.com.
Hey, Bill Duffy, what's on your plate today?
Grandpa, look who's here. We've got them all day.
Even on days like this, even after the heartburn strikes, it's not too late for Pepsid AC, because Pepsid AC controls acid before, during, or even after the start of heartburn.
Oh, they're having a great time.
No matter what's on your plate, today should be heartburn-free with Pepsid AC.
The Superstation presents In the Dugout. After missing the 99 season to his bout with cancer, Andres Galarraga has returned to become the best story in baseball.
I don't think anybody in the world expected him to come back as fast as he did.
Slam home run for the Big Cats.
Right out of the gate, El Gato Grande went yard 10 times, and the Braves won a franchise record 15 straight.
The Comeback Player of the Year award, you might as well mail it to this house right now.
Last year, the Braves missed Galarraga's bat and his solid glove work at first.
Oh, what a play by Galarraga.
But his presence off the field is what they miss the most.
He always positive, and that's what we need.
It seems like he gets everybody ready to play every day.
They're on their feet in Atlanta.
Just like how fun, I think that's the best way to win. If there was anybody who's going to beat lymphoma, the 24 guys in that clubhouse knew Andres was going to do it.
The curtain falls with a chance.
Don't miss Andres and the Braves all season on the Superstation.
Rusty Wallace on his cool-down lap, getting congratulations and giving congratulations. The man he raced so hard for what looked like second spot in the final laps, Jeff Burton. Turned out they were racing for the win, but who knew at the time? This Burton offering his congratulations to Rusty Wallace after the checkered flag. I don't want to sound like Yogi Berra, but one thing we know for sure about NASCAR racing, it's never over until it's over.
No, it's not. And Jeremy Mayfield, unfortunately, had that tire go flat going across the tunnel turn. Had a long ways to go before he got back, and it really altered his spot. He ended up 10th, leading on the last lap and ending up 10th.
It is pretty incredible that you can go 500 miles, 200 laps around a racetrack as difficult as this one, and yet see a finish as dramatic and as close as that one. But that is what NASCAR has authored. That is why we have a full house here at Pocono this afternoon.
Stories we talked about 4 hours ago when we came on the air. A very tight field of competitive cars, an extremely competitive racetrack, and mechanical strain. We saw all of that today in the Pennsylvania 500, won by Rusty Wallace. Let's go to Mike Hogwood.
All right, we're with Dale Jarrett, who's getting ready to get a ride home here with Dale Earnhardt. Dale, what about that four-tire stop? And obviously didn't work out for it.
Well, no, but that set of tires was pretty tight. So, if the car would have been freed up like it had been, that would have probably been okay. But, it's a chance you take. You don't know what's going to be exactly right. We thought we had too many laps on the left side tires and as many laps as we had to go, a full fuel stop, that we were making the right call. And, some days you make the right call, and some days it works against you.
Still a top 5 day for Dale Jarrett, Marty Snyder.
And with a very disappointed Jeremy Mayfield. Now, a couple laps before that, you had radioed to the guy, said, I think the tires are going away, but did it give any indication that it might cut like that?
No, not really. I'm sure it happened like that before. We must run over something or something, because tire wear was perfect all day. Goodyear's got an awesome tire here, and it was one of those things, we just evidently run over something, and had a slow leak in it when I went in the tunnel turn and went down. Just like we kept it out of the wall. But this Mobil 1 team, man, they give me a great car. Penske engines, man, had a great engine all day long, and that's all you can ask for. Just keep coming back. But we all know who had the best car here today. That's the main thing. And congratulations to the two cars. Rusty did a great job, and if I couldn't win, glad to see him win. I sure would like to think it'd be a 1-2 finish for us.
Obviously a very difficult situation for you. You were worried about the car on the longer runs. Did you think you had the race won?
I mean, I thought we did. You always think you do, and we were sitting there kind of riding, trying to take care of it, and can't do anything about that. It's something the team didn't do, I didn't do, just one of those things that just happens in racing, and seen that in Ricky Rowe today and several others. So just unfortunate, but we'll be back. Keep that Mobil 1 forward here. Just lucky we still got a top 10 on it.
Somewhat ironic that you won it in Turn 3 in odd circumstances in the spring and lose it in Turn 3 odd circumstances this time.
Yeah, and I wish we could have rode it all the way to the end, because I know we had something for them, and just part of it. What do? You win some, you lose some, and got a long way to go yet in a lot of races. So you'll see this team run up front a lot and win a lot of races.
Impressive performance for Jeremy Mayfield today, but he comes up not winning.
In June, it was the final turn. Here in July, it was the next to last turn that decided 500 miles of racing at Pocono. It doesn't get better than this, friends. There's Rusty Wallace still celebrating, and we'll be back with more in a moment.
I can't remember the last time you were in this church, Marshal. Now, what could be so important to bring you to us now?
If Kane and Miller meet, men are going to die.
Tell him I'm not here.
He'll know I'm lying. Why will you not listen to me?
I don't have time for this. He's coming on a noon train.
And I will be leaving on it.
Have you forgotten that he's crazy? Have you forgotten that he sat right there and he said, I'll be back, and I will kill you, Kane. I swear it, I will kill you.
Pocono Raceway is one of NASCAR's most exciting tracks.
Mayfield going for his second career win. He bounces him out of the way. Earnhardt goes high. Mayfield is going
Don't miss out on the action in 2001. Pocono recently added 17,000 grandstand seats. Call now to receive a preferred customer order form for great seats in 2001. When ordering your tickets, check out the Pit Paddock Pass. It's the closest you can get to see your favorite cars and drivers. Call toll-free 1-800-RACEWAY. That's 1-800-RACEWAY.
Celebrating by Team Monte Carlo.
Now, the first thing you've got to do is jump up here and scream and yell, woo! Make sure your hat guy forms them first, so you don't end up looking like a dork. Now, when somebody hands you one of these babies, make sure you say thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, man, don't eat the check.
Want to be like Jeff Gordon? Drive the all-new Chevy Monte Carlo. The cars more champions depend on. Chevy, we'll be there.
Dale Jarrett here with a very special offer. A new CD of all my favorite tracks. Immerse yourself in one of my personal favorites, the melodic grandeur of Daytona International Speedway. The dulcet tones of Lowe's Motor Speedway. Set your spirits soaring to the sound of California Speedway. Of course, these performances are better live. But bring your Visa card, because at these tracks you can't buy tickets with an American Express card.
Visa, it's everywhere NASCAR fans want to be.
This is my favorite part.
Coors Light. From the Latin root cursius, meaning, dang, them boys is tasty.
Hey, Pally, lend me your ears.
XXI means XXI.
Dead. Dead. Caution. The beverage you are about to enjoy is extremely cold and could result in you freezing your thirst off.
Have a nice day.
We're back with you live at Pocono, Pennsylvania. Some days it's diamonds, some days it's stone. Certainly it's a diamond celebration for Rusty Wallace, winning that 51st Winston Cup victory here today in the Pennsylvania 500. But for others, it's been a hard day's journey, stone indeed, for the Earnhardts and Dale Jarrett as they get ready to leave town. Let's take a look at the unofficial order of finish for this race. Rusty Wallace victorious. Dale Jarrett wound up in 4th. Matt Kenseth, what a great day for the Wisconsin driver, in 5th. Bobby Labonte, the point leader, in 6th. Mike Skinner coming home 7th again this year. And Rick Mast. Rick Mast having a ride in A.J. Foyt's car to 8th spot, his best of the year. And the local favorite, Jimmy Spencer, Mr. Excitement, got himself a 9th. Mayfield, with that cut-down tire, wound up in 10th place. These are the unofficial standings. Terry Labonte's ride, with a lot of help today, came home in 11th spot. Rich Bickle doing the job there. Johnny Benson hung on for 12th. Dale Earnhardt Jr. for 13th as you look down through the remainder of the field. Steve Park wound up in 15th today. And Musgrave, with his new ride, he was 16th when it was all over. Congratulations to Michael Waltrip as well. A lot of retirees before this one was done. And how about Darrell Waltrip finishing in the lead lap? Winner of this race, this track 4 times, 3 times in this race alone. He gets himself a 22nd finishing position in his last performance here. Congratulations, Darrell. Dale Earnhardt, it was a tough day for him in 25th, and for Tony Stewart, the pole sitter, 26th position before it was over. Looking further back in the field, and now you begin to find the retirees, and there are more retirees from this race than any we've experienced this year. Dallenbach, Elliott, Nemechek, these are all engines, transmissions breaking, rear ends coming out. No serious crashes except for Ricky Rudd, that terribly hard hit he had in turn 1. Pretty dramatic stuff there. Now let's see how this affects the point standings. And here's how they look after we have finished the 19th race of the year. Bobby Labonte is still up on top. Dale Jarrett now in 2nd place, and Earnhardt falls to 3rd in the standings. And Tony Stewart slips back a notch. Rusty Wallace up to 5th. Stewart back to 6th. As you look at the top 10, Ricky Rudd hangs on in 10th position. We'll be back with more from Pocono, Pennsylvania, and Rusty Wallace's success here today following these messages.
The ability to have hands-on brewmasters working with the finest ingredients.
In the barley fields and in the hop fields, everyone has a genuine passion and commitment to upholding the highest standards.
Quality, freshness. The
attention to detail. Blend those things, and you have what Budweiser is all about.
Oh, yes, a brilliant move. Galway scampering across the goal to stop it. They just couldn't seem to get enough players forward before. He's showing good fluid movement. To the right, the left. This is another aggressive shot. Down the right. He's timed his run to absolute perfection. Two defenders to beat. He's passed one. Is it looking like a chance? Yes, he takes the shot in.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Listen, I've traveled every road in this here land. I've been everywhere, man. Across the desert bare, man. I breathed the mountain air, man. Of travel I've had my share, man. I've been everywhere. I've been to Reno, Chicago.
Across America, in communities just like yours, Citgo is there to help keep you going. Stop by next time you're in the neighborhood. We're always happy to see a familiar face.
I've been everywhere.
Choose one. Either Wendy's delicious classic double with cheese or Heather.
What was that again?
Choose either Wendy's classic double made fresh so it's very hot and juicy or Heather.
Wow,
Well,
Heather? That's never happened before.
Yeah, I knew it. We should have added biggie fries and a drink.
Wendy's classic double with cheese, bliss, at least when it comes to hamburgers. And remember, Wendy's pickup window is open late, so you can eat great even late.
The Pennsylvania 500, presented by America Online on the Superstation. Brought to you by Circuit City, the official electronics and appliance store of NASCAR. By Citgo, you love racing, we love racing. By Wendy's Classic Hamburgers, it's hamburger bliss. And by America Online version 5.0, the easiest just got easier. Call 1-800-4ONLINE to sign up today.
The sweet thunder is now quiet, and the silence settles in once again over Pocono, Pennsylvania. In the hearts of these race fans today, they're still going some 200 miles an hour down into turn number 1. We've been here for all 27 of these races, these Pennsylvania 500s, and I don't think we've ever experienced one quite like this. And to be here on a day when Rusty Wallace takes another step up that history ladder of Winston Cup racing, breaking that three-way tie with the great Junior Johnson and Ed Jarrett. This has been something special. His 51st victory, and you could tell in Victory Lane how much it meant to him. Well, we told you at the outset how demanding this facility was, how difficult it was to drive, and how challenging. And wasn't it proven to be true? Time and time again, lap after lap with all of this great competition. Thank you for joining us here on Turner Broadcasting. Look forward to having you with us in October when we hit the Charlotte Motor Speedway for that 500-mile race. So for Alan Bestwick, Dick Berggren, Buddy Baker, Mike Hogwood, Marty Snyder, Mike Massaro, and Jerry Glanville, I'm Ken Squire saying so long from Pocono, Pennsylvania. Later tonight at 6, it's Patrick Swayze and Jennifer Gray in Dirty Dancing. And coming up next, it's Family Matters on the Superstation. TBS again congratulates the winner of today's Pennsylvania 500, Rusty Wallace.
The preceding has been a presentation of TBS Sports.